It doesn't. David. Mission.
Hello there, Exits.
Oh, hello there, JG. First, I must blot out my if this is the show. Welcome, enemies and dissidents of YouTube and digital beings of the cyber age. There we go. It's out of the way. Kind of makes it unofficially official. What's going on with you, JG?
Solitude.
Lessons.
I like to keep to myself. I have good
Tonight,
time.
right? It's a nice thing if there's no strings attached, man. Solitude is awesome. Just I guess solitude and deep introspection, because you start with deep introspection losing uh, the ability to communicate and coincide with humans. And then when you come back out of that state, you're kind of a social cripple. But as long as you're just enjoying the fact that you got some solitude and some peace of mind, man, more power to you, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
Are you?
people. I
Oh,
don't know.
didn't know if you were muted. Uh, Go ahead, man.
I've already said this a million times, but it's just looping on the same shit over and over. The people suck. The people suck. So I keep to myself. That's not it, though. That's not it. I'm just. People do suck, but I figured out I'm better off by myself. Keeping to myself. Solitude is power. I enjoy the tranquility, the peace. I sound gay like Steven saying that. Nah, I'm joking.
I wish I would have kept my solitude. I wish I would have kept my peace. Um, in the physical aspect, especially out there in the world, just roaming around, experiencing new adventures. So I've done a lot of self-sabotage lately, forcing myself into a position where I have no choice but to react, move on, um, maybe even redevelop, become a bigger turd than I already am. Oh, we got your buddy here. This is this is Steven's
Hello,
buddy, JG.
hello.
JG, this is Steven's buddy, and here we go.
I
Good,
masturbate with my pinky up. I'm
good.
Steven. I'm
Hold on,
Podge.
did I lose him? Hold on, Steven. I'm trying, brother. There it is. I think I got him that time. Yep, I saved him from his little pod in the pod filled with energy draining robots and AI. He's now in the sub matrix with us. Howdy, Steven.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
On JG. Look at those teeth of his. Anyway, Rattblood, I came up because it said, you said actually, that you've self-sabotaged. Are you a self-saboteur? Did you see my recent video today on
I
that?
am. No, no, no. I
You
took
didn't
on
see
self
that?
saboteur. Um, I took that role on probably
Look at his nose. Oh my
about
fucking
four,
God.
Hey,
4 or 5 weeks
show your face,
ago.
pussy. You won't show your face.
Look at that thing.
Show your
You've been a
face, pussy.
self-saboteur how long, Axis?
I think I started it pretty consistently about maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago.
So you didn't, this is a coincidence then. You didn't see my recent video.
No,
I
no, I
just
did not.
posted it today, 3 hours ago, I think.
No, I will check it out for you though, Steven. I'll check it out and see what it's
The,
all
the
about.
title is Self-saboteur. So when you said that you've been that, I was like, wow, did
Well,
he just watch my video or what? What's going on?
no, no, I didn't watch your video. It was a very close friend of mine who's also uh, an inspiration to bring on thought and provoking ideals, presented me with the concept because of the realm of thought that I generally find myself in, and that I've left the
What realm? What are you talking about? What realm do you find yourself in?
mostly introspection, internal experiences, expansion, removing safety protocols, quantum physics, divine mathematics, the language of creation. Yeah, things are part of that.
I'm sorry. Looking at JG gives me gas. It's making me a bit gassy. But you know, Axis Rattblood, I love being rich. I love being wealthy. I gotta say, I don't care if people talk about my pinky finger up. I love being independently wealthy. I really do love being a king. I do spit and piss on these peasants. I don't like the bums out there, the homeless bums, and the ones that just live the way JG lives, when fucking lazy
They don't
around.
bother me a bit, man. They don't bother me a bit.
Well, he's trying to trigger me. He's intentionally trying to trigger me like a female.
No, I'm not trying to trigger him at all. He was talking about me before I came on here. I live rent-free in his head. He's that character from Beetlejuice with the tiny head and the big teeth, the big nose.
But anyhow, I was going to get into the.
You're not rent-free in my. You're not rent-free.
You were talking about I live rent-free in your head. You were talking about me before I even came on here.
What are you going to say next? I'm jealous of you?
Yeah, of course. You wish you were independently wealthy. You wish you were a king.
I'm wealthy. I can work. I make money. I got saved money. Come on.
What money do you have saved? How many pennies do you have saved up?
How are you wealthy?
How many pennies? I'm independently wealthy. I'm a millionaire. I have real estate. I make money hand over fist. People pay me money to live.
You do, man. You're still a fucking weirdo. You're still a kook. You're still one of these
weirdo. What's that sound? What's all that loud noise?
Oh, did it hurt your millionaire ears?
Are you under a bridge?
My millionaire ears. Oh, my wealthy ears. Ooh,
yeah.
Ooh, I just want to bitch and complain and gaslight and manipulate.
Peasants love noise. Peasants love noise. Where are you? Under a bridge? Where is that?
Oh, does this look like a bridge behind me, you fucking idiot?
What's behind you?
That's called nature. You see that? That's natural.
That's called nature. What are those holes? Are those snakes coming out of there? What, you live with rats and snakes?
Nah, that's where your mother's buried. Your mother's buried in there.
Look at those holes there. You look like a groundhog. Do you live in a hole? You look like a groundhog. You look like a rodent. You look like a fucking rodent. Are you a groundhog? Look at his teeth. He's a beaver or a groundhog. He's a groundhog. God damn. You got some chompers, dude. For a peasant. Are you from Philadelphia? Where are you from?
You already know where I'm from.
Where are you from?
You just said Philadelphia. You ask a question, but you know where I'm from.
Did you lie about that, or is it the truth?
What the fuck? I'm from Philadelphia, Northwest Philly.
Okay. So you're from a scummy place.
Look it up. Google it.
You're from a shithole. Yeah, you're from a shithole. That's why you wanted to leave, right? You ran away.
I'm not from a shithole.
Did you run away from your parents?
Run away? I'm 33 years old, man. What the fuck?
33?
Yeah.
That sounds suspect. 33? Freemason? You're not 33. You made that up.
Oh, here come the conspiracy theories.
I don't believe you.
I was born in 91, man. Do the math.
You're a kook. You're a kook.
That's you. That is you. Every day, every time I'm on here.
You're so You're fake. You're phony.
That's you. That is you.
You're phony.
That is you.
No, it's you.
How's it me?
It's you, buck teeth. You're a fucking phony. You horse's teeth, horse's ass.
Oh, right. Good times, Steven. Good times.
I could fix your teeth with my fist.
You can't fight.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah,
I'll come back to your house and beat you the fuck up.
Yeah, you wouldn't touch me.
Well, put your address up.
You wouldn't touch me. You wouldn't touch me. You're triggered. You're triggered.
Where you at, Steven?
I'm in Detroit. You want my address?
Yeah, you're in Detroit.
I'm in Detroit.
Right.
You want my address?
From Canada?
I'm living in a high rise. I'm dual citizen, fucker. I'm living in a high rise in Detroit.
Awesome.
You want to come find me?
Well, post your address. We'll link up. Get in the door. I'll give you a fair fight.
Will your big fucking teeth fit in the elevator? Shut up. Listen. Will your big teeth fit in the elevator? Look at how big your teeth are. They stick right out of your mouth.
No, they
You
don't.
groundhog, you rodent, you
No, they don't.
goddamn rodent. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do, bitch.
You're the bitch. You're the hoe.
You eat out of a dumpster. What do you eat? You don't have any money, so what do you do? Eat out of a trash can like a fucking peasant? You homeless bum. You smelly bum.
It's crazy how hard you're trying to trigger
You
me. And
smell like piss. No, you smell like piss. It's true.
Not at all. I
Wash
smell
your clothes. No, you don't. When was the last time you washed those clothes?
2
You had
days
those
ago.
on yesterday. Yeah, you had those on for 3 days now.
2 days.
3 days.
Sweatshirt's still fresh.
3 days. You've been wearing the same clothes for 3 days. When did you last change your underwear? A week ago? A month ago?
I don't get dirty, man. Like I stay
Yeah, you
fresh.
do. What do you mean
I
you don't
don't.
get dirty?
I don't get
Wash your
smelly.
ass. Dude, wash your ass.
I
You
do.
stink. You stink.
No, you can't even
We can-
smell. You can't.
We can see that you stink from here. You look smelly.
Dude, you're so corny, Stevie.
No, you look like a stinky
Why are
bum.
you so
Listen,
corny?
wash your fucking stuff.
Why are you
Wash
such
your
like
body.
a psycho fucking manipulator? You just have to constantly
Listen.
try to fucking tool people.
No,
and have
listen, you're
power and
obsessed with me.
control.
You were talking about me before I came on here. Now listen.
That doesn't mean I'm obsessed with you, man.
Yes, you are. You're talking about me every day.
No. You
When
got
wa-
to angle
did-
everything.
Hey, didn't your parents teach you to wash yourself and wash your clothes?
Did your mom kill herself?
Didn't your parents teach you to wash your clothes and wash yourself? You're stinky. Why are you living outdoors? Why'd you run away from your family? Why don't your family want anything to do with you? They don't want to look at you. You're a loser.
That's you.
You're a loser. No, that's you.
Look
You
at what
just
you're
turn it
doing
around.
right
You're a
now.
loser. You're a loser. You're obsessed with me. You're a loser.
No. You sound
Yes.
like a female. You sound like this.
You're a loser. You're a
That's
loser.
If I was a loser, I'd be behaving like you. I'd be doing
You're a
shit.
loser. Your
Constantly.
family hey, your family disowned you. I know all about you. Your family disowned you. You living out there like a bum on your own, alone out in the fucking. You don't even have an apartment. You don't have a home. You don't have shit.
I have shit.
What do you have?
I got a lot.
Oh, that really makes sense. What do you have? You don't have a house. You're a homeless bum.
All right, so I don't have a house, and that means I don't have anything.
You don't have a house. What do you have?
I got a lot, man.
Name it. Don't say a lot. What is it? What do you have?
Health, memories, fucking enjoyment. What do you got?
You've got sunglasses. You got clothes. You have no money.
So you go for the material stuff.
That's what I'm asking you.
So it's all material that matters to you, right?
I'm asking you what you have. You don't have a pot to piss in.
I piss outside.
You don't have a pot to piss. Yeah, I know you piss outside. You don't have a home. You don't have a bathroom. You don't have a bathtub. You don't have 5 bathrooms like I do and 7 bedrooms. You don't have shit. You don't have a penthouse condo in Vancouver like I do.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with being and living how I'm living. That's why I'm living how I'm living.
You can't stay at the fucking Ritz Hotel in Toronto like I can.
Dude, I mean,
you can't afford it.
I don't want to be there because there's faggots like you.
You couldn't shine my fucking shoes, shine my boots.
I would never do that.
I'd give you $100. Shine my boots.
I would take the $100 and fucking
give you $100
out. I'd throw them into the sewer.
Fuck you. You would not. You wouldn't do that.
This is not fun, dude.
You wouldn't do that. You're making up shit, though. You wouldn't do that. You're making up shit. You're trying to talk tough on here.
No, I'm actually tough. That's the thing.
No, you're not tough. You're not tough. You're not tough. You're a fucking fool. You're a fag.
That's you.
Did you steal? Did you steal those cigarettes? Did you steal those cigarettes?
No, I bought them.
Well, where'd you get the money to buy those then? You don't work.
I do work.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, what do you do? What do you do to earn money? You do what? You give blowjobs at glory holes?
That's
Is that what you
you. I
said?
do construction
That's
work.
you. What do? You don't do construction. What kind of construction do you know how to do?
Dude, I just worked for 3 weeks in Texas.
Doing what? What kind of construction?
Fucking renovating a whole house.
Yeah. What did you do? What
First
work?
the first step is, Steven, you got to do the demo, okay? Demolition. You demolish everything, and then
Where's
you
your work
rebuild.
boots? Where's your steel-toe boots? Do you have any?
Dude,
I doubt it. I don't believe you.
I don't care what you
I don't
believe.
believe you. I don't think you know how to use a fucking hammer or a
That's
power
you.
saw. You don't know shit.
All right, it's constant gaslighting, dude. Like, this is your life.
You renovated in Texas.
This is your life.
That-
You just
is that what you
gaslight
said?
real people.
You're a
come on
liar, dude.
and you just
You're a
manipulate
phony.
real people.
No, you're a
the
phony. I'm calling you out. You're a fraud. You're a liar.
All right, let me show you the pictures real quick.
Where are you right now? What state are you in right now? What train did you hop? Where do you get toilet paper to wipe your ass? Fucking stinky bum. I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. I don't believe you. That was some fucking place you snuck into and squatted at, probably. Yeah, you squatted at that place. You pissed on the floor. Big deal. That doesn't prove shit. You're not even in the picture. How does that prove that you did any work? You're a stinky bum. When you're living outdoors like that, where do you wipe your? How do you get toilet paper? What do you like? Do you wipe your ass? What do? You walk around with a shit ass all day, smelling.
Nope.
Where do you take a shower? You don't have a home.
I clean myself.
You what?
I clean myself.
Where? You don't have a house.
Outdoors.
Outdoors. What the fuck are you talking about? You clean yourself outdoors.
Right.
With what? Somebody's garden hose? What are you talking about?
Nah, it's called water.
Water. Is that what you said?
Right.
Are you retarded or something? What is
Are
your
you?
accent? You sound like a retard. You sound like a fucking retard.
That's you.
It's you.
If you were fucking smart, you won't be fucking with me right now.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Right.
I'm really scared.
You're like the biggest fucking weirdo
You
in these
ugly,
channels.
stinky fuck. You're a fucking kook. You're
Ugly.
a phony. Ugly. You're a fraud.
How am I a fraud?
You've got teeth that are bigger than 3 states put together. Bigger than Texas. Bitch.
Okay.
Look at those teeth. Look at those chompers. Put those teeth away. Somebody should smack those teeth right off your face.
I hope
All
you
right?
would try, man. I would beat the shit.
No, you wouldn't do shit.
Oh, yes, I would. And everybody
You
knows
wouldn't do. You wouldn't do
Everybody
shit.
knows I would.
You couldn't do shit.
Everybody knows
You
I'll
can't
beat
even
the
wipe
shit out
your
of you.
ass, boy. You can't even wipe your ass, boy.
Right. You're fucking corny as shit, man.
You're
Such
a phony. You're a fraud, and I'm calling you out, bitch. Why don't you come to Detroit? Come to Detroit.
Yeah, okay, Eminem.
Yeah. Come to Detroit, bitch.
All right. Fucking wigger.
You're licking your lips nervously. You fucking douchebag. You're scum, and I can see right through you. You're a phony. You're a phony.
Right.
You're a pretend tough guy on the internet. You're a piece of shit.
Right.
Can't even wipe your ass. Stinky. Take a shower. Right. Take a shower, bitch. Lick your lips again.
Right.
Somebody should make you eat those big fucking teeth.
Right.
Bitch.
You get fucked in your ass. Right.
You stinky bum.
Get a life.
Beetlejuice. You should have never fucked with me, bitch.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, Bam Margera.
Whatever I want.
Yeah, that's it. You're like another Bam Margera.
A what? What are you talking about?
You're a Bam Margera. You're this wealthy douchebag.
Wealthy douchebag. You're a fucking douchebag. You're a poor,
No,
stinky
that's
bomb
you.
douchebag. No, you
You're a wealthy
stink.
douchebag.
You stink.
I don't
You know
stink.
it's true. Yeah, you know it's true.
Nope.
Wash your ass, stinky bum.
That's you.
It's got the stinky bum.
That's
He's the
you.
stinky bum.
That's
Hey,
you.
listen. Hey, listen. I'm the king of the castle. You're the dirty rascal. I'm the king of the castle. You're the dirty rascal. You're a cockroach. I can see what you are. I can see right through you. You're transparent. You're not fooling me. Take the
Right.
sunglasses off. You got the
Right.
beady little fucking eyes. Yeah, there
Right.
you go. See?
Beady.
See?
What's
Beady
up,
little
Steven?
fucking
What's up,
beady
man?
little eyes.
What are you gonna
Beady
do,
little
huh?
eyes. Look at
Face
that.
to face, I beat the shit out of you.
You got the
I break your
groundhog
nose. I
eyes and the big
fucking
teeth.
destroy you. You
You
ain't shit,
Philly
Steven.
douchebag. You Philly trash.
That's you.
Philly trash. No, that's you. I'm not from Philly, bitch. You
You're the
claim to be
trash.
from Philly. You're Philly trash.
There's nothing to claim. I'm not claiming I'm
Philly
from Philly.
trash.
If I'm from Philadelphia, I don't have to claim I'm from Philly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The fuck are you talking about?
Are you confused? That's you.
Are you confused?
That's you. You're
Here, Steven.
confused.
This
That's
is what I
you.
use, right? I got shampoo in there. I got body wash in there. This is what I
No,
use.
that's your lube. That's your lube for your ass.
You
Yeah,
ain't go there.
you fag.
You're the gay.
You're
going
the
gay.
gay. You go to glory holes. That's your lube. Don't show
Right,
your
right.
lube off on the internet. You're embarrassing yourself.
Right. The
You're
funny
making a
thing
fool
is,
out of
you
yourself.
probably use glory
You
holes.
stinky bum. You got lube in your hand.
The funny thing
Gross,
is, you
degenerate.
probably put your dick in a glory hole. You probably
pig.
sucked the cock out of a glory hole.
Pig.
You probably did that.
Pig. No, you've done it.
No,
That's how you
you.
make money. That's how you make money. You're gay.
Right. So that's the narrative, right? That's the
You're a
angle. This is
fag.
the propaganda.
I'm calling you out. You're a fag. I can see what you are.
That's you.
You make money at glory holes. You're the
You're just
glory hole boy.
You're just another
You're
beta
the stinky
pussy
bum.
male that's trying to like
You're the glory
emasculate a
hole
real
boy.
person. You're trying to
listen.
emasculate a real
Listen
person.
to
You're
this
trying
song.
to dehumanize a real
Hey,
person. But
No,
you're the
I know
phony.
what you are. I know
You're
what
the
you are.
phony. You don't know
You're
what
the
I am.
phony. You're the
You're the
phony.
phony.
You're the phony. You're the phony. You're the fag.
That's
I'm the
you.
king of the castle. You're the dirty rascal.
Dude, you're so corny, man. It's insane
I
how
see what
corny
you
and
are.
fucking whack
I
you are.
see what you are, you
You're
kook.
whack as shit.
You're a
You're not
fraud.
real. You're not
I'm
real.
exposing you.
You're the phony pointing fingers.
Stinky bum. Wash your ass, you fucking filthy pig. You vile pig, peasant.
Man, this shit gets old, dude. You
Stinky
never
peasant.
stop with your bullshit
Yeah.
game.
You never stop. You're obsessed with me. You've been talking about me for months, bitch.
Months.
You're a
You didn't.
fag. Yeah.
Oh
For
man.
months. Fucking
Months.
fag. Yeah.
Right. I fuck with
You're
you, right?
obsessed. You're obsessed.
No.
You're obsessed. Yeah. You are.
Right. So you got
You're
this like
obsessed
narrative.
with me. I'm the king of the castle. You're the dirty rascal. You're a cockroach. And
You're
I'm a
so
king.
corny. You're so
I'm a
fucking
king.
lean. You're so
And you're
corny.
a cockroach. You're a
You're
cockroach.
so fucking. You're so
Stop
lean.
saying corny. Use corn cobs up your ass, you fucking fag.
That's
I'm
you.
calling you. I see what you are. Pervert. You homeless bum. You stink.
This guy's a weirdo, Axis.
Go
Like
take a
every
shower, you
fucking
fucking
time.
peasant. Filthy peasant.
Hello, my name's Steven. Hello. Your contrived
That's all you can
personality.
do. I'm
you got the
showing what
nerve.
you are.
You
You're
have the nerve to
exposing
call
yourself.
me a phony, but you're the fucking phony.
You're a phony. You're a fraud.
It's crazy.
I see right through you.
Right.
Yeah. Lick your lips again. Big teeth. Buck teeth. Groundhog. You're Beetlejuice, bitch. I'm winning. I'm winning. Show those big teeth again. Open your mouth and show the camera. Show the audience.
What's your address, Steven?
Do it.
What's your
Do
address?
Do it. You can't
What's
even
your
say
address?
address. I'm in Detroit. What's your address?
What
You
is
think I'm
your
gonna
address?
put my address on the fucking internet? You fucking lunatic, you kook.
'Cause you're a
What's your
pussy.
address?
What's
What's your
real
address?
name? What's your real
What's your
name?
address? My real name is right there.
King Stephen?
Yeah,
Corny. What's your real
that's
name?
right. Call me King Stephen.
What's your real
Call
name?
me King
Oh, Stephen
Stephen.
King. Stephen
Call
King.
me.
He's
No,
a
it's
psycho.
it's not reverse, dummy.
Oh,
You're
Stephen King's
dyslexic
a
and stupid.
psycho.
Call me
Psycho.
King Stephen. My real
Yeah.
name is Stephen Killeen. You got that? What's
Okay.
your name?
All right.
What's your name?
Jack.
No, your whole name.
Last name's Gannon. Gannon.
Jack Gannon. I don't believe it.
Write it
I think you
down.
made that up.
Write it down. Write
I
that
think you
down.
made that up. Where are you? Where are you at?
I'm in Arizona.
You said you were in
Write
Texas.
it down. Write it down.
You said you were in Texas a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's called I Left Texas.
Yeah, right.
Right. I left
Right.
Texas.
Right.
Right.
Right. Right. I'm Stephen Killeen. King Stephen in Detroit.
Okay, what's your address?
You think I'm gonna put my address on here? You
should.
fucking dummy.
I'll come visit you.
Yeah. So will other people. I don't want to be bothered, bitch.
Ding ding ling!
Here's another
Hey, guess
cocksucker.
what,
Here's another
JG? We
demon.
got King's picture on my
cocksucker.
community page. Hey, JG, King in the
Yeah, go
shower. I got his
masturbate. You're
real
a
picture
fag.
on my community
You like
page.
looking at me naked.
And he's
Look
also
at me naked.
diagnosed schizophrenia, so that's where he
Oh,
gets
really?
his money from.
I'm a
We're going
diagnosed
over
what?
his manifesto, dude. The King actually
over
is the fakest fuck online,
love
bro, JG. You want to go see his community? Like, really, we
Look at
got his
this
picture on the
demon.
community
Look
page.
at this demon.
Go to my
You're
channel,
ugly. Show your
JG.
face.
And
Show
you'll
your
see
bearded
who
face,
this little,
Snafu.
like, he literally
Show
takes
your
selfies
brown beard.
puckering up at
Shut
the
up.
camera, bro.
Show your brown
Like, it is
bearded.
like
Show
beta
your
as
ugly
fuck.
fucking
Hey,
face.
I usually don't even defend JG
I
King,
could beat
but like
the
once
shit out of
JG
you,
takes a look at what you
demon.
really look like,
You
JG is
demon.
gonna laugh his ass off and say, "I can't believe this beta bitch is actually trying to come at me."
Not bait
You,
at all. I
King,
could break him in
are the
half.
fakest of
You
the
ugly
planet.
fat fuck.
The
You ugly
fakest of
brown
them all.
shit.
The
You
royalty
ugly
really
brown
comes
shit.
from we the peeps exposing scumbags like
You're
you
a fag.
who claim you're gonna trap people in this
You're a fag.
realm.
I'm gonna steal you
I
here.
take Rattblood when he says he's a demon more serious because
Snap poo
Rattblood
crap.
says I'm a demon.
Shut up.
Well,
Snap
the
poo
motherfucker
craps.
says he's demon. I take it
Snap
more
poo
serious than
crap.
you saying you're a fucking king.
Rah, rah, rah.
You're
All you can
nothing
do is
but a
yell.
fake
That's all you
fuck.
can do.
So this man,
I own
I
you.
want to ask,
I own you.
what's up with
I
your
own you.
schizophrenia? How much
I
does
own you.
the government of Canada pay people like you?
Nothing. You're
for
making up
schizophrenia?
lies.
It's basically
Nothing.
disability, right? You're on
I'm
disability.
independently wealthy. You're making up shit. You're a
You're
liar. Just like
independently
usual.
wealthy because you're
I'm
fucking
independently
schizo
wealthy.
and you're
You're a
taking government
loser.
assistance.
You're a demon.
We got your records, dude. We know
You
all
don't got
about
me at
you
all.
now. I got all
You
your
know
Hey,
nothing.
pictures.
Snafu.
You
You
know
cross
nothing.
dressed like a
Snafu.
little girl, just like Monograph.
Put my
Snafu,
records
if you
out
got
there.
if you got a second, I'll
Threaten.
tell you a little
Yeah.
something.
Threaten
Access,
to
go to my
take my channel
Access.
down.
Can you
I
share
can
screen?
take you down,
Hey,
Snafu. I can
Access,
take this
can
channel
you go to
down.
my
I
community
can take
page and
you
look at
all
what
down.
the King's all
I
about,
can take
man?
you all down.
We're doing a
I
man.
can
We're
take
doing a
you all down.
manifesto. We're going over this manifesto that was
Snafu
provided
craps.
on the King.
Snafu
Snafu
craps.
craps.
He's
Like I
ugly
haven't
as
heard that
shit.
before. Hey, why
Snafu
don't you go
crap.
take a
Ugly as
picture
shit.
in the
You look
fucking
like
shower
shit.
and fuck her up
You
to
look
me?
like shit.
No,
Why don't you look
bro,
at me
you're
naked,
wasted.
fag?
We know that you say you're independently wealthy because you
Healthy.
collect
You're not
assistance
healthy.
for being a schizophrenic.
I don't collect
Because you're
anything.
diagnosed clinically
Prove it.
schizo.
Prove it. Prove it.
I know it. You
Prove
we
it.
got. You want us to read some of your
Prove it.
poems
Prove
from
I
your own
collect
mouth? How
anything.
you're schizo?
I'm
How
independently
you
wealthy, you
embrace your
ugly
own shit?
shit.
How
You
because
look like
people
shit.
picked on you for years
You're
for being
demonic
schizo
shit.
that you fucking
You're
write
demonic
poems
shit.
talking to yourself. You're a
You're a
fucking
demonic
joke,
shit.
bro. And then
You're
what,
a
dude?
demonic shit.
We're really worried about you because the last video you showed, you're sitting there laughing at the camera like a devil,
Worried about you. You're full of shit.
like breaking glass bottles against the concrete.
I live
Are
rent
you
free in
fucking
your
losing
head.
it, bro?
I live rent free in your head. I'm
No,
taking
you
on
don't live
all you
rent free. Here's
demons,
what's
and I'm
funny,
winning.
kid.
I own you.
No.
You're
The funny
obsessed
thing
with
is
me.
you got
Yeah, I own
exposed.
you. I own you.
You got
didn't expose me at
exposed.
all.
When JG looks at your picture, because JG will go look at the community page, and they realize who this motherfucker is talking to him is, they're going to sit there. Yeah, he eats corn the long way. Yeah, he does. King eats the corn the
own
long
you.
way.
No, you do.
He
You're a
totally
fag.
eats corn the
You want to
long
see
way.
me naked? You're a fag. I own you, bitch. You're a demon.
Oh,
You're
King
ugly. Hey, Snapper, you're an ugly
Dingley.
piece of shit.
King
You're a big
Dingley.
fucking
Hey,
fat
here's the
demon.
deal, King. Guess what? I also got the strike team. We're going to work extra tonight because we are probably
I'm
going to
real
go over
scared.
manifesto
I'm real
on
scared.
page 5.
I'm real
But I
scared.
want to ask you, how long have you been getting assistance for your wealth,
at
as you
all.
talked about? Independently
all.
wealthy? Like, how long
Does this
have
guy
you been
ever
getting
shut up,
assistance for?
Rattblood? If he keeps going, I'm leaving.
Tell me to shut up. The king needs the
Let
demon
him
to
take
shut
over
me
your
up
show.
now.
I'm leaving.
Hey, you guys, the guy who says he handles business
Just
is
yaps
asking
and
the
yaps.
demon, which
I'm
Rattblood, by
independently
the way.
wealthy. Prove
Hello,
that I
demon
collect
Rattblood.
anything.
I believe when he says he's a demon
Blah,
because
blah,
fucking he's
blah,
a
blah,
demon.
blah, blah, blah,
But
blah,
you
blah,
are fake. Hey, ask the
blah,
king to
blah,
do something
blah,
again for you.
blah,
Ask
blah, blah,
King.
blah,
King. So is Access Rattblood your new
blah,
king?
blah, blah,
Are you? Because he's asking you to shut me
blah,
up.
blah, blah,
King,
blah, blah,
King, I thought you handled
blah,
business.
blah, blah,
But you were just fucking
blah,
with
blah.
JG.
You're
When
obsessed with me. I
JG,
own you. I
JG,
own
dude,
you.
is gonna look
You're
at you,
triggered.
dude, and he's gonna say, "This beta fuck was literally talking shit to me."
I'm really
That's
scared.
what's
I'm
hilarious,
really
dude.
scared. I'll take you
You
all
should
on.
because you're a keyboard warrior,
I'll take
and we
you
now
all
know
on.
that you make
I'll
your
take
money
you
because you
all
collect
on.
assistance because
I
you're
don't collect
mentally
anything.
ill.
I don't
Because
collect
you're
anything.
mentally ill.
I'll take you all on.
We know you're mentally ill now, 100%, which is
You
already
peasant.
shown. But you
Go to
know
the
you are.
hospital again and die, bitch.
You're the one who's been in the hospital. You're the one clinically
You're
diagnosed.
the one who's been in the hospital.
You're the
I'm
one
not
clinically
diagnosed at all.
diagnosed collecting
You're the
money.
one who's in the hospital all the time.
King,
You're dying. You're dying. You're sick. You're sick.
King,
You're
trap me
unhealthy.
in your hell realm.
You're unhealthy.
Come on.
You're a piece of
Trap me
shit.
in your
You
hell
look like
realm.
shit.
Come on, King
Back.
Dingling.
Grow that big
You got
beard
this,
back.
bro. Let me
Ugly
put the
bitch.
robe on and jump in the shower
own
and
you.
take some selfies of myself
I
like
own
you
you.
do.
I own you.
Bro, Access, can
I
you
own
pull
you.
up the King pit? Go to my community pit. Here, let me put it in your
I own you.
backstage. Hey, JG,
Yeah, I own
I'm going
you.
to put
Put
this
it
in
in
the
the
backstage.
backstage.
Yeah, I'll
All
put it
right.
in backstage.
My work
Dude,
is done here. I own
King,
all three of you and
you
your
own
chat.
nothing,
I own all
dude.
of
You're
you.
in the
I
shower
own all
puckering
of
up
you.
like a little bitch, and
I
you're
own
trying
all
to
of
check
you.
JG, and I
I
don't,
own
he
all
and
of
JG
you.
don't even fucking, like,
You
and
like
I'm
looking
saying
at
like
me naked.
JG would
You wish
smash
you were
this
me.
motherfucker out,
You wish you
both
were me.
verbally, physically, internet-wise. Once
Look at this
JG
pussy.
sees
Look
who
at
you
this little
are,
guy.
dude, no, for real, dude.
Look at
Like,
him.
I literally had respect for you until I started
Except for
learning who you
got a
were.
big mouth.
And
That's
now
all
I
you
know why
have.
you say, oh,
You
I make
fat,
independently
ugly,
wealthy
fucking piece
money.
of shit.
Because
You're
you
fat and
are
ugly. All
clinically
you do is
fucking
talk
diagnosed
over.
with mental
You're fat and
illness.
ugly.
You collect
You're
checks.
fat,
That's why
ugly
you're able
demon.
to
I don't
fucking
collect
walk around
anything.
and work.
I don't
You're
collect anything.
disabled off your
You're
mental
fat
illness
and
of being a
ugly.
nutbag.
You're
You
fat and
make
ugly.
money
You
off
look
your
like
mental
shit.
illness of being a nutbag.
You
Hold
look
on.
like shit. I'm
I'm gonna
independently
grab the King's
wealthy.
great
I
picture
own
and
you.
optics of it.
I
I also have
own you.
like
I
32-page
own you.
manifesto.
I own
You
you.
own nothing,
I
King.
own you.
Well, you
You're
own
fat and
money given
ugly.
to
You just
you
have a
because you're
mouth. Go
schizo.
kiss up to Talcott.
And by
You're
the way, King,
Talcott's
he's in
buddy.
Canada.
You're
This
in the
guy's
team
in
evil.
Canada,
Kiss
so you know,
Talcott and
JG.
kiss Polly.
This guy's
You're
in
a fucking
Canada. We know
demon.
exactly where in
I know what
Canada
you
he's
are.
at.
Nah,
We
you
know
don't know. I don't
exactly
even
where
live in
he's
Canada.
at.
I don't even live in Canada, dummy. You're wrong again.
We know
You
where you're at.
lie.
No,
You
from
lie. You don't know
Canada. I
anything.
said he's been.
You don't know anything.
You didn't even listen to what I said. Oh, he ran away. Well, let me get this picture for you guys and who he is. And JG, you, what up, dude? And Access, you got to
Yeah.
look at this picture because you guys need to know who you're talking about or talking to.
Finally left.
Well,
That's all he does.
Hold on,
He's
I'm
waiting-
gonna wait till you guys know. He left because of what I'm about to show you guys. He's embarrassed, bro. And then we found out that why he tells everyone he has money all the time, and we're like, why is he always online? And he doesn't work. Does he have LLCs or businesses? And we start looking into him. He's clinically fucking diagnosed. Schizo shit. He makes money because of that. Fucking crazy.
He's worse than you, True. Right?
Well, absolutely. That's why I had and the whole thing. I'm like, dude, wait till JG sees this. He's just gonna laugh. JG's gonna laugh. Hold on, give me a second, Access. I gotta put this
right.
because you guys gotta look at this.
Why do you engage him, JG?
Well, it's kind of fun, but it does expose him a lot, and I get to say some stuff. So I'm kind of,
Can you share your screen?
I'm not seeing.
I put it in the
not
back
seeing
there
anything, Greg.
now. And this is my
Okay.
channel, by the way. So if you haven't seen my videos, but no, look at what I just sent you, and if you could share it, I want JG
It's
to
just-
take. This is the dude that was just talking shit to you, JG.
It's not showing up, Snafu. I got me, JG, and you backstage.
No, it's in there backstage. Here, I'll put it right again. You don't see it in your backstage? The link?
No, Cage is always able to do. Everyone else is always able to do it. Is it? You didn't put it in the private chat. I'm looking.
JG must just be able to see it right now. So maybe it's because we're blocked or not blocked.
Okay.
JG, put the link in for access, since obviously he can't see mine. JG starts laughing. Bro, that's who was trying to check you, homie. That's who was trying to check. Because I mean, I know I give you a lot of shit, but JG's real, man. He be on the street. I get what he's about, and that's what I'm saying. When this Queen Ding-a-ling started checking JG, I'm like, bro, he has no clue. And wait till JG sees who the fuck this guy is.
who does
Wow.
that?
That's what I'm saying. We have tons more of it too. Like, he's dressing up with weird puppets and cross-dressing pictures, and just he's laying down in robes, puckering up at the camera, like beta, bro, beta. But I don't know. Can you
Are
share
you
the
gonna
screen?
make a montage? Yeah, if you would give
I'm
me a
going over a
link.
manifesto on him. The reason he says that he's and he might even be trust fund baby. I'm looking into that too. I don't know, but the reason he says he's rich and has no worry about money and all that, he's clinically diagnosed schizo. He uses a system, which if you're disabled or whatever, most people can't get mental health disability. But he and the whole Canada thing, yeah, he's in Canada. Whether he's moving or not, we'll have to find out. But I just wanted JG to see who was trying to check you, bro. Like you had this one hundo already, but I
already
now
know.
you know.
It's
Yeah, now you
likewise.
know. Now you know even more. Now you know.
Right,
Vikings,
dude. It's light work, but it does get old. It's just like, come on, man. Like, when are you gonna just kill the fucking bullshit?
Hey, that's why I kind of backed off a little too. And out of respect, JG, that's why I came up here, because at least you a real one when it comes down to what I was witnessing going on. And that's what I'm saying. I was like, I gotta show JG this picture. I gotta show him who this dude is actually trying to check. But anyways, access.
Yeah.
If
It's not hit.
check it out.
It's not in the private chat. It's not. I'd like to.
We might have each other blocked from back in the day. You might got me blocked. I might got you blocked. That's why. But I didn't think it would block private chat. Even if we had each other blocked, I didn't think the system would block. I don't know.
No, I don't. I don't have anybody blocked actually, Snafu. I'm busy.
How come No Neck Bex is flip flopping like the migrants have flip flops? What's up with that? Is she cool with you? Is she mad at you?
Oh, I have no idea. As far as I know, she's I guess a little indifferent.
And all right,
You know,
all right.
as long as I don't feed the beast or shovel fire and energy that way, then
Don't let that bitch tell you what to do.
no.
Yeah,
No.
you do you. Don't simp over a fucking no neck fucking Pepe the Frog looking hoe. Do you? Anyways, I'm out. I just wanted JG to be fucking like at least know like that he could laugh about this, because now he knows exactly who the fuck was trying to check him.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Even you, like the king goes around acting like he's hot toddy, and it's like, bro, now that we did a deep dive on you and starting to learn about you and realizing why you say certain things, and again, he does. You're a demon. You and I have issues. You need to find Jesus, Rattblood. But here's the deal. Stephen says he could trap humans in this world, in this realm, and he calls us demons. And then we find out he's just this beta cuck, like straight up with diagnosed schizo, which is his financial cookie, his piggy bank.
Schizophrenic, schizoaffectic, schizophreniform. I mean, he has to have the.
Yeah, but then the way he's talking to JG, like he's gonna what? What's he gonna do, dude? And then when we look at it, like JG would annihilate this dude, real life, internet wise, anything. JG, like he had him already, but it's like, yeah, that's it. That's King Steven right there. Look at that, dude. That's the king, guys. So all of his audience, all of the king's people who says this guy is the one who's gonna trap us in this hell realm, calling us all demons. But yeah, dude, there's a lot of optics, and I told the king to not fuck with the crew or myself or the truth, yo. But he just wanted to press me. So anyways, the optics are high. I'm out. JG access Rattblood.
Is that him in the little circle there? Okay, can I put that center screen? Okay, let me put that center screen. But dude, you should see the full
picture. JG just put that. You should see the full picture, bro. That's the king, Dingaling, dude. That's our king right there, guys. Look at those beautiful eyes. Beautiful boy right there.
Well, let me ask you, Snafu. What do you think? Outside of,
I'm thinking this guy's running around the internet, and no one really knows what or who this guy really is. And now that we're starting to do a deep dive on him, people are starting to find out. Look at JG. There you go. Yeah, look at the difference. You know who I got my money on. Like, I'm sorry, folks. And just even being a real motherfucker. Just being a real motherfucker. Look at it. He's just chilling out, doing his thing. There's King Dingaling puckering her up to the camera. Like egotistically, I'm going to take a picture of myself in the shower, puckering up. Then I'm going to post it online.
What do you think is his motivation, Snafu?
He's schizo. He's clinically diagnosed mentally ill. And that affects friendships, that affects social reactions, that affects a lot of things. We all have, quote, mental illnesses, but that's where, his finances, because we're looking at LLCs and other things about this guy. I want to see if he really had businesses or not, or what the deal is. But he's a keyboard warrior. Like, and I think it's an attention, it's attention seeking, because that's how they validate. That's how they, they don't have social skills like normals. I mean, if you go look at the King's newest short or the one before, he's literally scraping a fucking thermostat on the ground in circles and doing this maniac laugh saying, I'm the king, I'm the king, I'm the king. The dude's a wacko. And that's why he targeted all these people that have dealt with this bullshit. But see, that's what I'm trying to tell the people. They don't need to worry about this guy. Those who he's been targeting for a long time. He targets them and gets under skin, and he knows how to play that digital experience game. But when it comes to real shit, he's no competition. We already are looking now into his LLCs and other things about this guy. I find out exactly where he sits at a computer every day. And what I'm saying is this dude's just a keyboard. You saw what he's doing to JG just on your show. Look at your teeth. Right. Look at this. Like trying to mock JG, trying to fuck with him. And it's like, bro, do you even know who the fuck? JG didn't even at the time know who is it. Now JG knows exactly who the fuck was saying this to him, and it's laughable. It's 100% laughable.
I've had businesses, and I know if I ever conducted myself in such a way, I wouldn't have had my businesses as long as I had.
No, he doesn't act like he's ever fucking held a business. Immature. No. He does not act like he's ever held of substantial. We'll find out because, like I said,
Yeah.
we're doing a deep dive on him. But I just wanted, after watching the interaction between him and JG, I had to come up here and I had to let JG know, and you, like I said, this is the motherfucker who's online running his fucking mouth to you all. This is who it is. Look at this motherfucker. He ain't shit, and that's what I'm saying. You know.
He runs his mouth to JG quite a bit, or anybody that will.
Why do you think he's in the situation he is with me and the crew and the Truth Yo?
Because he
runs his mouth.
It didn't take him long to become he became very respectful here in his mannerism. I'm not saying him as a human. It's been a demonstration of that.
Because of clout. Because he wants to ride on anyone who has the channel, as long as he could play and manipulate them and clout ride them. And with you and Jack Talcott are pretty much the same as what he does with you two online. It's very easily spotted. You don't have to you could ask other people. I'm sure you're going to hear, if they're real with you, they'll say, yeah, that's why he goes to Jack's. That's why he goes to fucking Accesses. That's why.
I know what brought him here.
Field right now. He's trying to use the digital field for his clout of schizo bullshit.
Because I know what brought him here.
Well, I mean, think about it. He claims he's the demon slayer, so why is he cupcaking with a self-admitted demon like yourself?
Well, that's one you could wonder about. I mean, I'm not going to change my stance on that.
He's a demon like you, bitch ass. He's a demon like you. The only difference is you're honest and self-admitted, and he's such a fake fuck that, like, he's a demon just like you.
I have demonic DNA.
I know you are.
Demonic heritage. I don't hide that.
I know, and so does this motherfucker. That's why all the pictures we found that he was liking were demonic.
I know why he come here though.
Sexually into like BDSM shit. Like this guy, we started looking into who he was and what he's about. He's like you. He's a demonic piece of shit.
Well, let me ask you, Snafu. What do you think brought him here? It wasn't me.
I think he's using you. I think he's playing games with you. I think he's playing that digital field.
He was brought here.
Well, I mean, if you demons come
somebody brought him here.
Well,
Think about it.
say yes or no.
Think about it.
I already know. I know where you're going at. I know exactly where you're going at.
I watched that whole game transpire.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say yeah. Like now that you mention it, yeah. The optics are high, but look at this guy. This guy was literally like fucking with JG, and I'm sorry, JG. Look at that guy, King Demon. Oh man, the queen.
Yeah, we just lost. One of our guests. Maybe she'll come back.
And he even tried fucking putting Callie's picture up. Callie looks real. That's what's hilarious. The King ain't got shit. None of you guys got to be worried about this keyboard warrior fat fuck. The optics are high.
No, not at all.
I don't worry about him. He's just digging holes. He's just
not you. He's created, and it's mostly women because women get in their panties, they get freaked out, blah blah. But this guy's been doing it for years. I get it. He's created quite a manifesto on himself and optics on himself. I'm just trying to, now that he fucked with me and the crew and the Truth Yo, because like I said, I'll find out where the motherfucker sits every day on his computer, where the motherfucker sits his ass. And what the King didn't realize is when he tried going against me, acting like he's big bad, and then we looked and found out who this pucker fuck was. I mean, it's laughable. He literally was just making fun of JG. Open your today. It's like, bro. Wait till I show JG who's talking shit to him. And that's what I said. The first reaction out of JG, which I knew, was JG started laughing, like before he even turned the camera. Like, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. This King guy, he's just a wannabe, but he's clinically diagnosed schizophrenic. So you got to take that seriously. cause you know you do have to take that shit into account.
Oh, I know. I'm
Yeah,
aware of
yeah,
that.
he is diagnosed schizo.
Wow. And Casey, if you want to come back, I'm sorry I didn't see you in the back, but you're welcome back up at any point in time. Casey's a very intelligent young lady. Well, there you go. Is that your new icon then, JG?
Oh, it's an old photo. I like that photo.
No, I'm talking Steven.
Oh no. Once in a while, when if I'm messing with him, but dude, his face, like even in that picture, it looks like it's saying I was molested. Like if his face were words, it says I was molested.
So you see sickness,
Nah, you can tell
some type of trauma.
he's trying to play catch up, and he's like trying to be this dude. He's trying to be like this like manipulator, tough guy, but he's just playing himself.
Well, that's what I come to the conclusion of about 5 weeks ago. After evaluating a year-long venture into not just a single year, but starting at around a year ago to this point, I did a complete evaluation, and I think most everyone on here is either a government paid SSI, disability, supplemental security. A lot of them are just old. They really have nothing to do with themselves or their time. They're probably living off of a military pension. Um, when I started looking at why people would stay on here for any amount of time and for information to be offered up to the extremes that I like to go inward and now outward, I might as well have been shooting rubber bands at elephants. So I went back and started tracing. I pulled all my content down and started tracing where some of this was coming from. And I was hit with a parable. And I was going to make tonight's show on that parable. I probably still will because it is an intense parable. I think people, JG, and you might understand this. What if one night you decide you're going to close your eyes, you're going to take a sleep, and when you wake up, you find that the angel of death has come through and killed everyone that you were friends with, that you were associated with in a good way, all the people you loved, all the people that you could correspond with. And the only thing that was left were your enemies. That's it. Your enemies. And I started contemplating that. And I thought, yeah, that'd be my fucking luck. So I started looking at what is an ally, what is an enemy, and what would I be left with if that potential came. That one morning I woke up and all I had was enemies and opposition. Everywhere I turned, there was no place that was safe. And I kind of reflected that to some of the interactions I've had with AI, some of the interactions I've had with social media, my personal endeavors, and I compiled it all together. And when I come to understand is, you know, a YouTuber's best friend is himself. Someone who claims that they're a part of your struggle or they understand your plight or they're there for you are only there for you to a degree. And after that, they become your enemy. As a matter of fact, I have yet to see but a handful of people that could not be bought, sold, or to sell you out for peanuts. And I got to thinking, my God, living in a world of enemies only, opposition only, what would have left me in that situation unless I was also opposition? So I had to look and see that there's probably a billion, if not more, motherfuckers out there who, if they had a chance, would hate me to the point of no return. They would have no understanding, no empathy, no compassion, and I would be either in their way or a resource to be used as a commodity and pitched to the side. And then I started reflecting that to social media. And I realized it's not about borders and barriers. It's not even about social division anymore. It's about the individual being his own ally, utilizing every and all resource around them to keep themselves sustained in some state of coherency, not only to themselves, but to try and attempt to do that with others.
Hey, did Callie or that account who came up as Callie talk at all?
I don't know.
You don't
It
know?
could be,
It's on your show.
yeah, it
She
could be
said
law
the one running
enforcement.
I think that
It
was
could be,
the Queen. Callie, who is very close to Queen Dingaling, they had a fallout recently. And if that was a real Callie, I wanted to offer you to come on my show and let's have an interview. Let's talk about what happened. But I think that was a fake account. I don't think that was a real Callie. That's all I was
it's
asking. I was just curious if they were
Callie's
talking or not.
still up there. There's KC. We'll find out.
Hello.
Hi, KC.
Hello.
How's everybody?
So is it true you had a fallout with the Queen?
No.
This ain't the
No,
Callie.
KC.
This ain't. No, this is KC. This ain't Callie.
Yeah, right.
I'm talking about someone
KC
else.
is an intellectual and a
Yeah. I'm
brave
talking about
brother.
just on your panel just now under that icon. That's the Callie. They used to be real close with the king, but they recently had a fallout, from what I heard. And so, but I think that was a king coming under a different account on your panel. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that was a real Callie.
Okay.
If it was, I'm telling the real Callie out there, email me, snap007. Let's do an interview. But go ahead.
No, you're all right, Snaps. Go ahead. Promote yourself. Put your link down there.
No,
Whatever
I
you need
just
to do.
want her to reach me because I'd like to do an interview with the real Callie. If the king, because her and the king used to be very close, and supposedly they had a fallout, and I'm just kind of curious of the optic. But go ahead, because the KC is different from the Callie I was talking about.
Oh my God, yeah. KC's a treasure all her own.
Well, thank you. How's JG? Is he here? Or is he just muted up?
Yeah.
No?
I guess JG must have took a duck and dive. KC, Snafu, and you. Yeah, I guess. Well, JG, you're welcome back up, man.
Nice to meet you, Snafu.
Hello, KC.
Hope you're having a good day.
So tell us about yourself. Because are you a demon too? Because Access is a self-admitted piece of shit demon. I need to know. Are you demon or no? Because he has a bunch of demon like he has weaponized feminists in his chat, like Venus Cupcake. She's a weaponized Me Too, like in the Me Too shit. So I'm curious, like, who is KC? Like, what are you about?
Yeah, no, I don't think I've
Okay,
identified.
you're
as
not.
being-
Okay, no, you sound normal. Access is just a self-admitted demon, which is he's dumb shit. I tell him all the time he needs to find Jesus. Then he has a bunch of weaponized feminists in his chat, but he knows. Me and him have our optics, but I was like, do you YouTube or you just do panels?
Both, I guess.
Oh, you have a channel?
No, I don't have a channel. But I come on the streams
Okay,
through
cool.
YouTube, if that's what you meant. Like, yeah.
Well, if I may introduce
Seems like there's
myself.
some tension here, though. Like, is everybody okay?
No, I'll introduce myself. That's why there's tension. My name is Snafu Snaps. We are the Truth Yo. We go against criminals, frauds, traitors, and pedophiles. And we just had the King up here, who is a fraud, and he cupcakes with pedophiles and criminals and traitors. And he was trying to blast JG, and JG needed to know who was talking to him. So I just handled biz real quick. But I will let three of you go, Mr. Access, Mr. JG, and KC. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Keep
Anytime,
doing
Snap.
what you do. Who's messing with JJ? Do I gotta take my earrings out and punch somebody?
There's JG. I thought he was still. There he is. Good.
Yeah,
too.
I'm still
You good?
Okay. We got KC here. JG.
Hello.
here. Yeah, but she's got a boyfriend, so it's no fun.
Oh, come on. Really?
I'm sorry.
You can't just enjoy her mind. You can't enjoy her intellect and her interactions on a more than average conversation.
I heard you got some action, a debate with a king.
Yeah, I don't limit my platform anymore. I tried to cater, and I spent this entire year on a massive internal introspective journey, fasting,
Yes.
the whole 9 yards.
Awesome.
And I reached points. Well, the last incident put me in the hospital. I've had nurses here that were at that time willing to work with my indulgences, and life circumstances came around, and I tried to deal with it in from an internal strength.
Mm-hmm.
But some things are so overwhelming that it's really beyond uh, it's beyond what my safety protocols will allow me to go to, because it goes directly into complete madness, insanity. So I came back out and started looking at things from an external perspective to try and get back into just common casual conversation, actually showing up for appointments, trying to get rid of some of the unnecessary medical weight that I've had on myself and that you have to sabotage yourself whenever you're um, when you've got a real issue with things. You can't just walk away or say no, then a cold turkey. You have to absolutely sabotage all resources, and that's what I'm in the course of.
How are you feeling?
Well, there's that part of me that says, get a vehicle back together, get back out there on the road, go back to being a nomad, cut all ties, and carry on my wayward. And that's where I'm at now. But I'm still having some pretty heavy panic, and
Mm.
I don't think I'm ever going to recover from this. So it's something that I'm just going to have to deal with.
And sometimes that's recovering, right? When you deal with it and you accept, you know. I think you
Yeah,
sound like you've been through a journey. So I mean, I'm proud of you. I hope you're proud of you.
disappointed with myself.
Oh no, you're cruising. So no,
You know, and
don't say that. Don't say that about my friend.
appreciate that. It's just I really feel that I don't know. I let myself down in a lot of ways, and spending all that time internally and doing introspection and broadening the mind, removing safety protocols, exploring how far the field and the the ether actually goes inward and outward in a fractal way. Um, how that correlates to the brain, our perception, our understanding, three-dimensional space living, as opposed to transcending that, which everybody talks. Oh, I'm going 5D. I'm going whatever. No, you're
Yeah.
not. Okay, because the first thing is you being able to interpret a fifth dimensional state of being would you would be rendered defenseless, lost, and confused only because you would have to try and interpret something you've never encountered before.
Mm.
Not only that, but it is a fifth dimensional space, a plane that
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to be able to drag your body to, and that you're going to have to, if somebody was to ever go there and back, it's just going to be a journey to the point where the mind doesn't snap.
Mm.
Any further, the mind snaps. And that goes with even higher dimensions.
Yeah. 5D, 7D, yeah, all that, all the D's.
So I really pushed myself as far as I could go internally while I had the chance to do it and the option to do it. And I was got overtaken by life circumstances, and whenever I came
Mhm.
out of it I realized that all my so-called allies, friends, cohorts, even my medical team were parasitically either leeching off me as a job, leeching my money, or they were trying to reconfirm themselves off of information that I was spewing on this platform.
Yeah.
So it's a whole new change. That's why generally I kept a very kind of open. Anybody could come up as long as they were reasonable.
Hmm.
And I gave everybody their space to talk the best that I could. I'm fallible. I know that.
Yeah. Yeah. We're human, right?
But when I seen
I think.
that the pulpit was the same pulpit as the last pulpit, as the pulpit before that, there's only so far that these people, and I'm talking anyone who's seeking something much larger spectrum of internal, and don't forget the external, because that's where I fucked up really bad.
Mm. Yeah.
And you got to walk that balance. And the minute that you falter, know that there's going to be 100 faceless voices to rub it in and browbeat the shit out of you with it
Yeah.
and take
Sunny
pop
weather
shots.
friends. Yeah. Oh, see, that's, yeah, I get it.
So I got tired of it, and I deleted all the material. that I had. I figured, well, if it was valuable, then somebody might have downloaded it. And as I go further, my disconnection, and one of the ways I'm able to disconnect from this is I'm showing now with the concept of I I woke up, death come, killed everybody that I ever cared about, cherished, or loved. The only people that death did not take were my enemies in opposition. And that's the reality that I'm dealing with right now as an observation. And it's almost getting ready to be put into a poetic form. People don't
Give
like to
yourself a
think.
little grace too. I mean, like just what you're doing on a, semi-regular, almost daily, just coming out here and, just bringing people together. I mean, if you're changing one person's life or even just changing somebody's mood, if you're doing something like that changes, and it has an impact, and you may have made somebody's day or week or month. You don't know, right? So just give yourself a little grace. I don't think everybody's your enemy. I mean, maybe JJ is. I'm kidding.
Nah,
He wouldn't be
JG's a
here.
good guy.
He is a good guy. He really is. I genuinely mean
I
that.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, I like JG. It's just a perspective and a thought experiment that I was endeavoring on, and I will throw this at you. AI, general AI, Stargate, the um, the the infrastructure that they're getting ready to employ upon us. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's got another movie title in it. You got to forgive my lack of or my lagging. Um, we got Skynet, Stargate, and I can't think of the one that Trump is wanting to use as the. Is it Stargate that he's wanting to use as
Stargaze?
the
Yeah.
infrastructure?
Yeah.
And then there's another one that is an assistant program to that. Well, I think you said it's like deep
DeepSeek?
something. Yes, deep seek
Mm-hmm.
AI, intrusive AI through Wi-Fi signals, heavy, different types of heavy metals
Mm-hmm.
being introduced as long-term carrier waves instead of uh, rapid, rapidly disintegrating carrier waves. Now that they're able to do that with room temperature and superposition, and I realize that AI is going to be indifferent to me,
Yeah.
and I think Geordie Rose said it best. He said, just like the little guy in the pentagram, you
Mm-hmm.
have your salt circle, your pentagram, and you're going to summon this thing, and you're going to expect it to do just what you want it to do, but you will be just an obsolete, indifferent, even if it considers you a life form.
Mm-hmm.
And coming across something as profound as that, and
He's been identified. He is soon going to make himself known. Well, some key things have to happen for the messianic figure in the Jewish mindset. For the Messiah to arrive, you can't think of him like we think of Messiah. We think of Messiah after the model of Jesus. He's the Son of God, divine birth, all of that. That's not the way the Jews look at the Messiah. They're looking for a king. They're looking for a political leader. As a matter of fact, Messiah to them means the anointed one, and it goes back to the ancient days when they would anoint a king and recognize him as this is the man that God sent. They're looking at Donald Trump. One of the rabbis illustrated how his
is that
name,
you, JG?
the numerology of his name actually means Messiah. Because he has to be of the Davidic dynasty. He has to be of the Davidic bloodline. And there is an effort right now to go back through the European monarchy, cousins of President Donald Trump, to show that his bloodline goes back to the Davidic dynasty. Now, why are these efforts underway? I'm just saying there's something very strange here that's going on, and everything I'm saying.
What are you doing, man? Wow. Well, Casey, I tried to have No, you're all right. You're all right, Chris. Sorry about that, Casey. I thought I was intending on having a really decent conversation with you, but maybe some other time, huh? No, Chris, I'm allowing people to demonstrate the truth about themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't claim this platform anymore. This platform is nothing but the stooges, the clowns, the disruptors, the argumentative, those who claim to be something they're not, those who project, personify, those who will grate someone's ass for 2 hours on a live stream and feel like they've made some headway in life. That's what I gave this channel over to. That's why there's no content here no more. There's so much disrespect that, like I was telling KC, I'm not in a world of friends. I'm not in a world of associates or respectful people at all. I'm in a world of obnoxious, inconsiderate, rude, projective people that give no shit about anybody but themselves from the first-hand observation. Period. And if that pisses somebody off, why don't you take a look in the scry mirror that you're staring into? Are you thinking outside of your head? I don't think so. Are you thinking of what you would say? Is your little aggravators up? Did the demon axis step on your toes and make you feel some awkward way about being an intrusive, rude, individualized asshole at times? And then there's those that aren't. And farewell to those days. It didn't take me being on here, but no time at all to watch everything explode into bullshit. So there you go. It's all yours. Take it to the next level, man.
I'm sorry for being rude.
I'm not. I don't care, JG. I'm just here to watch it. I'm here to document it, to remind myself that I am in a world full of enemies. I have no friends. I know this. And the ones that I did have, yeah, death has taken them. So I'm doing the best I can to get along with animosity and disruption and contempt and personal ideals over conceptual idealism that could be beneficial. It's gone, dude. It's over. You know? Why bother? That's why I say, after what I seen go down and how things were infiltrated, and then I seen the people take their disposition and their opinions and get ass burnt, you know, here you go. It's all yours. Enjoy the remnant. See, and even with that, people leave. Why do they leave? Because they don't have any integrity about them whatsoever. They want the freak show, man. I'm going to give it to them. They want the argument. They want the drama. I'm going to give it to them.
Casey, she'll pop up for a few minutes and then she disappears.
I guess that's a good excuse as any.
Hello, Chris. How are you, Chris?
Well, pretty good, JG. How about you?
I'm pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Right on. Doing that crazy skateboarding stuff still?
Yeah, it's ingrained in my mind. That crazy
Nice.
stuff.
Yeah, not everybody can do that, so that's pretty good.
Well, it's ingrained in my head. Like it's never gonna leave.
Nice.
Muscle memory.
No, it's just like that's just in my mind, man, all the time.
When I say crazy, I mean like cool, like takes guts to do that kind of stuff,
It takes passion. It takes enjoyment. If you really enjoy it, what the fuck is that noise, Axis?
Oh, it's
How
me.
rude, man! How rude of you. Where are my friends at? I thought you were my friend, Axis, but you're just being rude. I'm just messing around, man. Yeah. Enough talk about skateboarding. I talked to you guys about that shit already.
Yeah. See that like in Arizona, JG, or something?
Yeah, back in the desert.
Oh wow, okay. You're finding stuff to. Oh, never mind.
Axis, you got to realize that people grow apart. People show their true colors. Even my good friends, even the good friends I've seen of others have done fucked up shit. It's human family, man.
I'm not disappointed about it. It is what it is. That's like signing up for the war and getting shot in the gut by a couple of opposing forces bullets and just realizing that, everybody's got a oral gun and everyone's an oral proctologist and everybody is their best explanation for themselves.
What the fuck is that? Well, deep down, like the big picture, if you're looking at everything, if you're really observing and thinking, everybody's flawed. Everybody has a mental illness. We're all plagued by something. We all struggle. There's a spectrum to things, But what you got to do is just focus on your own health and try to take care of your own motherboard, your mind. That's all you can do,
That's what I'm trying to do, JG. That's why I'm not trying to pump any type of information out. Whether it's attached to me or not, or whether it's my information or I'm just channeling it. Yeah.
Access, if you have odds against me, I'd like to work that out if possible,
I don't. That's just it, Chris. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, if I never offended you somehow or something. Okay.
No, Chris.
All right.
No. No, it's not. Not about offending. It's about having to take a motherfucker.
That's okay, X. I understand.
You're better off like it's understanding why people are the way they are, but not constantly focusing on it. Like me, I had to just go enjoy nature. I had to go skate. I have to go hop a train. I have to enjoy life. That helps me out with the madness of humanity. And
Well, I tell you, that's what I'm going to have to. And I've been sabotaging my medical. I've been sabotaging my in-home, so that way I have nothing to fall back on. And when I have nothing to fall back on, then I have something to build on. You know what I mean?
right, well, we're in a crazy world, and it's inevitable. We're all affected by just how crazy shit is.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Oh,
media
hell yeah.
lies, propaganda, religious family members, mentally ill family members, delusional people. It's everywhere you go. People are affected by this shit. It's honest. It's unescapable. It's inevitable, and it's gonna take a toll on you, man. You know.
Well, that's what I'm trying to lift. Now, I carried the burden of the bullshit circumstances I've been under. I've watched them with the medical service do the minimal amount of what they have to do. But boy, whenever it comes to them wanting to throw you under a bus, I learned some new stuff about that. It's fucked up. JG, you have no idea. Then that one I didn't have to sabotage. That fucking bitch did it for me. Man, she really fucked my shit up. I mean, there are true snakes in the grass, man. And I guess I got so comfortable with just being able to kind of not have to worry about myself, my tomorrow, my yesterday, and just expand and explore. But I accidentally let a fucking snake in here without knowing it. And now tomorrow I get to find out the results of that. Real fucking monstrous fucking bitch.
Yeah, a lot of women are terrible. And then you got there's women that are tolerable, and then you got the rare ones that are one of a kind, and they're
Yeah, I think I'd just rather take my kicks in the teeth and move on. Force in a forced situation. You know, I got everybody saying uh, any idiosyncratic thing that you know I don't hide shit. I'm very open and honest about what I go through, what I do, my life, and I just
right. But bad people, terrible people, can take advantage of what you show people. That's why I tell you, like, don't let certain people into your mind. If you're around shitty people, stonewall them.
yeah, and I agree, GG. I got too comfortable.
Like I'm working with this. I did work for this lady in Texas, and I could see she was manipulative, and I could see certain things about her. So I figured that out, and I just I was on guard being around her. I wouldn't really. I would conversate, but you know, I won't really let her play the game she wanted to play.
Oh, fuck this bitch. I don't even, after what she'd done, even if I wanted medical services, I don't think I could get medical services again.
Hello, Cage.
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
Where you been at?
Been out here. I haven't been going online too much. So,
Yeah.
you guys, yeah, I did. I just dropped in. I wasn't seeing what what you guys are saying earlier. I just said the link.
Well, KC was just up here. We had Snafu. We had someone else that Snafu thought was somebody else, but I'm not sure what that was about. We
Queens.
had case Queen Stephen, King Stephen, Stephen, even just
I'm sure that was eventful.
it's a fucking circus, man.
Well, Steven's an actor. Like, that dude comes on these panels and he turns into like a fucking Zach Galifianakis character. That's what Steven is. Steven is a Zach Galifianakis character. That's all it is.
Who is that?
A comedian.
I don't think I know him.
Yeah, Steven's like a real shitty Zach Galifianakis, like a really pathetic, you know, wannabe Zach Galifianakis.
I don't know. Might have to check him out. I just don't understand how anybody expects to be taken with any seriousness whenever they can't come across with some type of seriousness. That's kind of like viciously raping one of your barnyard animals while watching Three's Company or Married with Children and having your wife watch.
Oh man, love it.
That's a nice scenery, JG. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, man, it's peaceful.
Hopefully, tomorrow we'll have some resolution to it.
I say you guys start doing streams outside instead of being indoors.
I've
done some. I went live a few times making a bonfire and shit.
Should keep
You
doing
did
that.
a what?
The bonfire with the Phoenix coming out, like the Avatar.
Yeah.
I might do that right now. Get a bonfire going. Start an Arizona wildfire.
Oh shit.
Make sure it's
There
safe.
you go.
Yeah, just keep it under control.
Right?
Nah, but yeah, I like making huge fucking fires. That's one of my favorite things to do. Go in nature and make like a huge fire. But you gotta make sure it's safe and all that. But yeah, I'm talking like the shit's like fucking like 13, 14 feet tall.
You know what works great, Cage? Pellets and gasoline.
Nah, man, I do it. I go in the forest and I just find the stuff that's falling. Yeah. I don't use no gasoline, none of that shit. I do it naturally.
Yeah, but to be honest, having a big fire and having to be 20 yards, 25 yards from it just so you don't burn, that shit sucks, man.
Oh yeah, that shit will melt up your jacket, your fucking face, everything. You have to step the fuck back after. It's
That's
crazy.
what I'm saying. Big fires are overrated.
It depends. Right? It depends what you're doing. You can do it with an intention. It's like
Yeah.
when I go and make the fucking fire like that, I feel just reconnected to nature, reality.
I'm just saying big fires are a motherfucker where smaller bonfires are the way to go.
What if you're one of those bizarre genetic lines that type of earthly connection isn't afforded to you? What would you suggest?
I think it's afforded to anybody. Get in the fucking forest and sit there.
And what is it that transpires, Cage? What happens?
Well, with less distraction, you get connected back with nature. Yeah, you're kind of forced to look within. You know. I'm telling you, yeah. I think anyone, if you go in the forest and just sit there, make a fire all fucking night, just sitting there by yourself or something. You got to do mushrooms. If you want to use mushrooms, it's even better technically. But sit there. I guarantee you're gonna fucking leave. You're gonna leave there and it's not gonna be the same.
Yo, there's a Ted Kaczynski interview. I wish there was a video of it and I could show you guys the video. But the shit he talks about in the interview is pretty fucking interesting. And it's not about like bombings, it's not about his manifesto, it's about how he was living for 2 decades.
Yeah, he was actually pretty smart, that guy. I mean,
he was a genius. He was like a mathematical genius and shit.
Pretty smart. Way off.
I think they experimented on him, bro.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, here, let me pull this shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the main topic today? Anything earlier?
Yeah. Well, I'm always open for whatever kind of mayhem happens, but
only the paranoid survive in Voltaire. I think you put it in there. Okay.
Yeah, Voltaire. Only the paranoid survive.
What's Voltaire?
He's a philosopher.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Cage, you should read this interview. No, I'm joking. I could probably figure out a way.
I'm definitely gonna check it out, JG. Every time you drop something, I check it out. So,
yeah, this ain't the place to play that shit right now.
I put it in my notes. So next time I go live, I'll go into that one. I'm interested in Kaczynski and shit.
Yeah, it's 1992 or the interview was in 1999, so I mean it's back when people are really clear-minded, I guess.
You know, it was a long time ago, JG, but I mean, I think I read his manifesto and actually like parts of it. You know, like he actually made sense if I remember correctly.
Oh hell, yeah! The Machine Lies did a complete breakdown of his manifesto.
Oh,
You
nice.
know what? You gave me a good idea, JG, for a video. Sorry to interrupt, Access, but yeah, I can use AI and have them speak the interview. I could recreate the interview with AI pretty fast and easily.
Oh,
I
that'd
should
be
do that. Yeah. I'll do that, actually. That'll be my nice thing. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Is to find good interviews, or just find good shit and use AI to voice it.
To recreate it, right? To make it more immersive and easier for, because most people aren't gonna sit there and read nowadays. Right? They want to be spoon fed.
Well, a lot of the good shit is interviews and interrogations. Like, dude, I read up on Sandusky's interrogation and just like how they figured out psychologically how to analyze people and how to find the truth out. It's interesting, man.
Yeah, but Access, I fucked up. I interrupted you. What were you saying? My bad.
Nothing.
Fuck. Do you remember?
No.
Fuck. I'll come back to you.
So how's things been going with you, Cage?
Yeah, bro, same old, man. Program
Same.
continues.
Yeah. Same. Okay.
Yeah. Program continues, man. Doesn't matter what happens.
They just got a business. It's all business.
Yeah, Cage is married to his job, dude. He's like business owner and stuff. And
It's not nothing like that, man. But nah, I revolt. It's not really like, yeah, it's not that. It's just, yeah, it's like a lifestyle you choose to live, like GG, for example, or Access, or you know. But I immerse myself with it.
Yep.
I couldn't do what you're doing, man. I got to break free. I got to break away sometimes.
I know. They've been attacking my shit though. They got both my fucking Instagram accounts, but they're about to be They're gonna get. It's gonna come back. They're gonna get fucking raised out of the grave again for like the 20th time. Well, yeah, it's in the middle of that.
Somebody's hitting your
They've been trying to do it for fucking years, bro. And watch when I come back, I will say, "Wall, come back," and post that. And
I'm back.
Doesn't matter either way.
Okay, you should get like 14 accounts, maybe. You know what I mean?
Well, no, they hit the backup and the other one, which combined they had like 20,000 between them.
Oh wow.
But that's all curated. Like, it's not just random people. That's all specifically targeted.
I'm curious, Cage. Do you know which state here in the state is the most lenient on grilling and smoking?
Well, there's a bunch of them. Fucking Oregon, Cali, Michigan, bunch of them. That's big with the growing and shit. Mostly, yeah, the top three: Oregon, Cali, and fucking Michigan.
Well, I ain't far from Michigan. I ain't far from Michigan at all. I don't know that I'd want to live in Michigan.
Yeah.
What's it? What are the JG? Do you know the laws out there in Arizona now? Is it still gun on hip, joint in mouth?
What'd you say?
I said, is it still gun on hip, joint in mouth in Arizona?
What do you mean?
I mean, there's still open carry, concealed carry, and weed still recreational and legal, right?
I believe
And
so.
to
Yeah.
grow. I didn't know if they changed anything
I
since
think they
I
have a
was there or
weird law,
not.
though. I think they have a weird fucking law in the U.S., don't they, when it comes to cannabis and guns or something. I think you're not allowed to carry if you have cannabis or something. Some stupid law they have, but
I don't know if it's correct or
for
not, but I heard
growers and shit.
that if you get a permission or permit, um, you're barred from carrying a pew pew. You know,
Really?
Yeah, if you get like a medical thing, license or grow or something, you're not allowed to have firearms in it or some weird shit. There's some weird law.
so you might as well just go to the recreational side if you need that kind of medicine or one or whatever.
You know, I was wanting to get back into growing.
Yeah, if you ever want to, I get wholesale fucking. I still have wholesale accounts from suppliers where you can order wherever you are, pretty much in the world, and they'll have the equipment to your door within a couple of days, and for the wholesale price. You get
Right,
the
I'm
price
just,
that the shops pay. So if you guys set up,
once I collapse all this in and get out from underneath of everything, I don't know what state. I mean, Arizona's where I'd really like to go and just hike up on a piece of dirt in the middle of nowhere, all sand, and start a little growing operation. That's what I really
Pamela's
like to.
saying we
And
quit growing due to it being so inexpensive. We quit making wax and everything.
what did they do, Pam?
Saying she got squeezed out the market. They got squeezed out the market because the prices dropped too low, and then there's no point in them continuing with that. Now that's what they've been trying to do with a lot of people here. And so the true craft shit, flower, gets so you have to be growing some crazy shit, and then also be good at marketing and build a
Well,
brand
that
over
blows
time.
that fucking ideal.
Continue to. Oh no, the market's flooded, bro. But I'm saying you can still there's still a market. You have to fucking make it yourself pretty much to find it.
Right?
Bro,
Or if
most
you
of
just
people's
had,
shit they can't get rid of it. It's too shit. And they just pretty much give it away for almost free with the prices. Bro, they
is it
got pounds
because
out
of the
here.
quality?
Yeah, it's a quality, right? If you have really good quality craft cannabis, you can still. It's like wine, right? Most wine is sold for like under $15 a bottle or something, like over 90% of it. I mean, but then there's like some people that want some more connoisseur type shit. Yeah, it's a smaller
Damn.
market. You gotta like build the brand to find it. If not, then yeah, the shit's going over here in Canada. It's like 800 a pound or something like mid, which is probably like really good. And if you do the conversion on that, it's like 600, like 550 American for a pound. Like, how the fuck can you compete with that? You're gonna be growing fucking for most of the time, unless. But then, like the good stuff's still going. People are still paying like 180 an ounce for the good shit. And sometimes more, depending.
You must have got your foot in the door early then.
Yeah, they call it legacy brands. You know what I mean?
Huh.
They use it in the
But did,
movies too, that term. But yeah, the legacy brand means people that have been in the game and they know about them before it was legalized.
well, I know they're not going to pass anything in Indiana, and if I follow through with this and manage to come out the other side with any type of dignity, then fuck that saturation. Who would have ever dreamed there would be a bigger supply than demand? That's absolutely insane.
The Emerald Triangle's destroyed.
What's that?
Like up northern California, southern Oregon. Nobody's selling weed anymore.
Prices are actually starting to go up a bit here, because I'd rather throw instead of going that low. Like I'm not trying to undercut because people try to undercut each other. You know what I mean? And it fucks everybody in the industry. So pretty much, I'd rather throw the shit in the fucking garbage than fucking sell it for an undervalued price. So I'd rather just sit on it or just throw it away. I swear to God, than fucking give it to people for because it just destroys the fucking value of it. So fuck off. It's not happening.
I agreed, Cage.
It's never going lower than a certain price, and that's it. I don't give a fuck.
The more that's out, you know this, but I mean, the more that's out there, the lower the price gets. So.
Well, you can be stupid and just. Oh, you got KC backstage.
Almost, shit. Oh, that's JG. I'm not seeing it. Hold on.
Axis can't even see, and he's trying to.
Oh, there's a lot to be said for us old fucking blind sons of bitches. She's not back there, Cage.
Dude, I told you, she pops up and disappears like that.
She just fucking commented backstage like a minute ago, 2 minutes ago.
Oh, let me see if she needs the link.
So Pam used to grow weed, and now what is Pam doing?
Hey, Cage, I don't mean to interrupt, but
Pam's a business lady for real. She does sick with the online sales and everything. I think it's like some home decor thing, Pinterest or the Pinterest shit. People use that. It's actually a big market on that. And she's killing it with that apparently.
Is Axis maxed out on the amount of people he can have up here, Cage?
No, shit,
No.
Okay, I didn't. Okay.
I told you, KC, she disappears. She'll pop up and disappear like that, man.
Okay.
No, I pay for this shit, man. I have 10 people up here at a time.
Oh, okay, cool.
You don't even need that many anyways.
Oh, who the fuck wants that many people at the same fucking time, man? No. God damn, no. Been thinking about liquidating my what's that weed so cheap? $700 electric bill so expensive. for endure grow in summer. Oh, Pam, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I guess it's not worth it for a lot of people now. But
Well, fuck, man, is there is there still a market for mob dissidents?
what?
For what?
Mob dissidents.
Mob?
Man, there's a fucking market for everything, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, but there's a market for everything.
Well, I can't just come out and say certain things, Gage. We've been through that before, brother. I can't do it. Some things I have to kind of try and keep coded.
The first two letters, maybe.
Well, what is the mob? Hi, Casey. There we go.
I thought I got frozen or something. It's fucking dead silent. What's up,
Is
kids?
it?
Hey, Casey.
Yeah, I think I know who you're referring to, actually.
You know, I'm still down for that type of play. That's for sure. And oh, we got another Casey. It just won't
Oh my
work.
God, I'm multiplying.
Okay.
Hi.
Now you're good. Yeah, now you're good. There
Hi.
you go.
Wow. You okay?
I'm good. Yeah, no.
Is this CK or
My
KC?
phone rings and
They're
I'm.
flipping the fucking unit around and shit. What's going on?
Where's JG at?
Yeah.
He needs like his own show. Like, where's Waldo? It's like, where's JG at?
You never know. You know, he's everywhere.
He's everywhere, huh? You on a beach?
Arizona.
Oh, I thought you were in Texas.
That
What's
Yeah,
was
it like?
yesterday.
Yeah, you never know where this guy's at. He's like, where's JG? He's like, where's Voltaire?
He needs one of those shirts. We can find him in a book.
Yeah, what the fuck kind of animals living in that shit though behind you?
you just gave me a good idea.
What's that?
I can't tell you. I'm gonna make milk.
It's classified, huh?
Well, if I gave you the idea, I should at least get at least a few dollars.
Not on
She needs her
YouTube.
royalties off that, bro.
Okay.
YouTube will blindside you, steal your ideal, plagiarize the fuck out of it, and go to fuck on without even giving you the least bit of consideration.
Okay. So
I've
don't.
developed several things on here, and I've tried to work with several people on here, and I've either had my shit taken or I've had my ideas plagiarized, and even people claiming technology that I use is theirs, and I was the one that developed it. So if you got an ideal, put it under lock and key. Get
I think it gets a bit deeper than that. You know, like
No,
I think
I have tons of ideas, and I don't want to do them. I want other people to do them. Like, you know,
But
there's
have you not noticed this before? Where you have this original idea or whatever, like an invention or something, and then I've heard people talk about this shit too. Once you think about it, I think you know, something happens because I think all minds are interconnected. You know, the Earth's magnetic field and all that, and then someone else gets that same idea, and you know, sometimes it gets brought into action. We'll see. I just thought about that. And
I hate getting gas. Like, I hate going out and like realizing I have no gas. So, you know how they have DoorDash that will deliver your food? I want like Gas Dash. So, like, they'll come and deliver gas for you. And then like getting
That's
money.
a good idea. It's
Yeah.
called AAA.
Yeah, somebody please invent it because I don't want to go out anymore. And then the other one is like going to the ATM, like because like you're ready to go out and you're like, damn, I need to get cash, right? So you have to like go get money. So I need Gas Dash and Cash Dash just to come and deliver this stuff.
Yeah, but then you would be spoiled.
You need a fucking Brinks truck too? What are you talking about? Cash dash and
I just like, you know, like you just like you need cash and you're like, you know, like on your way out and you just like, it's just inconvenience. You pay for the convenience. I mean, I
Well, I could tell you how that could work if you want the
I've been fucking telling people, if you have money like that, and you just buy gold, right? It's at an all-time high now. It hit over 4K now in Canadian.
Never mind, you just lost that information. Nor will I ever speak it again. So keep your dreams up. Maybe you'll figure it out one day.
It's okay.
Oops.
So
hey, he loves doing that to me. See?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No, Kate, that's just what you do. I've come to get used to it. If I go to speak, you're going to lunge in front of me. It's just the way it is, man. I'm not mad. It's just who you are.
He just has a lot to input. That's all. He's got a lot to say.
Well, like I said, I have nothing now.
You have nothing. You can mute people, can't you? Kick them off.
Oh, yeah, do that. And then get the fucking repercussions from a bunch of fuckheads coming at you because you blocked them or you muted them or they keep their finger on the mute button. Man, I ain't playing all that shit in fucking games, man. Have your fucking way, really. I'm not fighting.
In a way, Axis, think about it. You are playing the game because I didn't mean to interrupt you. No disrespect, buddy. And just, you took it in a certain way and you're like, oh, now you're never going to hear this again. It's gone now. You clearly
it's not an anger thing, Cage. It's just a truth thing.
You're
and I've done it to you.
Accusing others of playing games. It's kind of odd, right? So,
Cage is trying to justify.
Go ahead.
He's trying to justify his bullshit.
I know he is, but that's Cage too. Cage will never be proven wrong. Cage will always have something bigger or badder or brighter to say. He will always insert himself. These are things that I just come to attribute to Cage. That's a part of being around him. I understand that. Sickness is worldwide, man. I got my own. I'm just not going to sit and defend my sickness. I know I'm sick. I know I have problems. I know I have deficiencies. I call them out quite often on my channel. And others.
Yeah, there's nothing being defended. I'm simply stating that, there's no disrespect. It's not being done on purpose.
I didn't say it was. It's just what you do, Cage.
Axis. I don't know about that, man. But, you're up to your own opinion.
Well, I'm not looking for an argument either.
You need Jesus, Axis. That's what Snafu was saying.
Yeah, that's probably where I'm headed next.
I'm tired of hearing that shit.
I really am considering giving my devotions back to the Southern Baptist or the Seventh-day Adventist and going around to all the cornerstones and in the United States and just there's cornerstones. There's a real nice one in Kingsman, if you ever want to know where to get food, water, and a bit of shelter, real quick.
Imagine telling somebody they need Santa Claus, or they need Harry, like some fictional character.
Well, they do it. They've done it for years. Easter Bunny,
What are you trying to
Tooth
say?
Fairy.
Real?
Imagine that reality if I'm coming on these panels telling you guys you need Jesus.
I don't know, man. Sometimes after the shit I hear on YouTube and the unstructured hypothesis and even some of the most self-grandiose, exaggerated states of what they seem to be indulging in, I think Jesus makes much more sense than they do. At least he's got a fucking book, you know? You can go back and listen to what he truly had to say, and it's set in scribes, so it's not going to change.
The
He's not going
Bible?
to be able to lie about it.
The
Yeah,
Bible was,
New
yeah,
Testament.
he doesn't write it.
You
He's
know,
a
so
jerk. But
no excuses, no defense, no, not a damn thing. He said what he said. It's in writing. It serves a purpose, and it has absolutely become more relevant to me than a lot of people that I dealt with, even in my own family. That's scary.
I just think it's a bunch of nothing, right? Like if I'm talking to somebody, we're talking about real shit. We're talking about health. We're talking about mental health. We're talking about, stuff we have to do as living fucking human beings. Oh, you need Jesus, or there's nothing. There's nothing there, man. It's just another indoctrination.
Oh, of
People are
course, but
pushing this delusion, like it's really gonna help you big time.
well, that's where you take the information that you have. You go into a church. You start giving them profound nuggets without offending and scaring the fuck out of them, which is easy done. Then you start working with them on their own Bible, helping them to understand their own Bible within the criteria of their denomination. And you get a deacon seat, get to hang out on the stage, maybe be the part of the band or even the band leader. And then you work your way up until you've got yourself tithed into one of the mega massive churches. And then you have all the theatrics, the stage, the Jesus, the face healing, the music, the money, the donations, the tax exemption. You
and
don't
you can
have to
still be a
agree
jerk,
or believe.
What's that guy's
Huh?
name? Joel Osteen. What's his name? He had a super,
Osteen?
yeah,
Yeah.
that guy. Something about there was like a hurricane in that area, and he wouldn't allow people in his church, mega church, for shelter. Like, shouldn't that be the first thing that you do? Is like help people if you have this massive church? So I don't know. I mean, I think some of the things in the church are good. Thou shalt not kill or commit, whatever. Like, those are good rules to live by. But for someone to say you need Jesus, it's like, I don't know. It's like maybe you need the Marine Corps, you need
Yeah,
more.
but it really is nothing. Say Chris comes on here, right? And Chris is like, "Oh, I'm having problems with my sleep," and I just say, "Oh, you need Jesus," right? That's basically what people are saying Every time, that's their answer. When they say we need or you need Jesus, they're just giving you some fucking bullshit advice, some nonsense. Where Chris comes on here, I'm having sleep problems. All right, Chris. Well, what'll help is if you exercise a lot. Get a good exercise during the day. It'll help you sleep at night. You get what I'm saying? It's
Yeah, it could be physical, it could be mental, like you're not tired enough. So like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean you need Jesus. It just means you need to be more tired.
yeah. It's just it like snafu coming on here saying that like oh you need Jesus. It's like all right, well there like think about what you're saying there. There's
Yeah,
really nothing there. It's like a spur. It's just like why even waste your breath saying that?
because they're parrots and they just hear something and they repeat it.
Right. It's like indoctrination.
Exactly.
And indoctrinated people really don't say shit.
Well, another thing about Snafu is he just showed that he would walk into a complete stranger's house, call them a demonic fuck because of self-proclamation, and lay down his message and go on. So that's that's Snafu. That's the way I see him. I'm not out to change anybody. Myself would like to get a more comfortable stay in my skin. I like to be able to tolerate myself a little better. But people give themselves away, man. People are what they deliver.
Yeah, I just the
I
old school propaganda cracks me up, like the old school bullshit. Oh, you're in my prayers, or oh, I hope
oh
you. It's just fuck, man.
yeah, don't utilize it for what its indoctrination or its religion is, because that's only going to fuck you up, and that gives them room to bash the shit out of you and browbeat the fuck out of you. But if you just go in, you do what I used to do, you play the part, you go through the motions, you agree a lot, you say yes a lot, and then they give you all the wonderful anemones that comes with being a Jew or a Christian or a Satanist or any of the other multitudes from New Age to witchcraft. As long as you identify with them and as long as you're doing what they want or expect you to do, you're going to reap the rewards from whatever system of religion that is. Just don't ever buy into it.
Works without faith. It's all about works. People get distracted by all the fucking nonsense, all the theories and the fairy tale land. Truth and illusion merges. That's what I'm getting at. Where it's like works is where it's at. Really helping somebody. Say someone needs help. You help them physically or mentally. Keep the illusion shit out of here and come back down to earth.
Right? I'm just not, I don't know. I just think it would be a good ally to have out on the road. If you were let's say you were a card carrying Protestant, you're always going to have, or better yet, Seventh day Adventists. You talk about motherfuckers keeping each other fed. The Catholics and the Seventh day Adventists, those motherfuckers keep you fed. And the Catholics keep you fed better than the Seventh day Adventists. And the soup kitchens that belong to the Catholics are awesome. Fucking awesome. And then the food pantries, they're generally connected to some denomination, not necessarily the same one all the time. But fuck, man, it gets you enough food to last you 3 or 4 days or 5 days until you make it to your next depository. Wouldn't that kind of make a religion work then, or be useful? What, I lose my panel?
Nah, I got this fucking train going by, so I'm not talking.
Oh, you're right there by a hitch a ride, huh?
Yeah, I just study the trains when I'm in different towns. It's crazy how much money is going by me right now. Millions of dollars on a fucking train going by.
What is it, a government currency train?
Bro, you're fucking Arizona. I guarantee one of those is filled with like bales of cocaine or something.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you got money, you can do anything. You got tons of money, you can put whatever you want in that. If you're too big to fail, you can do anything you want, kid.
Kind of what I'm thinking is
Us little guys don't qualify to do too big to fail shit. But so many people try.
I don't know. I thought I did pretty good for being a nobody out of Casey County, Kentucky.
What I'm saying is like the shit that elites are doing, right? They get away with it because they're too big to fail. They have power. It's a gang. Little guys like me, Cage, you, we can't get away with doing nefarious shit or mob shit. You know, it's a game, man.
What if you decide you don't want to play no more?
Well, they've created the game. The game is inevitable, man.
Fuck, we're just stuck in it, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean the people in power that have you know, they've affected our lives, man. Everybody in every country is affected by Israel and fucking America. America is Israel, but you get what I'm saying? Like, and it's just the wealthy, the elites, the oligarchy, whatever you want to call it. They have an effect on everyone.
Well, that's why I like the concept of and the abstractness of going to sleep and waking up and realizing that death had come and taken everyone away from you except your enemies and your opposition. Makes life such an easier approach.
You got Dominic in the back.
Thanks, Gage. I didn't know he was back here, brother. All right. I think we got him. Did we get him out of the pod? Is he in the sub-matrix?
Access, there's traps, right? There's all types of traps, and some people fall for the trap and they start selling fentanyl and they get 20 years in prison or jail. Yeah, they get locked up, right? You fell for the trap. Then you got these people in power. They fall for a trap, but they can get out of the trap, right? Because of the power they have, the people they're involved with. So it's a spectrum, man. It's a totem pole, right? Some people are high on the totem pole. Us people low on the totem pole. We're better off not trying to fucking get away with the shit that they're getting away with. Not trying to be criminals, doing honest work, being real people instead of terrorists and scumbags. But people are always going to keep trying. I mean, you could say I'm trying because I hop trains. Like, you know, I'm doing shit I shouldn't be doing. But I mean, I'm not robbing people. I'm not doing really wicked shit. I'm doing a real minor thing.
Yeah, well, I don't see that you're hurting anybody, and if you get caught, you're going to have to suffer your own circumstances.
Right, it's
Innocent
just
till proven guilty, right?
it's a minor trap, right? Hopping a freight train is a minor trap. Yes, it's a great time, but it's also a trap, right? Sleeping outside on you know, it could be a trap, right? Driving drunk. You get what I'm saying? Like there's obstacles. We're all on a fucking tightrope, right? Every move's got to be calculated, but I don't know. I guess I justify some of the things I do, but I do know better to the point where it's like, yeah, I know not to get involved with Zionists or self-fentanyl. I know not to do this. I know not to do that. But it's like, yeah, there's still stuff I do like that I know. Yeah, this could backfire on me, but I'm not gonna get carried away and start doing real fucked up shit.
I guess that's kind of where I've come to a new notion. I don't. If I would have paid or been able to balance the extreme of both worlds, I would have probably have done better. But I one of them took the knocked the fucking wind out of me, and by the time I come around to realize where I should have been and where I was were two different places, and now I've got to take on a whole different aspect of that, start over new, and I don't want to live in that trap. I don't want to be that trap. I don't want my health care to be weighted on somebody who can sneak around and connive, or just comes here to be some 8-hour ass setting phone twiddling piece of shit. I don't want it anymore. I don't want to live inside. I barely can stand the outside, what I'm seeing. And now that I know the extremes that people will go to, and I'm not talking just here recently, I'm talking throughout my whole fucking life. The whole thing. Fuck, I would take that small stint of working with I'm trying to think of a fancy way to sidetrack that word. It's just not, I guess I don't have anything to even resort or to put those two. I would take the earthly treasures and the final leg out in a state of strings free, total hedonistic enjoyment, if I could get away with it. I used to think not, but now, and then to know that I had gotten so far that I had to sabotage my resources to be able to get away from them. Doesn't that kind of make me the poster boy, not only for mental illness, social dependency, but a state of lifeless existence, trying to put meaning to itself so that it can become resilient and spring back to life? Is that what it's about? You reach a point, a plateau, you reach a whole new concept, you're on that plateau, then you regather yourself, scoot your ass on up, broadening, learning, discovering, next plateau, and then do it again, and do it again, and each time meeting some, even like meeting the big boss at the end of the video game, and you defeat the big boss at the end of the video game. You save the little bit of sanity that you can retain, and you'll move on. Time to go defeat another boss. Isn't that kind of the way it's set up? That almost makes me want to believe in the Sumerian Anunnaki as being a profound race of demigods.
But how would that distraction serve you?
I don't care whether it serves me or not. All I'd want is to just hedonistically enjoy the pleasures. That's how it would serve me.
That belief would serve you as just a distraction.
Yeah, it would alleviate a lot of pain, bring a lot of joy, bring a lot of contentment, bring a lot of happiness. It would alleviate me from having to deal with the information and knowledge and understanding that I've spent over half a lifetime gathering to find out a great big giant incomprehensible question. And when I found out what I discovered, fuck man, I should have just had stayed in hedonism mode.
I'm just channeling my inner Dom.
Uh-oh. I'm just appreciative you guys are here, man. Tomorrow's going to be a real fucked up day for me. And instead of laying here tossing and turning and aggravating my rat all night while she tries to sleep, and after talking to a voice of reason, and I should have known that was there. I should have known. And it was almost like a bitch slap across the face. You should have known. But I do have at least you guys hanging out, and I think that's pretty cool. I mean, in a world full of after the death thing, only leaving behind the opposition and the enemy, I'm doing pretty good then, as far as
A meeting of the minds. That's all this is. We're not friends. It's just a meeting of minds.
yeah, that's what it seems to be. But for right now, it's just better company to be in than what I'm going to have to deal with tomorrow. So it's nice, actually. No matter what it is, whether it's noise, whether it's intellectual thought, whether it's profound thinking or shallow thinking, whenever you take under consideration that the only thing left behind by death is your enemy and your opposition, you can kind of consider this a small reprieve from hell for the moment.
Yo, is it cool if I play like a 60-second clip real quick?
I don't care, man. I don't care.
All right.
Getting a degree is important to me because I feel like I'm setting myself up for success. The more I can learn and grow as a person.
Time is a funny thing. Time is a very peculiar item. You see, when you're young, you're a kid. You got time. You got nothing but time. A couple of years here, a how old do you get? You say, Jesus, how much I got? I got 35 summers left. Think about it. 35 summers.
Was that copyrighted, JG?
Nah.
What was that?
It's a movie called Rumblefish.
Never heard of it.
I always like that scene because it shows that that the character Tom Waits plays is conscious in the
But it's
fucking
not copyrighted. It was at the theater, right?
I don't think it's copyrighted.
We'll see.
But it shows you like his conscious and how he thinks, and in the movie you just kind of see him looking around at all the madness, just like, what the fuck, you know?
I can definitely relate to that. Looking around at the madness. You know, I wish people did not have the capacity to lie. I really wish people did not have that capacity. And that they had to stay as true to fact as they possibly could, if not having that region of the brain shut down that allows one to lie. That would be...
It's a different world you're thinking of.
Yeah, it is. I think that'd be awesome. What'd we lose, Dom? So I don't get it. People come up, they drop in. It's almost like they drop in and make their...
Dom came up, listened. I guess nobody acknowledged him and he bounced. But he probably just wanted to listen.
I don't know.
I go on panels sometimes just to listen and just try not to say
Well, I
random
don't
shit.
have... Yeah, I don't have anything of value to say anymore, JT. So please, if you're listening to me, you're not going to get anything of benefit.
Well, no, I
I
mean
just...
there is value. There is value here, but I think you're just kind of shitting on yourself.
Oh, keeps me from shitting on others. It's just an understanding that I've come to. You know, I can be an extreme external hedonist. I can be a profound profound inward observer. I can share in knowledge, or I can just hand it over and allow whatever's going to happen. But at the end of this last cycle, I got to learn, and I got to see, and I got to understand things that were even more profound than what I thought they were. And now I've reached a point where I have to make a move. I have to do something, and then I have to get. I have to get something going, something motivated, something happening, and it's not gonna happen while I sit here for months and months on end, curled up inside of my own mind, uh, exploring the recesses and the potentials and the protocols, and you know, whether it's me, whether it's somebody else, which I finally understand now a certain perspective, and it's not meant to be insultive to Dom. That's why I was kind of interested in why he was up here. And I was really thinking about it. I thought, you know, he's got a profound thought. He's got a perspective on this profound thought of what we're not, and what we think we are. But I don't think I've ever heard him give any solidification on, outside of energy, what we truly are. I have a belief. I have a very strong belief. But maybe next time I'll catch him on some panel somewhere and catch up with him on it. Share it with him.
My fault.
That's right. I'm thinking if there's any truth, to what we've been scripted as history, what we've been given as history or understanding, and let's say that there were divine or fallen that bred with the daughters of man, and it carried over. For me, it just seems overwhelmingly obvious that if that was the case, then yeah, I'm probably got some pretty nasty Nephilim type genetics going on. I think that's kind of part where could be where mental insanity could play a part in that. The development of the mind can't develop right because the chemical imbalances, which is virtually no different than physical deformity. And if you're dealing with physical deformity, well, that also implicates another type of distortion in the genetics. So
I got to bounce, man.
What do you think, Cage?
I just been listening, working in the back here. Oh, we had Dom up. He didn't say anything, huh?
No, it's been like that tonight. I've just let people come up and give their best, you know. Just express themselves however they wanted to. And I kind of think that's being put on record. I'm kind of keeping track of the downward spiral into a new type of being, I guess, a new perspective on things, one a lot less deep, one a lot less imposive, and one that I don't have to defend, or one that I don't have to argue about, or I don't have to sit for days and days and days contemplating how far the depths of it runs when I've already figured these things out for myself. And for me to want to share them with people or to allow them to understand to that level, I don't want to be responsible for them, and I just really don't find it a challenge that I'm really willing to fight with anymore. I mean, at least you got like your plants, and you can water your plants, and play with clones and such forth, so on. The one thing that I always prided myself on and really loved about myself was my ability to compose music, play multiple instruments, record it, engineer it, and had such a versatile ability to change various styles. And music don't even sound good anymore. Even old music I used to really love don't sound good anymore. And I'm like, how in the hell does this happen? What, do you reach a grumpy old man stage that, you fucking, your knees and hips start giving out and you hate that rock and roll music and it's just the devil's work? Something like that.
I don't know, man. You tell me.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I asked a mentor of mine, I told him, I said, I don't even like music anymore. Music don't even sound good anymore. And he was like, you need a fight song. You need a fight song. You need to get you a fight song. You need to listen to it, whether you like it or not, and make it your inspiration to continue moving forward. And I thought, shit. Music don't even have the same feeling that it used to, and the memories that were tied to it are all gone. There's no memories there no more. And then he hit me with the whole concept. What if you woke up and death had taken everyone away from you except your enemies and your opposition? And I thought, yeah, that's my fucking law. I know he was trying to, provoke some type of thinking out of me or some type of thought. But what's your take on that, Cage? What do you feel about it? What if one day you woke up and you just realized and suddenly found that you are an entire world of people that done nothing but despise, hate you, or oppose you, and everyone else is gone? That's all that's left here.
No, theoretically, I'd be like, business as usual. Let's get back to work here.
Huh. Well, trooper through it, I guess. Just brought on a different angle to think from. A lot of people, whenever they get on social media or they deal with somebody or interact with somebody, then they kind of count up the people that they ally with, and they kind of people that they consider to be friends or not opposition, and that's how they generally start their day and go by that measurement of other people. But who gets up in the morning and counts the fact that everyone is their opposition, everyone is pretty much their enemy, and there you go. And you just say, keep growing, huh?
No, that's not the reality of things, and yeah, I think the person that's holding you back the most is probably the fucking person looking back at you in the fucking mirror. Either way, so a lot of time, this is some theoretical shit. Like if they killed everybody, and you're left with, I don't know, what happens if Santa comes down the fucking chimney too? I don't know. You're gonna shoot him? He's breaking and entering.
Me? Yeah, I probably would.
You hit Santa Claus with the 12 gauge, huh?
Well, I got that 50 caliber. I'd lay right into him with a big ass fucking 50 caliber
No,
slug.
it's gonna go through Santa, then the wall, and then probably through the neighbor's wall and everything.
Boy, you are worried about my neighbors. My neighbors appreciate you, Cage. You watch out more for my neighbors than I do.
I'm worried about the neighbors here, bro.
I love it. That's so fucking funny. He's just like, no, go ahead, shoot your foot off, Axis. That's fine, but don't fucking shoot the neighbors. Don't shoot at their house, and leave Santa Claus alone. Thinking about giving up.
You got Chris in the backstage.
Thinking about getting rid of my weapons too. Think about getting rid of all my weapons. Oh, I'm gonna have to plug this in. So, bear with me for a second.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'll be I'll be right back after I mute up here for a second. And I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, like I hit the wrong button when I was going to say something to you guys. I can stay for a little bit, but I have to get like going probably around 6:30, but or 9:30, I guess your time. But hit the wrong button. He's gonna say
Yeah, you're good.
see you guys later. Say I don't want to be rude or whatever. So,
Yeah, what are you
Chris,
gonna
you're
say?
fine.
Let's hear it.
okay.
Yeah, Chris, you're fine with me, brother. You're always welcome here. Don't worry about it. Everything's cool.
All right.
I've got no animosity.
Okay. Glad I don't want to add to your stress or anything like that.
You're not. Believe me. It's all good, Chris. And I appreciate you being up here. That's another thing.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys.
Of course, man. All right, I'll be right back, Cage. I gotta mute up for a minute.
Yeah, what were we gonna say, Chris? What were you trying to say earlier? You said something.
Oh no, I don't remember what I was trying to say. I was just saying. Well, I mean, you already said that, I guess, but I don't know if it came out clear. I was gonna say something to you guys because I had to go, but well, I already said it, right? But I'll say it again. Like, I didn't want anybody to think I was rude, just like leaving without. Well, that's not necessarily rude. I'm not calling you out.
Yeah, no, bro, don't worry about that, man. Doesn't matter. What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't worry about that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, man, don't worry. I don't even. Who gives a? Well, I don't understand why people care so fucking much about this internet shit. It's the fucking internet. We're here to exchange ideas, and I even do that and not let it. It's just the internet. Exchange ideas, move along. That's it.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I consider you guys real people, behind that mic,
Well, yeah, it's people, but at the same time, it's not like a regular interaction, right? Where it's like in person and that. So it's the internet. You keep the internet, and then you have fucking reality.
Right. Yeah, Cage, that's a nice picture you have for your avatar, whatever you call it. Little icon.
Oh yeah, it's an old one.
Is that like a real picture, or is that like graphic done?
It's a real picture. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a natural occurrence. That's awesome. Looks like a phoenix or something.
Yeah. What have you been looking into, man? Anything new lately?
Been looking into like equity lately. That's pretty interesting stuff. It's a law form, it's like a jurisdiction of law. It's
You've been in the I know you studied the law a lot. I know it's
no, it's like I'm tired. Been up over 24 hours, but it's a law form. It's like a spirit of the law. like they say like equity, the law is nothing without equity, but equity is everything without the law. Like they say, equity can stand on its own, and it's like a forgotten law form because they wanted to wipe it out of people's memory because people are getting too much remedy with it. It's like they call it the conscience of the king. You know, equity is about like fair dealings among men. Am I boring you? um,
No, continue. I'm listening, man.
oh, okay. Yeah, I won't bore you, but so it's like fair dealings among men, right? Like let's say like you and I have a controversy, like in common law, it's like really harsh, you know. It's like okay, you're found guilty of this, now you got to pay whatever I say, you know, whatever you're suing them for, you know. It could be something outrageous, like $1 million fine or something for I don't know, like breaking someone's leg or something, you know. That's like common law. If you can get away with that, and you can convince a judge to I mean, like not a judge, but a jury to go along with that, then you could actually get something like that, like really ridiculous. And equity steps in and says, "Hey, wait a minute, that's not fair to both parties." You know, can't have that. You know, so equity tries to be fair. Equity is, yeah, like I said, equity is above common law, so it's pretty cool learning these things. You know, that they try to hide from us. You know, because that was like a big deal. Because back in the olden days, they had chancery courts. You know, like for equity, they're called the courts of chancery. So, and like I said, they purposely tried to they like merged equity with all the different law forms because equity is always available in any law form, like even statutory law. And equity is in Canada too. You know, but yeah. So I'm learning about it, you know, and like equity is really great for defense, you know. Yeah, that's more than I want to say online, you know. It's like, yeah, yeah. I think I'll be quiet now about that. I'll talk to you in private, KG, if you wanna hear about it, whatever, you know. So
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
you too, Axis, you know. So very powerful technology. Because, you know, I don't like being ripped off, you know, like paying taxes and stuff, you know. If I can avoid them, great. I won't evade them, but if possible, I will avoid them, which is legal, you know. So
Yeah, I got a remedy for that. You need an accountant with one small arm. He'll deal with it, guaranteed.
and well, I don't want to say it out loud, but you know what I mean, Cage. The type of lawyer you like.
No, it's not even that. It's all legal. Either way.
Yeah, true.
You know, there's ways around shit. There's like what you're saying, loopholes in there. Right?
True, that's true. Yep. Take care of your family, you know. Take care of you and your family first, you know. Oh, it looks like we have somebody back there, Cage. Maybe. And oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, okay, yeah. Cage had to had a call come in, so he had to run. He said he'd be right back. Yep.
Got you, Chris. What's going on? What's your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kate. I'm sorry. Access. I zoned out there for a slight second. I've been up more than 24 hours. What'd you say?
Oh shit! I was just wondering what all was going on with you. Why you been up so long, man? What's going on?
Oh, nothing bad or anything. For some reason I haven't been able to sleep that good at night, and I've been staying up too late. So I'm trying to reset my time clock, And the best way that works for me is staying up for 24 hours, getting all worn out, and then having a great sleep, and then just waking up early,
Right.
So, I mean, it's kind of brutal, but it's not that bad, Like avoiding. I'm sorry. What?
I know me, and I've got an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning, and if I went ahead and tried to lay down now and go to sleep, it wouldn't happen, and I'd be up staring at shit. But if I'm on here and I'm trying to keep a conversation or stay coherent, my fucking body's tired. And I'm like, Murphy can suck my ass. Murphy's Law.
Oh, Murphy's Law. Yeah. Yeah, screw you, Murphy's Law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, like what do they say, Axis? No good deed goes unpunished. I know you heard that one before. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that goes along with Murphy's Law, boy.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. I'm just, I just gave up trying to do anything relative. So, like tonight, I thought, well, I'll get on here and maybe stay on here a while and see what happens, see who pops through, who contributes, or who has something constructive or destructive. And I've tried not to interfere with the flow of what all is going on tonight, so I can get a perfect reading on I guess the final analysis of if you let people just let people without any type of direction, or if you just give them a semi-direction, or you just let them on. This is a staple for what it becomes. Some good, some really good, some not so good.
Yeah, it just depends. I guess it just depends what the day brings, how things worked out and all that. Yeah.
Because I know there are uninevitable truths about people, and especially people on here. But if you start hitting on, touching on, or even bumping against those nerves, they start that human resistance thing.
Yeah, that's how people are nowadays. Axis. I mean, I don't know about you, Axis, but did you ever run across this where if you try to tell somebody the truth of something, a lot of times they get offended or mad at you, even if you have videotape evidence or something?
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah.
Okay, was it like that? Was it like that in the '90s, Axis? Was it a little
Nope.
different? Nope. Oh, okay. Okay, that if you can remember like that and how things were back in the '90s, that's like what 30 years ago. You know, what do you think the contributing factors could be to that? Like, I think a heavy contributing factor are these stupid cell phones. Yeah, they're great, but man, like they're like a hypnosis machine or something, in my opinion. You know, I don't know what's going on with these things, but they're highly addictive, in my opinion. You know, man,
They are. They
and
are
they're messing.
between your
Yeah,
smartphone and heroin. Uh, I think people would quit heroin before they give up their smartphone.
wow, wow. Yeah, that tells because I'm on these smartphones and computers and stuff a little more than I should be. Uh, you know, I'm ashamed to admit that, but you know, it's not right either. But I mean, I guess at least I know. I guess I don't know. It's pathetic.
Yeah, I've only done smartphone for this is going on my third year. Everything else I'd done was all PC. Now I had my laptop. I think I had a tablet for a couple months before I got my smartphone, but I didn't even know what I was doing on the tablet. And now I'm watching this beast take over even more and more and more aspects of my life. And I stayed away from like trying to do banking. I don't do banking on my phone. I don't do. Uh, I tried to treat it like a phone with texting, telephone calls, and I do use it as a my main phone as a hub to get on StreamYard. But outside of that, I and even that was too far intrusive. I let it get too far under my skin. I let it get too far into my life. Um, and then whenever I seen how people truly, I think fucking social media brings out the worst in people.
I think it does too. I really do. There's something weird about this social media stuff, Axis. Because I remember when we were talking about music, these technicians and engineers and what have you, they have ways of modulating things. I don't know the proper terms, but you know what I mean. And it messes with people's chemicals or something in their head or something. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like has some kind of effect, I think. And like prolonged exposure, they probably figured out some kind of algorithm or something to, I don't know, just hypnotize people. I don't know.
Well, they use a couple of different things that I know of, Chris. One is the refresh rate of your screen, and that's your flicker rate, refresh rate. Um, Secondly, is that if you turn over any aspect of friendship, companionship, or even interacting with other people, it takes a 24-hour foothold. And when somebody, you know as well as I do, when somebody emails you or IMs you, it's like a little reward. Hey, you know, somebody's
Yeah.
thinking about me. Somebody's noticing me. Somebody, had me on their mind and cared enough to check in on me. And it's becomes your now with AI. it's not only that, but it's your assistant. It's your co-pilot. It's your companion. It's your brain. It's fucking thing if they could stick it inside their fucking heads and shine the fucking scry mirror through their eyes, I believe they'd fucking do it.
They would, Axis. They would. I have no doubt about that at this point. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 99% sure of that. I mean, a lot of people would go for it. There'd be people that wouldn't, but a lot of people that would. Yeah, I think, you know. Yeah,
Well, go ahead, Chris.
Talk at the same time. 24-hour internet in your head. You know, can you imagine that? Like being able to project the image to your brain, to where you don't even need your eyes open, and you can somehow
Well,
see.
that 24-hour internet to your brain is already here. It's just that they haven't got the medium together yet for you to interpret it. But the signal's already there. They just have to use a different frequency and wavelengths for it to coincide with various parts of the brain to interact with them. I imagine it's going to have something to do with, it would almost have to be tapping into the visual cortex so that you're getting some kind of image.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, you know, and or it may just be working with the well, no, it would have to be done with even deeper, because it would be triggering your synaptic firing, your endorphins, your your regional brain activity, as according to whatever amplification they put on a Wi-Fi wave to get it to register in your mind. They started that out with like voice to skull technology, and they started working even further with it from image projection from one individual to another, to the last video that I covered, which was them being able to pull pictures out of your head without you, you know, they can just crawl up inside your head, and if you're thinking of an image, they can duplicate it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because you know, like when your eyes are open, you see out of them, right? When they're closed, you don't. I think it's very possible that they could somehow replace your eyes with a chip in your head, and somehow give you artificial images, make it seem like you're looking through your eyes. Even I think that might be possible. I think very much think it's possible. You know, they just if they haven't yet, they have to crack the code for that and get all the sequencing right and pulses and whatnot. You know,
Right. They do. They've got the flicker rate on the phone, the refresh rate. I'm sure it's giving off a subsonic frequency. You know, it caters to your thoughts as well as to verbal and vocal stimulus around it that causes it to bring up advertisements or suggest videos. It's just, I don't know if I don't know if it's just become so intrusive, and I've just become so affected by things outside of the computer, outside of the digital world. And as I went in, learned the correlation, learned the underpinning mathematics, understood how to apply even the aspects of metaphysics, being between the stations of Planck space with quantum influence. I just, it is a technology that knows no bounds. It does not have a limit to its ability to be able to think, react, control, suggest, manipulate. You know, back whenever they were using the pulses through the rotodial phones to blow people's brains out of their heads, this military technology. You know, they tried to keep that hid for a long time.
Wow.
And I'm sure that each of these phones, and if you've got something foreign in you or something that it can latch onto, whether it be your biofield, which they're already using your biofield to transmit Wi-Fi, you already have a Bluetooth accessible body interfacing. You got a MAC address. I mean, there's
Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
I'm real disappointed in what I think I should have been doing and what I did.
Well, when we go to a space where it's not desired, and this probably sounds cliche to you, but we get back up again, right? We get back up again.
Yeah.
You fall down, you get up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever that down is, you get up, get back up. So, yeah, okay, yeah, we can be disappointed because I'm disappointed in me too, but it's our duty to get back up, and yeah, it's our duty.
That's what was told to me the last couple of nights that I've been here, because I was getting ready to take the rest of the music off of my channel, which I won't keep videos up anymore. And I was going to take the rest of the videos off of my channel and just kind of occasionally test the water, the multimedia water, because they've gone that far. They've gone so far that when they start talking digital infrastructure, which is the Stargate thing, and then they have the Skynet, which is basically our satellite systems, defense systems. And you had back whenever it all originally started, and I can remember it was Star Wars with Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I remember
He
that.
wanted, yeah. See, I've been on this shit for a while, man. And they were going to send these satellites up that could have interceptor missiles to block or intercept ICBMs of intercontinental ballistic.
Dude, I remember
And
my
then,
talking about that.
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. He was my dad was like mad because the Democrats blocked that from Reagan, trying to implement it. He said,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So.
And all that was is people didn't know it at the time because they didn't see anything above them as being a threat. When in actuality, yeah, you don't think the first Earth or Earth atmospheric satellite didn't carry a weapons payload on it You're absolutely wrong, man.
You're out of your mind if you do that, you know. Like once they get those, maybe like the test ones did in that first one, they're trying to just test it and control it. But once they got that figured out, hey, you better believe that there's ones with weapons up there. If you don't,
Oh yeah.
it would be foolish not to think that, you know, or at least operate by with that in the back of your head, you know, like.
Well, you can look at some of the situations that's going on around us now. Some of these strange, bizarre fires that are taking place, and some of these strange, bizarre things that are burning and things that aren't burning, and the by heat alone, things that generally a house fire is around 1,000 degrees, but they're showing liquid metal that it takes 2,000 to 2,500 degrees to melt, and we're talking brick. And
Dude.
You put your fire inside your fireplace because brick is not going to get so hot it's going to melt. But if you look at some of the places that have went up in flames here lately,
Yeah.
that melted brick.
Okay, that's insane. That's not. Wow.
Yeah, you have aluminum slot rims that are just liquefied.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that one building I'm not going to mention because I don't want you trying to get a strike, you know. But that one that fell down, the very tall one, those two tall ones, you know. I mean, how could it on its footprint like that? You know, like no way.
It doesn't. That controlled demolition. If I ever seen controlled demolition, go back and look at some of the. There's only a couple companies in the United States that do it. There's only a couple.
Yeah.
That do the controlled demolitions outside of the military.
Yeah.
Military are absolute experts at demolitions. And if you look at the buildings, if you look at the buildings that they've a lot of them that they said have fallen, if you look at it, it's just controlled demolitions.
Mm. Yeah, like I don't see how people miss that. I mean, the first time I saw that film, I said, "Man, that doesn't look." A plane wouldn't do too much, but yeah, that wouldn't happen. You know, from that, you know.
Well, where was the goddamn wreckage?
Right. And what about the how come people didn't notice that? How come so many people bought into that? That's what boggles my mind. Oh my God.
Because that's how far dumbed down they have the general population.
Oh.
That is, they have the general population exactly at sheep level and below. And those that do claim to have some type of concept of understanding outside of that sheep mentality, well, they're not far above it because all they're capable of doing is pointing it out, recognizing it, or bringing it to your attention. But doing anything about it, no, they'd rather just sit and run their fucking mouths. Drama, bitch about the government, complain about society. These are the things that humans do. And as grandiose and as self-righteous as they like to present themselves to be, when I was sharing technology on here, and I'm sure you remember frequency technology, dream technology, how to work with different frequencies of your environment to neutralize frequencies. That should have been something that people ran with and developed their own understanding of it, their own designs, their own, ways to fight back against this frequency war, the silent war. But they didn't. You
Yeah,
know, they didn't have. It didn't happen.
no, and it's not going. Probably not going to happen.
No, because people are, and as much as they may hate to admit it, they think themselves grandiose. They think themselves superiorly, divinely dominant beings. But from my aspect and my point of view, you are a genetically manipulated slave race that were left to your own demise, and maybe by some chance there is a genetic lineage that has been behind the scenes dictating this for many, many thousands of years, if many thousands of years actually exist, and that we're not in some type of uh, small replication of a holographic uh, recording of something that they're trying to figure out, remember, or understand, or try to correct. You know, to me, it's that simple. And if you understand physics at all, and quantum mechanics, or quantum physics, or even if you sit around and you quantum theory, and where they've developed the qubit, the willow chip, the superposition, and then you got some people that don't even claim, they don't even think that shit's real. They'll be sitting right there using machine language, and they'll be interacting with them from a gathered database, and they'll still swear up and down that that technology doesn't exist.
Of course, like, I forgot the names of the literature, but there are ancient books that literally talk about people that are like, they are like sheep. It says, most people are like sheep. It says, ancient books that say this. So
Yeah,
this crap was happening thousands of years too. Same thing, same stuff, same mindset.
that's
No.
that was a part of what set me off originally on certain studies and different directions I took in learning. Is I wanted to know, and now that I know, not everything, not by a hell of a sight, but I know enough to be able to decipher the state of existence I'm in and the implications of that in a dimensional and fractal level, with a coded base being the constant. I know that we are held within the confines of this until we die.
Yeah, I think you're right. And well, to add to that, okay, I firmly believe that I seem to have in my life. With the increase in knowledge comes more sorrow. Okay, the more knowledge you heap onto yourself, the more sorrowful you're gonna be about things. It's just the
I
way it
believe
works.
that.
Yep, it's the way it works. With knowledge comes sorrow. So but that's interesting how you're able to figure out these quantum things and I don't know, whatever, like what you those things you said, that, I don't know, like the binaries and the ciphers and whatnot, and somehow how it applies to your situation or to you. Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, you actually have some way to wrap your mind around that somehow, and I guess work with it or somehow utilize it somehow.
Yeah, I worked with it for a long time and did utilize it, and I even tried to share it here on this platform. And I will tell you what got in the way. Ego.
Ego. Oh wow. I'm not surprised. I'm not.
Ego.
Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect before. Basically what it's like, where somebody learns about something new, and they get like a general overview of it, and then they feel a lot of times some people feel empowered. Like, wow, this is great. Look what I know. But I mean, like, you don't know the technical parts about the ins and outs of it. What do you do if this happens? How do you operate within this? And to come to a completion, the process of it. So it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. So that's something to be aware of too. Or be cognizant of. I think you know about it, but like, yeah. So
That's one thing I wanted. That's why I wanted to try and get to talk to Dom tonight, is because I've been analyzing what Dom has said and his message and how he comes across. And I started analyzing with a binary approach, ones and zeros, ones being what you cannot, ones being what you are not, and ones being what you potentially could be by evidence but without foundation.
right.
I know he claims that he's not attached to the information he spews, and that's fine. I understand,
Yeah.
But for me, the first person who uh, wouldn't claim the wisdom that they were trying to bestow and would hand that state of wisdom off to somebody because they can't prove what things are, they can only try and explain to you what they are not, is spoken with a serpent's tongue.
Yeah.
Let me give you half the equation. Let me tell you what you're not. As a matter of fact, here's a guidepost. Here's some words. These are going to be pretty profound. They're going to come at you. I'm going to continually repeat these until you figure out what you're not. But a true master would know what they are and they aren't, or they would be able to use a comparison of what they're not to prove what they are. And I've been studying that. But then the fact that he says it's just information and it has no actual implication on him as a being, that he's just sharing. Well, you could take that all the way back to the parable of the Garden of Eden. The snake didn't do nothing wrong. He was just sharing information.
Hmm.
Right? Right?
Well, the snake does what the snake does, right? This is nature,
Yeah.
right?
Well, he was just sharing information. He didn't even take credit for the information. As a matter of fact, he said, "Did God say to you?" He didn't. The snake never claimed that it's his information. He just asked a question, and then he told him, "I say that on the day you eat of this, you surely not will die, and your eyes truly will be opened."
Yeah, and knowing the difference between good and evil, or knowing the knowledge, having the knowledge of good and evil, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not unless they get to the tree of life and live forever.
Yep. That's why Angel was set up to guard the tree of life to make sure that nobody ate of its fruit. You know.
It was the gate, the entrance into the Garden of Eden is where the cherubim were set up
Yeah,
with
there's
the throwing swords.
Sword that blocked it. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and that could just be allegory. It could be puzzle pieces, or it could be some type of highly metaphysical fact that at one time we were capable of interacting with that particular density. I don't know, but it's kind of it's kind of easy to walk into a museum filled with masterpieces and take a person up to an absolute immaculate masterpiece and go, "This is what you're not. You're not the master who built or painted this picture. You're not the brush maker. You're not the one who took the extracts for the pigment to create the paint. You didn't create the base and the oils or the watercolor, whatever medium." I mean, you can do that all day long, or you can take someone as far as teaching them how to paint like the masters. And that's a cheap allegory for what I'm trying to say, but it's about the best one I got. And that's not to say anything against Dom, because I think he has a lot to contribute to people who don't think at all.
Yeah, I think Dom is a deep thinker. You know, excellent. He's using his noggin. From my perspective, you know, but what's the other parable goes? Teach a man. Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish and he eats for life. You know, because you said
Right.
master, so that that popped into my head. Like, so there's something to being a teacher. You know, because to me, being a teacher is an extremely heavy responsibility. You know, extremely heavy. Because if you're
massive.
Yeah, oh yeah, because if you call yourself a teacher, man, you better get it right, you know. Not everybody can do that, you know. There's a special kind of people that can teach, you know. Not everybody has different gifts and talents and whatnot, but yeah. So I get what you're saying, you know. I'm not saying that Dom is wrong or anything, or right, you know. I'm just
No. It's not about Dom being wrong. It's just my question that I had to present is, if you're aware of what you're not, or you're very well solidified in what you believe yourself not to be, then that should give you some indication or relevancy to what you actually think you are. But then he'll say it's not my information, I'm just passing knowledge on. And that kind of gives him that snake in the garden thing. The snake in the garden didn't do anything wrong. It just passed information on. Right?
Well, I guess that'd be from whoever's that comes down to perspective. Like whose perspective are we talking about? For whose point of view is that from?
Well, I don't recall the snake forcing the apple into Eve's mouth. The way I understood the story is it was just the snake discussing with Eve the fact that God said don't eat of it, and the snake saying, well, let me give you some information. You surely will not die on the day that you eat this, and your eyes surely will be open. Just information. But see, the snake didn't follow through with the rest of the information.
Yeah, half truths. Yeah, half truth or partial truth, whatever.
Because if the snake would have truly been initiated by his heart to deliver to Adam and Eve true liberation, it would have said, you will not die on this day. Your eyes will be opened to good and evil, and you better grab some fruit from that tree of life over there, because you're going to need it immediately afterwards, because God is going to be pissed.
Well, yeah, I mean, to modify that, he would have, he should have went to the tree of life first and given that, and then to the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Well, they were able to eat from the tree of life, which still fucks me up, because if they were able to still eat from the tree of life before they ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, what does it wear off? Because God gave them permission to eat from the tree of life.
Yeah, every tree in the garden you can eat except for one, the tree of the knowledge
Yeah,
of good and evil.
so when they ate that tree of life, ate from the tree of life, what is it, just a temporary thing? Did it not carry over into their genetics that when they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that there were no remnants of that tree of life left in them?
Right.
Or
Yeah,
had it wore off? What the fuck, man?
Well, like did they get around to eating from the tree of life? Were they just eating from other trees? That's another possibility too, and they hadn't gotten to eaten to the tree of life yet. And when they got the good knowledge of good and evil, they realized something bad could happen to us. We better go eat from that tree of life, because before they didn't really think about it. I don't know. I never thought of that.
See,
That's it's a good
there you
question.
go. And that, once again, half information. I could spew half information across the entire fucking metaverse, and I could probably go viral on a lot of things if I could convince myself to spread half truths and lies.
Yeah,
If I could convince myself to do that.
I don't think you have that in you to deceive people like that.
I don't want to.
Yeah. Right.
I was deceived enough throughout my life to get to where I am. And I spent over half my life getting to where I am. And I still don't feel like I'm a decent person. I don't feel like I deserve some heavenly abundance and some type of recognition from the great grand architect. I just tried to recognize where I was at, what I am, and what the purpose of this is. And the biggest problem that I've run into out of all the fucking problems that could be presented to me is a lie. that is the one thing that just absolutely destroys everything. So if you're trying to spread something decent and you implicate a lie into it, it's poisoned the whole body of that fruit.
Yeah, I agree. Like especially if you're trying to mislead people, I think, purposely, well, that's like a double negative, I guess. If you're misleading people, you are doing it on purpose, or maybe not. Maybe you're because you could have an intent not to mislead people, but somebody might be forcing you to do it or putting you up to it, or even like you could be protecting somebody, lie to protect somebody to maintain their honor. Maybe that's still a lie, but I don't know. It's
As long as there's a lie, man, and there doesn't need to be one. The only time that a lie is introduced is generally because a certain outcome is wanted that could not be brought about naturally or truthfully.
I agree. Like to example real easy. Like let's say you're in a war or something, right? And you're hiding somebody in a shack or something in the basement, and soldiers come by. They're not going to do anybody in here. Oh yeah, they're down there in the shack. Go get them. I'm not a liar. So yeah, that illustrates what you just said. But yeah, getting back to the subject at hand. So yeah, when you disseminate something, a lie could definitely taint the whole bunch. It's like misinformation, right? No, not missing information, but misleading information. Yeah, misleading information. It's not missing, it's misleading. It won't be complete, or the process won't be the known process won't be complete.
Right, and had the snake been completely in a state of disclosure with Eve, he would have told her exactly what she needed to do so not only they knew good and evil, but they could live forever.
I agree. Yeah. Why didn't the snake tell them that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good question.
It's like the different versions of man that were made. You have one version of man that was made that could interact and mate with the beast because they were genetically closer to the beast of the fields, and then that particular breed of Adam was done away with. The second one was the one that was made from the dust of the ground, and the life was breathed into its nostrils, and then that one became the state of I guess more pure human, as in the divine being, other than just a cattle type being. Then you had the ones that when Cain was marked and sent to Nod, those were the people that were from the first lineage of Adam, or the first design of Adam. Then you had the fallen ones who came and bred with the daughters of man, and that gave another offshoot or genetic mutation in the code, which created a third type of being. And not only did it create a third type of being, it introduced a half divine, half human hybrid.
Yep.
that carried over after the cataclysm. If you believe all this stuff, and if you believe that all this history has got something solidified to it. And to me, that's even a bigger game. You know, it seems like we as a species have not only been fucked with, spun, and head jerked. Now we're put in a position where, in our own inadequacies of being a pure species, we have pride, arrogance, ego, contempt, hatred, um, and the ability to lie itself is just is absolutely profound. I'm wondering if we're the only species that is capable of lying.
Mm, good. I mean, did you probably have, but have you ever like done a deep dive or maybe a semi deep dive into what a lie actually is? What are the components, if you will, of a lie, or what are the elements of a lie? You know.
Yeah, it's generally um, misinformation built off of potential fact, or deceptive information built off of potential fact, or just deceptive information given in whole and abundancy as being deceptive information. Untrue.
Okay, so like you'll see sometimes like a dog will sometimes they'll do something naughty and they'll try to hide it, right? Um, they'll be sneaky about it, or whatever. I guess. Is that dog lying, or is it just trying because it knows it'll get in trouble, so it's trying to avoid
I
getting in
think,
trouble,
yeah,
or is it
yeah, I
trying to be
think it's
deceptive?
fear and shame.
Fear and
I
shame.
think the dog is afraid because it knows it fucked up, and it's ashamed because it fucked up if it has any type of intellect. Though at the time, the dog probably wasn't even thinking about the repercussions of what was going to happen to it because the dog was just being a dog.
Mm.
But when it seen you, it realized, oh shit, here's the leader of the pack, and I don't think they wanted me to do that. So I'm guilty, I'm scared, and I have shame. So I better go hide.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so so that's more of a you think that's more of a reaction than a deliberate trying to get away or something? Um,
Yeah, and to me, a lie would be someone who is a virgin, let's say a 14, 15-year-old virgin, and all the high or the pre the mid schoolers are, you know, how they get really ruthless and vicious, calling them sluts, and you know, oh, they fucking slept with this one, that one, and the whole onslaught destroys their reputation, complete fabrication, and in actuality, the girl hasn't slept with anybody, and somebody just started saying this to destroy and diminish her character. For what? To destroy her and to bring the other person who's lying into a state of feeling uh, dominant, and puts the person they're accusing that of, in a submissive situation.
mm. Yeah, so right, I agree with that. That definitely be a lie. A pack of lies, you know. Like so, like, do you think lying has the element of some form of communication with it, like talking or sign language, for communication. You know, like talking, sign language, body language. You know, that kind of thing. Throwing people off
Yeah,
because like a dog. I don't know. Like I guess I'm thinking too
go
much
ahead.
about this.
No, yeah, it's why also um cross is linear to thievery. Thievery in certain ways is a deception. Let's say we'll take an incident that I was in. I went out and I hunted ginseng for a week with a dude that I thought I could trust. So while we were letting the ginseng dry, he went out there and took the big roots and cashed them in. When I went back out there to get my portion of the ginseng to cash it in, he said, "Well, that's how it dried up. That's all there was." Which I knew damn good and well that ginseng will only shrink down to 1/3. It shrinks to 1/3 of its weight,
Mm.
and I know the size of the roots that I had. And then later on, his guilt got to him, and he needed my help, and he admitted to cashing the biggest part of the ginseng in.
Oh
But
my
he
God.
claimed he needed the money.
Man.
So he lied to me to steal from me.
Man, if it was me, I'd be more upset about the betrayal than losing the money, you know. But that's just me. But you know, wow, disappointed, you know. But, yeah,
Yeah, it was definitely a rude wake up call because uh, I fuck man, I've trusted too many people throughout my life, and I've allowed them too much room and wiggle room in my life that they could take advantage of me, they could manipulate me, they could do all these self promoting things all the way to vicious lies. And it was more of I got a letdown. I was disappointed and I was hurt,
yeah.
but what do you do? I mean, really,
I mean,
I've
yeah,
got one right now. My mom, to this day, flares up and down that on the day that my son got convicted, I slashed her tires and left. I had my
brother,
case manager pick me up and left.
you didn't do that to your own
I
mom.
know,
I know better
I
than
know,
that. You know? Okay, like
I
I'm
know.
99% sure you didn't do that. Okay, you know.
Well, I'm 100% sure, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you know, like
And
that's not an insult to you. You know, that's just me keeping a area of the realm of possibility. You know, open.
yeah,
So,
and
and
there's
and I
nothing
encourage
I
you to do
will
this.
ever be able to do to get
I would
her
hope
to believe the truth.
she's convinced.
hmm There's
Sorry to hear that.
nothing, not one fucking thing in this world I can do to convince her or to show her that I didn't do it.
You didn't do that, dude.
I know.
Well, I just say just deal with it, you know, and hopefully you guys can have some kind of relationship somehow, you know. I don't know. You know, uh, she's your mom, you know, like so, you know. she gets extra grace, you know. And I'm not trying to tell you how to deal with your mom, but I'm just, you know,
I was just giving you a
you get what I mean.
situation that,
Like,
yeah,
so
you know, that's my disappointment is with humankind. You know, is their willingness to lie, deceive, their willingness to steal, connive. It's just a real letdown, and I honestly, Chris, I mean, outside of God, I think we're the only species that knows how to lie. I don't think a ferret sees when it snatches up something shiny and puts it up inside the couch. I don't think that ferret thinks it's stealing.
I don't either. Or like a cat, you know, come grab some, or like a bird come grab some French fries off your plate or whatever, you know. No, it's not stealing.
Yeah.
It's doing what it does, you know. Like they're different than us, you know. Yeah, definitely. They don't. I don't think they have that capacity to do that. I think you're right. You know. To like to be deceptive like that and game people. No, they're like they're just concerned about getting something right now. You know. They don't have a context. They don't have a biggest they're not capable of having a big context like we are. You know. They're just they're in their own little world, zoned in. You know, to what they're doing.
Right. And that's what I was like even with Cage. I know Cage has got a problem with me. He's had a problem with me for several days now, and I'm not sure where his thinking is. But I don't have a problem with Cage. I don't have
I'm
an
glad to hear
issue
that.
with him. No, I don't have an issue with him.
Good.
And the last live that we done before this one we did on his channel, I thought it was a good live. And then the one before that was even better. It was Pam, Cage, and me, and I think Steven come up for a little bit. And it was a great stream. But I do try to let Cage know, and maybe I'm too aggressive with him. Maybe he needs to be handled much more delicately. But he'll overspeak people, and I'm not mad at him for that. Or he'll cut a person off just as they're getting ready to speak. I'm not mad about that. It's not something I'm going to be upset about because that's just the nature of Cage. You've seen it, I'm sure.
I mean, well, yeah,
Everyone's seen it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think
I'm not
Cage
trying.
does it. You know. I just think he gets into something what he's saying and just slips out. Maybe he just needs to learn a little more control, if you will. You know, to hold back. You know, before you say something.
And that's his struggle. That's what he has to deal with, and I understand that. But it doesn't make me mad at him.
I'm glad
it doesn't make me feel animosity towards him.
Good.
That's just the way Cage is, man. You know.
Speaking objectively, it's one of his problems, you know, but that's not a bad thing, you know. Well, in Cage's instance, it's not. I don't think it's just a problem he has. Like it's impulse control. It's one of his problems. We all have problems. We all have problems. You know.
that's why I told her, I'm not mad. I'm not freaking here, dude. It's not an issue. It's
I
just,
think, yeah, it's just what, Axel?
yeah,
Axel, something?
yeah.
Okay.
That's why it kind of bothered me that he got upset about that because I wasn't trying to come at him in any fucked up way.
It could be too that he doesn't want to get you upset anymore. Like because that's how Cage is. He may not put it on like that, but he's Cage is a great guy. He's a real nice guy. From my experience.
Well, yeah, of course he is. I've been around him for a long time, metaversally.
Yeah.
He's one of the first ones I ever fucked with on here, and enjoyed having fun fucking with him and playing around and shit. Cage is just a part of that lineage, but I cannot, for my own well-being, take anyone. I cannot take anyone except that they offer at face value anymore. I can't assume that because they're coming across one way that they're not thinking another, because I've been proved wrong so many times.
Hey, Axis. Would you mind letting Pamela up? She's in backstage.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Hey.
The legend.
Not little old me. I was here earlier, but it was too crazy the energy was too crazy for little old me to be around. That was nuts.
Well, I hope you understand what I'm doing with that, Pam.
Yeah. No, it wasn't you. It was just my other half, I had just got the house ready and ready to sit down, make some music and have some fun. And my other half just went to work and I'm like, let's see what's going on in the panelverse. And I log on and Steven and Snafu are just going at it. I'm like, nope.
Steven and Snafu
Right.
at it?
Yeah.
They went on here.
Oh, wow. But that was epic. No, I shouldn't talk like that, but man, I bet that was epic.
Yeah, just rewind a couple hours. You'll see it.
Okay.
I was like, I'm going to just dip out and let things chill out. And if it gets crazy like that, you're going to see me just slip out the back door. So you know now.
Right. And I don't blame you. I would too.
Pamela didn't need that on her plate. It's like, oh boy.
But that's what I've come to is, I'm not gonna resist and be made to be an asshole or be undermined or to build a chat room full of trolls or people that just have nothing better to do than to spend their disability time gazing at YouTube and making other people's lives theirs so that they could point and judge. No. You come on here, whatever you represent yourself to be is what you are. And that way I don't have to say it. I don't have to try and explain it. There it is. Go look.
Yeah. I get that, Yeah.
Well, I think Pam was probably there long before I was, which is why she has the dust. She's as docile as she is, and it's got dexterity when it comes to that. Is she can smell it coming. She's been through it. She's dealt with it. She's seen the back and forth of it all.
She knows how to move through that, all that kind of
My
stuff.
bandwidth for bullshit's been exceeded, to put it nicely.
Oh,
right.
Yeah,
right. and I can see that. I can see that from a great perspective now. And you and Pam can be a sounding board on this, but I tried to bring and deliver the best of what I could in my life experiences, understandings, and journeys. And I tried to keep a fairly uh, broad and deep, even introspective, as well as exterior observation and whatever in between. And it's just not feasible with people. People are not. You can't work with them.
Yeah, people have different types of personalities. I think some are more empathic, some are more business-like. Some are more that everybody has their different personality types, and I think that's a healthy thing, especially within a team environment and people working together, because it I think brings balance, um, in some situations. But yeah, that's where you. I think that's what you've been running into. People with their different personality types.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. There's so many different versatile personality types out there that I don't even know if I could classify them all.
It's
It's just
personality types, but it's also purpose. You're interacting with people who come here for different intentions and purposes, and their intentions and purposes are not necessarily yours, and so there's the conflict.
Perfect.
right.
Took something
You're,
complex and said it
go
simply, so
ahead, Chris.
it's pretty good.
Well, and it is. I may have had an ideal and had expectations, but once I seen that my endeavor was being bastardized, I just decided not to contribute and
Do
to
you
sit
do
back
you
and
think
just
everyone's
watch.
ready for your frequency axis or for your message?
I'd hoped that under the circumstances of technology that we're having to be subjected to now, that somebody would have at least caught on, started doing their own work, maybe started building some type of, or even had better equipment than I did, or at least did the research to know what the fundamentals of the technology that we're being subjected to, and I'm talking infrastructure technology now, but they didn't. And that's knowledge is the best weapon that you're going to have against this situation. And when you're dealing with an infrastructure that can outthink you, outprocess you, can reach different levels of dimensional resources than you can, that is capable of controlling a military without human interaction, and that is set up on what is supposed to be a impenetrable system, a blockchain system, as far as decryption and being able to record any intricate movement. These people, either one, better get with it and figure it out so that they can be good, happy little slaves, or be prepared to be considered a dissident, and you're going to have a miserable fucking rest of your life.
Pretty much.
And thankfully, there's people like us that are smart enough and can figure out a way to maneuver around the system, using the system against them in areas. You know, it's okay.
Yeah, I'd even call it one's duty to do that. You know, not that I'd force anybody to do something like that, but I'd say if they want to have better quality of life, you know, probably should do that. You know.
See, I don't know if you were around, Chris, whenever back in around 92, 93, where we had these things called pop-up. And when you would try and go to a web page and you would want to see what was on that web page, a pop-up would show up.
Yeah.
And it was an advertisement. You had to click out of it.
Pop
And
up.
then it got to, yeah, you had to go through all this bullshit, de-clicking these things, which were advertisements.
Yep.
People were getting on an average of a nickel to 20 cents per pop-up.
Wow.
And yeah. And then when that was taken and gotten under control, especially with the advent of MySpace and YouTube and ICQ, well, the ads were gone then because they hadn't learned how to embed the ads yet. And there was a time where back then, if I would have been on my game, would have developed certain systems protocols that would have not allowed different, I don't know, trusted user backdoor type access into certain machines that I had, and I wouldn't have probably put out as much bullshit and more content while I had the chance to do it. But I was too busy with my own workings and my own approach to what I thought was beneficial to me. And then when I found out that the computer was using me and I wasn't using the computer, that's whenever I used it as a practical means of, it's a tool. But even that, to this point, is no longer even a viable tool. You might be able to get a few videos on how to do some things. You can pull up some instruction manuals or some PDFs, but it has infiltrated your banking, your your criminal history, your medical. There is nothing that they have not infiltrated and taken, and is now dumping into one infrastructure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Centralization.
nobody's doing anything about it.
Nope.
Nothing. As a last hurrah, fuck you. At least I tried, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Why would they never caught on or whatever? You know. Yeah, that's. Yeah,
Because no control, no self-control, no self-respect, and no courtesy. That's why.
That's dopamine, right? Like you're saying, to get dopamine hits. Like you're saying, like this is like the heroin or something. Didn't you say? No, you said you quit heroin before you quit these phones, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's some kind of dopamine thing going on there. I think, you know, some kind
Yeah,
of.
I truly believe it would be easier to quit heroin than to give your phone up.
Whew.
For a lot of people.
This guy's closing deep, man. Wow.
See, for me, it would be I would have a hard time giving up sugar, so I would give up my phone before I would sugar.
Yeah, do you know how you try to
Really?
get addicted to sugar? Like try to go 4 or 5 days without sugar and see if
Ugh.
it makes you faint, you know, and lose a lot of strength. If it does, you're addicted.
Yep. We're all addicted to something. It's just managing what your vices are.
You know, I'm addicted to sugar. You know, I get a hypoglycemic. Like my blood sugar falls too fast if I don't eat enough of it. It's like the reverse of diabetes. You know.
Hmm.
Yeah, they got hypoglycemic and hyperglycemic. I mean, hypoglycemic and hyperglycemic. Hyperglycemic is what diabetes get. Diabetes people get where their sugar keeps building and building and building, eventually poisoning them. You know, hypoglycemia just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping.
Hmm.
So
I've been able to get away with it, so I haven't worried about it too much. It works for me. It wouldn't work for everyone, but I stay fairly active, so it works out.
oh, okay, you probably burn enough of it off or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
But no, we're all addicted to something. Technology is just one thing. I mean, in the dopamine hits y'all were talking about, everything in our society is set up to hijack dopamine, whether it's the doom scrolling on social media, the YouTube streams, TikTok. It's all designed to grab your attention, and we have all these little like hooks like trying to grab our attention everywhere we go, and I think we have to be responsible and be able to shut out a lot of that. I know for me, I rarely even interact with my cell phone because and I turn a lot of the notifications and all that crap off because I don't want it disturbing my day or what I'm doing. And I think we just have to manage our what we allow to come in a little better.
That's very wise of you. You know, I know that for a fact. That's wise of you. I strongly suggest you keep doing that. You know.
Well, Pam's got she's kind of one of my metaversal heroes because she does have her shit together,
Oh, that's cool.
and whenever she comes on, she's a no bullshit type person. She'll fun with you. She'll have fun with you, and she'll drop you like a hot potato if you fuck up, you know,
Yeah, one of those
and just walk on.
types, like a
And,
real woman, you know, like some little girl, you know, little teeny bop or
yeah,
whatever. You know, it's a real
and
That's just
she's
how
a
I move through the world.
right, and she's a naturalist, but yet she has incredible understanding of technology and spirituality, especially. She's into a lot of the metaphysics of life. Not necessarily. I don't know. I don't think I'd say so far as witchy, but more uh, spiritual manifestation type energies. If I'm not reading it wrong, Pam.
I've been accused of the other two. I pull a little bit from everything.
Okay. Hey, I can appreciate that.
You know, I've
I
been
can.
labeled a demon at points. I've been labeled a saint. I've been labeled an angel. I'll take it all.
There you go. Throw it all at me, because damn it, I'm not going to deny any of it. Fuck yeah. And I had to take. I've literally had to sabotage a lot of my support system, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is I was hit with a life situation that I do not and cannot, and I don't think I will ever be able to deal with. And I guess that's where trauma comes in.
Yeah,
That's
I remember.
trauma.
I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
And I have no way of dealing with that type of trauma. I don't have the personal resources or skills to endeavor on that for myself. So I had to crawl away from that, and what was outside of me was also a medium ranged, almost semi ghost like nuisance. And that was, and I caught myself. I'd wake up, first thing I'd grab my phone. And I thought, no, I'm a fucking hippie. The first thing I should be grabbing is a fucking cigarette and wiping the burn out of my eyes, wondering how the hell I got to wherever it is I am, adjust to whatever situation it is, and go into the other room and see who the fuck I was partying with last night. But nope.
So that didn't happen.
I found myself extremely comfortable, extremely safe, well pharmaceuticaled, well waited on, and I wasn't going to let none of that go until I started to literally sabotage myself because of those circumstances, and then I started sabotaging everything else to forcefully take it from me because it's like fucking heroin. And if somebody doesn't take it from you, or you don't cut your access off to it, you'll always go back to it. And nothing ever changes that way. And I don't think we're going to be afforded a lot of opportunity for expansion and growth on individual and personal levels under this new administration and this new infrastructure that we, even this last two generations, have been used to expressing. I think that that whole concept is going to be just completely removed from the infrastructure of society, and that's an entire social class. That's an entire generations of people who grew up under certain expectations, and then they get the fucking carpet pulled right out from under them. Just because there should have been schools, I think, dedicated to educating elderly and older people to using computer technology. I think that there should have been public classes given out, kind of like not necessarily AA, but you know what I mean, like every 2 or 3 times a week. You know, library runs you through these technical understanding how to get the older generation to be able to work with technology and to understand it, to give them a fair shot in the digital landscape to come. I think that the children should not have been put in a situation where they were being engineered and dumbed down to be a submissive whatever they think they are. A pronoun, a non-pronoun,
Exactly.
You know, junior leftist, junior rightist, junior drag queen, junior transsexual. They fucked them up, man. And now they're wanting to bring in the rule of law, a complete strict AI and digital interactive infrastructure. And I'm thinking, what are all these fucking old people going to do, man? That aren't capable of dealing with that. Where does that dividing line where the criminal can get away with the crime just because the other side of the fence doesn't understand the technology? You know, I can do that right now and jump the fence and come at this shit from a different perspective if I was a lesser person.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. You know some stuff, like, I don't know, like.
I was just lucky enough to be educated in computer technology. And I very much admire the fact that Pam has been able to take that and actually build a career off of it.
Oh,
That
cool.
to me is utilizing the true resources that a computer has to offer, and not just the overarching um, self-gratifying and social. When I looked at the demographics of this particular side of the this particular side of the metaverse, there's a reason that they clump and lump a certain group of us in together, and they done it by algorithm. I don't know if you knew that or not, Pam.
We're all put in little boxes
Yeah,
based on our interest in like little compartments, and basically we're all lumped together, and that's why it feels like it's a small world at times.
exactly. And it'll loop. Your suggestions will loop. Um, what comes through on your feeds will loop.
Yep.
And then whenever you start looking at one really interesting aspect of it is the uh, financial demographic, and the fact that I don't. I'm sure, Pam, if you took the time and looked, if you wanted to, is you'd find out that we're doing this particular side of the metaverse is nothing but mostly disabled people.
Well, I can't judge. I'm legally blind, but see, I don't use my disability as an excuse.
No, I'm just saying that if you're generally, you got a disability,
Yes.
and if you look at the demographics behind this particular part of YouTube, you're going to find that most of these people on this side of YouTube are under some type of government care, retired military, and I'm talking, you know, suffered injuries or vets, and a lot of disabled.
And
And
what
I'm
gets
not
me is
talking,
they're not doing anything to get off it or change it. You know what I mean?
nah,
Like I'll work myself into the ground because at one point I was making like really, really good money. And so I know with my own website, I can do it again. But what gets me is people are happy with like what they're with what they're getting and not trying to like claw their way out of it or like dig their way out. They've got complacent.
Yeah.
And like I see people that go to the same panels year after I've been here for a couple of years on and off, and I see people doing the same thing every day. And it's just addiction based consumption. It's nothing more. And to me, that's insanity to keep on doing the same thing and keep on getting the same results.
That is a form of insanity, I think. Yeah, you're right. But if you
it
guys,
is. It's the
yeah.
definition of insanity. But
Unless you're unless you're hosting these things and like people are just coming, it's crazy. Like the consumption factor of it, the only way you're really halfway winning is if you're running the circus. But then YouTube ultimately runs the circus, so that's even a joke.
that's just it. That's where I got my analytics from, and they have classes of people that they will send feeds to in different demographics, from financial to educational to it. They will lump you in just by some criteria, and I imagine, Pam, it's probably because your eyesight, and you got lumped in to get feeds from one you take on the spiritual aspect of things,
Well,
kind of
yeah.
and then the secondly is you have the disability. So they said, okay, we're just going to lump this person in over here with this criteria of people, regardless of how dumb or smart they are, these are the contributing factors, and this is what's going to be put in their feed.
Hey, actually,
Yeah.
JG's here in the backstage.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Hey, JG.
Hey, JG.
Hello.
Was that Steven? Just kidding. Yeah, I think that's a form of social engineering, you know? Or it's
I mean,
yeah.
it's okay to get dropped in these containers. It's whether you choose to stay there. I mean, I'll come and hang out in the metaverse for a while, and then I'll get back to my own life, especially during the summer when the HVAC business gets busy. Y'all won't be seeing me much.
HVAC.
Oh, that's cool. HVAC, nice.
My boyfriend's in addition to his like job at the semiconductor plant, we have a HVAC business that we run during the summer and stuff. So we try to stay pretty busy.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's why I said Pam's got her shit together, man. And I know that without there being some type of forced application to get my ass to do something besides consume my own mind or stay on some psychedelic internal discovery or consuming knowledge, and especially knowledge I probably shouldn't. Well, I'm not going to say that. Knowledge is knowledge, whether I get my hands on it or not. But I think with the advent of what's been introduced, man, I'm really I'm going to have to force myself, which is what I've been doing, to get the fuck away from this. I don't think I have the will to do it, Pam.
This, you mean like internet?
Like YouTube, or what do you mean?
Just being set up in a cozy little house with my cozy little ailments and my cozy little doctor's teams, and waking up with the same ambition as the day before. How do we take over the world? You know? And it's become such a rutted routine that I allowed life circumstances that hit me to overwhelm and completely knock a hole in the bottom of my boat. And I know it's sinking and I need to swim if I'm going to make it back to shore to try and recover anything valuable to contribute to the rest of my life.
What do you mean by take over the world?
What do you mean? What do I mean? If I had my way, I would have a glitch, a virus, go into the military aspect of the artificial intelligence and military control systems, and launch an immediate attack on the human species.
That's pretty crazy.
You know, I just had thought it's a good thing that they don't go by what people say, but they go by what they think their capabilities are. You know, that's how they operate. It's the same. You know.
You know, and it's not about the fact that at that point it's not a judge of character. It's a observational aspect of what we are as an abomination. If I was to ever really reveal what I truly think, of the human species, the human condition, our history, where we came from, how we were developed. Uh, I don't think people, it would either send me on a one-way crucifixion, or I would wind up starting another cult. And there'd be people going, "Oh my God, he's the culted one. He knows, he can see." And I could have a bunch of Jim Jones, the People's Temple type people come to my New Guinea island. I have plenty of quid for everybody.
That sounds kind of funny. It's not, but it sounds kind of like Jim Jones vibes, like, oh, man.
He was from Indiana.
Oh, no.
And who knows, maybe under different conditions and things change, and, my fortune turns around to the point where I'm no longer finding myself in being subdued by my own ridiculousness, isolation, comfort, contentment, health care, all those things that go along with it. It might be worth it to have to force myself into that situation, because God knows I don't have the fucking will to do it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's some way you could maybe schedule yourself to go out of the house somehow, like something fun for you, somehow,
Yeah, when's the last time you had fun? The fact that you can't answer that says it all.
Oh boy. Dude, you can't hide, Axis.
No, I can't. I don't. I'm honest. I don't. Honestly, don't remember.
Is there something that it's like, do you have a program running that tells you that the fun is bad, or it's not compatible with your programming, or?
Yeah.
Do you have, is it safety protocols?
Yeah, I feel for every happy thing that happens or every joyous moment that you have, there's a bastardizing smack across the back of the head that following it up. So as much as you enjoyed that maybe day, well, there's something right behind it to smack that fucking day back into it balance.
Well, it's ebbs and flows. There's going to be a day where it's all good, and there's going to be a day where it's kind of pissy, and then it's going to go back up, and it's going to go back down, and it just cycles, Axis. But you haven't had any fun in your cycle, and so there's stagnation.
Pam, if I can be honest with you, I haven't had one moment of happiness since my son went stupid.
Well, there's some kind of programming running that has to do with that and the ability to have fun and enjoy yourself. And there's some kind of, I don't know what it is, and I'm not trying to play therapist, but my intuition tells me there's something going on with guilt with that. I don't know. I could be wrong too. So
it always helped me to be able to talk about my son and the situation with my son. But I've had those
Casey's in the back.
I've had those people that have tried to utilize my struggle with me getting to deal with my son, or even speaking of my son, to the point like, yeah, fuck you, fuck your son, old news, sorry you bothered and struggled by it, but you know, we don't give a shit to hear it anymore. So, and then when something new comes up, you know, or I get delivered a new blow or something about
Well,
it. But,
half those people access won't even deal with their own struggle. They don't have the bandwidth to deal with what someone else has been through. It's only people that's been through like complete and utter hell that's going to have the bandwidth for that. And most of these people, they're not built for that.
I know.
I think she's right, Axis. You know.
Well, I haven't been right since the day that my son done that. And last Friday, I found out that my son has already went through his 30-day processing and has been in contact through text and through video visit with my mom and my daughter, and that my mom has been sending him money, and their explanation for it was they didn't know my address. And my mom wanted to let me know that because of me, my son, he's 23-hour lockdown, and he's only out 1 hour a day, and he's in maximum security, and he'll be living like that for the next 30 years. And then the last 30, the last 29 years, he'll get he'll get some type of job, in prison type of work thing. They build shit in prisons, I guess. And she was telling me all the shit they've done to him in there. And she still throws that up, that I'm the reason he's in there, and I'm the reason he's got to spend the rest of his life on 23-hour lockdown.
Is there some part of you that resonates, that you have an attachment to that?
Yeah, I've been in prison.
Well, we need to free the access, because like life isn't meant to be that way, and you can't control the outcome, or you're not a part of what someone else's journey. You have to live your life for yourself, even if your family isn't on board. I had to get rid of my family at an early age. I mean, early. I knew they were no good. And so I've never had a family. I've never had any of that. Like, they all chose abusive people and like drugs. And so I cut all that off like as a young kiddo. And so it's not easy, but once you get rid of all your attachments to, like, I don't know, like once you drop people like that, you allow the light to come in.
Well, that's what I was hoping was going to transpire, and is going to transpire with this. Is I told myself that once I knew my son was placed, and once I knew that he was in the facility that they were going to hold him in for a while, that at that point in time, there's nothing holding me. I'm not going to court, and I'm not doing court dates. I'm not having to deal with lawyers. I'm not having to deal with depositions, discoveries. I'm not having, what I went through this last year having to deal with. He's placed now. And whenever that happened, that's whenever I decided to start the self-sabotaging to get me motivated, because I've been here for a little over a year just living for his just living to be there for him. You know what I mean? Make sure he
But
had
are you living for
commissary.
yourself?
No, fuck no.
Okay, then that's what we need to work on, because you're talking about moving here and there. Unless you address this problem, it's just going to follow you wherever you go.
I don't need that.
So we just need to edit the program a little bit, maybe uninstall the parts that are causing the problem, and you'll get her fixed. Like I don't know, like you didn't incarnate here to like not live for yourself.
And I get what you're saying, Axis. I really do. But if I may say, like, well, this is my opinion. My opinion that you actually owe it to others to do yourself good, if that makes sense. To make sure you're healthy. Make sure you're healthy, like in a healthy state of mind as much as possible. Like whatever that means. Whatever that takes. Because it seems like you're unbalanced to me. And I'm not saying that in a bad way or anything. It's just like
no, I am. I don't deny my shortcomings. If I'm going through shortcomings, believe me, I'll let you know. Yeah, I'm going through some shortcomings. I have no problems with that.
I'm thinking in terms of problem solving. Not putting people
I
down.
definitely have problems there. But
Yeah.
the thing is, what's that?
Do you see yourself making big changes in the next 6 months?
Love to, yes.
Would love to.
Yes. And
That's
I'm
awesome.
going to apply what all energy I've got to it, Because otherwise I'm just going to lay here until what little bit of me that could have been salvaged and recovered is just going to fucking dissipate away. I don't care how much introspection I do, I'm still going to wake up in the third dimension. And unless I learn to cope and deal with the third dimension and some kind of a balance in between the full-on introspective awareness, but yet the environmental awareness that goes hand in hand with it, because we live in two different states. One of us is a dream spiritual type state, and then the other is the waking. And I would even say some of them are a waking sleep. But I've got to relearn that balance there too. It's never ending. It was never ending. Being hit with bullshit, barrages of bullshit. This is your fault. You did this to him. Had you gave him a better life, it's because he tried to be like you, and he got involved with a bunch of fucking witches and these Satanists that did it to him, and then it was drugs. It's because you're a drug addict, and he went and did drugs, and look what happened, and this is all your fault, and then now he's staying in the cell 23 hours a day, out 1 day a week, or on 1 hour a day, and it's like, and that's your fault, Believe it or not, that shit gets to you. And that's directly from my mom. My daughter disowned me too, just to throw a little spice on top of the chips.
Well, they did you a favor.
Yeah.
It sounds like they did you a favor.
No kidding.
Well, they revealed themselves.
It'd be worse if they were still around.
I got information Friday that I needed to be able to contact my son, and that came with such a browbeating and an ass whooping that I wish they'd have just mailed me a letter and stuck it in my mailbox.
Well, you can cease the communication to where they can't get a hold of you. Lord knows I've did it.
I'm going to have to, and I've got to. First thing I got to do is either get the gearbox on my truck fixed or just get a different vehicle. But that's my main priority, because I know as long as I got wheels and they're dependable, and I'm pretty good about keeping my shit together as far as my vehicles go, I can just throw a backpack in the trunk and go. And had I had a brain fucking one, I never would have come off the road. Never would have. I remember coming in I was in Santa Rosa, New Mexico, out in the desert. And as I was coming into Santa Rosa, my son calls me. And he's crying his eyes out like a madman, just boo-hooing and bawling, because he's lost his first true love, his fiance. And he was letting me know that he was going to delete himself. So I drove from nonstop Santa Rosa, New Mexico, back to Indiana, and tried to get his head back together. And whenever I got his head back together and shit straightened out there, where he wasn't going to hurt himself or anybody else, that's whenever I wound up in a nursing home. And from the nursing home to him fucking up. So hopefully since he's placed, I know my mom's disposition, my daughter's disposition, I know my disposition, and it's going to have to be a forced situation for me to get motivated. Because I know what I'm going to run into this morning. Whenever I got to go to when I got to go to the doctors with my my psych case manager, I've got to go to the physical doctors. And I know that's not going to turn out good. And not because of my health. It's just not going to turn out good. I had a lot of shit transpire over the last few days that makes me cringe when I think about it. I'm sorry, guys.
You're fine. It seems like you're going through a real dark night of the soul axis.
Yeah, don't be sorry.
Yeah, no need to apologize. We're here to listen, You're always there to listen to us.
Appreciate that.
I don't think any of us have any type of answers per se, but we can be here to be supportive, and obviously we care about you, and
Right? That means the world. That's everything.
Yeah, this is my opinion, Axis. Just my opinion. My opinion. From my opinion, from my perspective, you actually owe it to your son to do right by your mental health and other forms of health too. It's my opinion. After hearing all this and whatnot,
Yeah. There's. Tried to think about how to turn this into a positive, because you don't have little groups for, like, you have parents who have missing kids. They got groups. You got, Narcotics Anonymous. They got their little group. You got traumatic sexual abuse. Well, they got their little group, but they don't have a little group for. So your son brutally murdered somebody. Well, come on in. We're gonna we're gonna have a round table discussion about it. And
Start one.
get to
Start a group. I'm sure someone, if you're looking for that group, I'm sure somebody else is too.
Maybe that's your purpose.
Mm-hmm.
that might very well be.
maybe.
You asked for a positive. I mean, you don't go through
Yeah.
something that that's not preparing you for something. You're being initiated, Axis. But what are you being initiated for? No one goes through all this unless they're being initiated for something.
That is true, Pam. That's very insightful. It's easier just to say God's a hateful motherfucker, but no, there's always a more profound.
But deep in your soul, you know that's not true.
Right. Right. I don't know if go to teen some of the teen youth group, share with
Start a
them.
website, SEO it, start a Facebook group. There's all kinds of ways, and you have help.
And you have a channel, you can have people come on and share their stories, experiences, advice. I mean, it's a community within itself.
There's a whole prison panel community, and I'm sure some of those people are parents.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I thought somewhere along the line, surely there would be some type of group or some type of support system, because believe it or not, the only thing that I've even experienced close to this was motherfucker being killed next to me, and that's as traumatic as it gets. But whenever your own offspring does something that horrendous, you figure there'd be some type of support group, maybe some type of someone that you could, like, a 24-hour. So your life is shitty, you're dealing with such and such. Man, it just ain't there.
Well, that's why you need to create it. If you see a need and there's a gap, then chop chop.
Right?
Did you say you have access to a psychiatrist or a psychologist or something, Axis?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'd strongly suggest asking her or him, about this, if you feel comfortable running that by him. I think that could potentially be an excellent resource for this.
And have you deep dived on Facebook groups and even TikTok? If there's a groups on TikTok that deal with like parental alienation and like fringe things like that I've been hearing about, there's like a group for everything. And you already said you have a reach on that platform. So
Yeah.
that would be it. There's so many ways you could go about it. And you have people here that could help you like get ideas. And so, you know, maybe that's a reason for the void that's going on right now, or the like the darkness. Maybe something good's supposed to come out of it.
You know, Pam, that's probably been the most productive statement and advice that I've gotten through this whole fucking thing.
Well, it's because some of the people you seat yourself and talk to are clowns.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
I've given you some pretty damn good advice. But Axis, if you find these people, don't tell them you're going to try to take over the world, because you'll probably weird them out.
You know, JG, it's funny you should say that, because this last in-home nurse, man, she threw me under the fucking bus, and then she had a bus waiting behind that bus to run me over again, and then both buses backed up, and I got hit by 12 wheels. I'm telling you, no less than 12 fucking wheels, and there's still pieces of me ground into the pavement. This bitch had a vendetta against me, and I don't know where that come from, but wow. Fucking medical services called here, and she was here during the time that my mental health case manager was here, and she's supposed to be a nursing professional, and because she said me using the urinal when I can't get up, and my case managers and all that shit are here, I use the urinal beside my bed, and she said that offended her, and she said that I seemed highly volatile, highly suicidal, and she felt that I was going through extreme withdrawals, and she didn't feel safe because I had weapons here at the house, and I didn't see this coming, because we were just sitting here cutting up with my case manager. Everything was fine. Didn't see a fucking problem in the world. Hell, we were all just like nothing. And she leaves out of here just like, you know, see you tomorrow. Everything's kosher. And I get a call that next morning. That fucking whole medical system dropped my ass.
Yeah, I mean, you might have said something to these people that you're not telling us. You know, I don't know, man.
I wasn't withdrawing. Me and my case manager discussed my state of whether I was suicidal or not. Obviously, I passed that test because he's the one that would drag you off. There were no loaded weapons. I did use the urinal beside my bed, but I have no fucking clue, man. Just overnight, dude. And she left here with a smile on her face, just like everything's hunky dory. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll go to the medical store tomorrow, and I'll catch you at 8:30 in the morning. I was like, all right, have a good time. Be safe going home. And then I get this vicious fucking call the next morning. And my word don't mean shit over defending myself against a state medical worker. Those fuckers can say anything they want to, and you got to eat it.
Yeah, a guy like you shouldn't be around these people. It sucks to see that, you know. But you got to break
Can
away.
can you record when they're in your home?
Yeah, I can, but this she had been with me for, this was going on 2 months, and she was slacking on her job, but other than that, I had no real problems with her. There was nothing, you know. I didn't see it coming. Didn't even know it was in the fucking woodwork. But sure the fuck was.
Yeah, I'd keep those people at a distance. I wouldn't get comfortable with them or nothing. Like I would just be straight up like professional and gray rock them. Because if you tell them too much, you find if you tell people too much, they'll use it against you, even if they're projecting. She could have been doing a shitty job and she knew that she was going to get in trouble. And so she said all that stuff.
Right. You could be, Pam, because I let her get away with murder, you know. She'd come in and she would always, when she first got here, she was always, all the other girls, they don't do their jobs, and they sit around the phone the whole time that they're trying to take care of a patient. And then before the last 3 weeks, that's what she did, was sit on her ass and played on her phone for 8 hours, watching movies, you know.
Oh yeah, I'd have been making phone calls before that was a problem. She would have went home thinking there wasn't a problem and it would have got the scathing thing from her supervisor the next day. I don't fuck around with people like that though. We had a maid or whatever, a cleaner that like didn't want to do their good job. They just wanted to play on their phone the whole time, and they were really surprised when they got asked to leave.
Well, I wish I'd have been at least fruition enough of the mind to have seen that one coming. But man, you talk about a snake in the grass. This bitch was a snake in the grass. So I had IMPG call, which is the state people for in-home help and nursing services, and they're telling me, well, after the report we got, we don't know if we're going to be able to place any more medical. We're going to get you placed with another medical team. And I was like, what? I said, what the fuck what are you talking about? And then she starts laying it all out. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? So she's supposed to get with my caseworker from the mental health services, who was here that day. That day that she claimed she got freaked out and was scared to be here or felt uncomfortable. He was sitting right here. So I'm curious to see what he has to say about it tomorrow. How fucked up is that, man?
Well, a lot of those people aren't good people, Axis. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of those in-home health people. Like, my sister does that shit, and she's not a good person. I'm just saying.
Hey, I got Dom. I've been wanting to talk to Dom for a second.
Damn, Pam just cool guyed the shit out of me.
Dom's in his luminous green.
Damn, what does gray rock mean? I never heard that.
Gray rock, it means to be like, yeah, be really neutral and don't give them any emotional signal, like poker face, but with your verbiage too.
Gotcha.
Anyhow, how you doing? God damn it! How you doing, Dom? I'd like to ask you a couple questions.
Hey, Axis. Hey, everybody. I'm doing pretty good, Axis. Hope you're getting better, or obviously I'm hearing you're struggling with certain things.
Yeah, and I got to watch what I say. I found out also Friday, um, I, because I guess this is supposed to be standard. I don't know if it's standard or not, but they've had me under investigation since my son was brought in for the crime that he committed, and I thought after the trial that all that was supposed to go away. You know, like they quit investigating. They don't, and they record, listen in, and they'll investigate you. And in some cases, it's been up to 3 to 5 years that they've investigated people. So I just found that out Friday too. I think my mom's a snitch. But anyhow, we've been talking dumb for quite some time about what the human uh, being, the being part of the human, what it isn't. But I was curious as to what your aspects or your take on what it is. If you have an understanding of what it isn't, do you also have something to apply that describes what it would be as in opposition to what it is not?
Those are play on words, but something you can go inwards. Like, why do we say the word human being? You know, and I just play with that. So I know in commerce or in court, they classify the human as the beast part. So I'm going to speculate that the being part must be something beyond the human experience.
Yeah, no, I'm not being facetious. I'm trying to learn, Don, because I took myself, on such a deep introspective journey that now coming out of it and having to force myself back into uh, uh, some manner of three-dimensional living, that really kicked the shit out of me. It kicked me off balance really hard, and I'm having to actually force myself into situations to get uh, some type of sense of normality of living in the third dimension outside of the introspective state. And I know we've kind of played around and glanced at the idea where we're kind of a pre-initiated program to our actions or the things that we do or the things that we say. And my thinking is in reverse engineering of that. If you know that you're not that body, or you know that you're not that personality, you know that you're mostly the compilation of what you've gathered and what your attachments are to this to this plane of existence. What would that leave something to be? Not the physical. I'm talking the being, the that which is. I guess we describe it as a program.
Could be memory, I guess. There's a lot of inquiry, faith, probably, when I actually ask these things. people that are looking for answers, I guess the question would be, why are you here? You know, like, why are you in the human form? Most people are just going to say, well, I am the human form. Okay. But the being for me might be, I can entertain it as the essence, or in a computer terminology, the thing that's running behind the app.
Okay, I can understand. I can understand that. It's just applying. Would you think that comes from a quantized, incoherent, unsuggested state, and is developed into a coherent state of comprehensible physics that makes it applicable to the human? Or do you think that there's still a potential for us to be caught in between that quantum state with supersymmetry, the mind, as best as it can be in supersymmetry at this point? And that's where it's feeding itself that information to react upon or already be inscribed to act upon, and we're following through from a field equation, a quantum field equation, and it's what's actually governing and guiding us.
Well, you use a lot of words that access that I don't even ponder. So unless you want to break down those individual words, and maybe other people here can benefit from it, I try to keep it very simple in my inquiries. But after a while, for me personally, that would just be wordsmith. But if you can break down all those words, I'll gladly hear you.
Sure.
Using quantified and all that. So please share.
Sure. Do you think that we as beings are a mirrored or reflection of a quantized state being acted out in a physical form, and the medium being the being? Or do you think that has that quantized state has nothing to do with our actions, whether they're precognizant or afterthoughts?
So if I go with the idea it's a program, so I'm going to ask the program to make up some words and then try to explain myself. Okay. It's a possibility. I can only leave it out as a possibility. You know, it's still what I'm hearing is people are looking for. It sounds like an answer needs to be solved, and I really can't give you that answer.
Okay. Well, I've derived my own.
I know you can share that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've already come to that understanding for myself. But I would like to be able to further elaborate, because of the profoundness of not being the not being even the being, not being the human. You're not, the human being, the body, the being the being that's within inside the body, and the state of what it is in the script. As far as energy goes, it has to come from a source of energy, and it also has to be governed by a bandwidth or multiple bandwidth. And I'm wondering, is it potential? Is it potential that that's just purely quantum? Anybody can answer. I mean, I was just asking Dom, but anybody that's got insight, I will listen to, because I'm very curious. Well, if not, then can I give you a hypothesis?
Please, sure.
I have a inkling that we are a repeated state of electromagnetic, such as a needle in the groove of a record player, being played out against a quantum potential, and everything is functional as a clock. And I think that a lot of our concepts of who we are related to our free will is more illusionary and given over by a quantum state than it is actually some type of physical state, or well, metaphysical and quantum are the same thing to me. To me. Sorry.
Sorry to break the concentration here. There's a JJ's in the back.
I brought him up.
Okay.
I'm trying to find my ale.
Need a tissue?
Oh crap! How did I miss that? I'm sorry.
No. Okay. Sorry.
That's a fucking gnarly cough, man.
Hey, I'm pulling that off with one lung. Should be proud.
Yeah, this wusses with two lungs. Whew, got it easy.
I think if I had two lungs, it'd be distribution. It might not be as hard.
I'm gonna start coughing a lot when Steven comes on, man. I'm just gonna start coughing the whole time. You can join in. Every time that dude shows up, just start coughing.
I don't want to reduce myself to that. I'm trying to edify him. I don't know that there is any to be had for him, but I'm really going to try. I'd like to think that there's some type of salvation that can be had, whether it even be. But if he's schizo and he's psycho and he's schizophreniform, then I understand why he would never be able to come around to having a constructive communication with anybody.
This is a game to people, man. People want to take advantage and psych you out and play their mind games. That's all it is.
Well,
with certain people.
That's what started here. And I seen it coming because I'd seen it happen repetitively over these different platforms. So I knew how it was going to play out just by observation of how it's played out consecutively, repetitively over different platforms. And it's not just Steven. So I thought the best way to deal with this guy is to not to wage war. You know, if he wants to be a ranting, raving child about if he doesn't get it his way, we're all going to be filled in here, that's fine. He can believe that. You know, if he wants to call me a demon, which I am half, I have half the genetic traits of a fallen entity, you know, so be it. If I'm a Satanist or Seventh-day Adventist or
right, but strong beliefs doesn't make something a fact.
no, I know that. I recently come to a horrible reality that I'm not sure how I like. Is we've managed to play out X amount of years so far in the third dimension as we know it, using sleep, the ethereal, astral, prime material, and various other vibrational levels of consciousness for this small scheme of this small view of bandwidth that we have and what little bit we can stretch out beyond it. And when we leave the body, we're going to be in a different dimensional state. That goes without saying. I'm not sure that, because I don't see it in English. I don't see it as in a comprehensible language. If we was to achieve a new dimensional state of being, we would have to relearn that new dimensional state of being. Unless that's where we originally come from and suddenly this is like a commercial and a long eternal play, and once you get past the commercial, which is life, you go back into death and you're suddenly remember you're watching a TV show and it all makes sense. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all. I think we're going to continue to move in almost an infantile state through each dimensional plane. As just an energy. I'm sorry.
Got it, visitor.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Hey, I just heard you coughing. Just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm struggling through having one lung, and apparently I'm getting a bit of a cold or some type of flu, and that lung is voicing its discontent. We did just get hit by the bird flu here, so, and the green fog. We got hit by the green fog, the lights in the sky, and the bird flu, all in the same 2 week period. That's
Interesting.
northeastern Indiana, and the drones that they had were videotaped. Military drones were landing in chicken hatcheries and where they get fucking chickens from in northeast Indiana, and that's where that commercial came up. Don't shoot the drones. Don't follow the drones. Just record their location and go on.
So that's why there's a
And
shortage on eggs.
yeah, they've killed off millions and millions of chickens already.
Costco was out of eggs. We're living in strange times when retailers like Costco are out of eggs.
Yeah, New York was $12.79 a dozen today.
It was 8 something here.
I heard ICE is cracking down on the chickens. I heard ICE got a lot of illegal chickens.
I don't know about that. I do know that they're talking about any farm that's because there's several farms that's quarantined right now across the upper east, all the way to probably the middle, lower Midwest, and they've got full hatcheries and produce chicken fucking farms, man, on quarantine lockdown, and they started killing the chickens, and now they're trying to decide whether they need to burn the barns and the coops. So all those eggs and all that poultry is now being slaughtered, and they were talking here up east Indiana here as to whether to burn the coops. And
This
there's
is
a
all
new
from the bird
chicken.
flu?
Huh?
This is all from the bird flu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the green fog come through first. The green fog comes through. We had the lights, and they came in. The lights came in, and you could see them from here in Fort Wayne. It's about a week before the fog, and then the fog come in, and we still had the lights, and then immediately behind that was the bird flu and the quarantine, and then there was drone landings and spotting of military drones and poultry farms, and then that's when they told the people to quit shooting at them and chasing them around. So it's you can check it out. It's just above Fort Wayne, Indiana. That whole northeastern Indiana area there is just it's the newest hit, and it's pretty nasty.
I guess the fog
And
finally made it out to Arizona, to Winslow.
oh, ooh, Winslow.
Fuck Winslow.
You didn't like Winslow?
I hate that place. There's a crazy cop there.
Oh, Yeah, that make you hate it real quick. But yeah, it's finally made it here, and I don't know if that's what this is some type of respiratory infection setting in, or whether I just got some stupid ass common everyday cold.
No fever, right?
Not yet. I got just mild hot flashes, but no. Yeah, I'll get hot for a couple minutes, and then I'll get cold, and just can't get that comfortable body temperature going. So
Yeah.
I've been drinking the shit out of NyQuil, cold and flu. I think the fuck out of that shit, and sinus and allergy, Tylenol sinus and allergy.
Hope you get to feeling better.
I would I'd take that in a heartbeat, feeling better. I really would. I'd take that in a heartbeat.
Well, it's midnight here, so I'm gonna say goodnight, guys.
Okay, Casey, thank you for stopping in this evening, checking
Yeah.
in. You're always welcome.
Thank you. Hope
Nice
you feel
chatting.
better. You too, Kyle. Yeah. Talk to you guys soon. Have a good night.
Thank you too.
Bye.
She got a nice demeanor about her.
She's awesome.
She should be fairly intelligent, got a nice demeanor, etiquette. How the fuck she wind over here with us?
Right?
What okay. But anyhow, I know there's a differential that tapers down or up, whichever way you go, from solidified to desolidified to quantum. And I'm almost thinking that even the concept of what we are now seems more the only randomness about it would be the same as a quantum computer, just superposition. And now that they have all that error correcting code, and they have the place in Abilene, they just did a big thing on that today, Pam. And they have a chip now that surpassed the Willow chip, and they're combining all these qubits together for this base infrastructure. And I think there's going to be a randomness, that odd glitch, just as in with every human, it's going to come barreling out before it's over with. I don't know if you've seen how neo-Nazi-esque and very authoritarian dictator Musk and Trump have been looking lately in their pictures, but the press has been really imaging them as one. They're asking why Musk is even getting any political push and pull. But I guess he was directed to, I think, education, if I'm not mistaken. And Trump has he's got this rule of law to him now that he didn't have in his first campaign, his first run. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to that either.
Yeah, but I noticed, he's been making like large sweeps and things, with these orders, these executive orders, like for instance, like the man and woman thing, getting rid of all these genders and just having man and woman,
Oh, he done
Well,
that, yeah.
always
yeah,
remember it's not him doing this.
it's white sweeping. So
Who is it then, JJ? Who do you think it is? JG?
Well, I know it's not him. I know it's the elites, the wealthy. He's
Puppet in charge.
right. He's a puppet in charge, but I mean, they just keep pushing that illusion that it's all him, and then just got to remember, yeah, it's way deeper than that.
It's all a big psyop. The left side is trying to paint the narrative that Trump's a dictator. Meanwhile, the Biden administration did so much fucked up shit. So it's either way you go, it's a bunch of assholes. And like 4 years ago, the other people were upset. So either way you slice it, it's someone's gonna be pissed off.
Well, I think it's an interesting way that they worked the last administration into bringing out all the left wings and socially engineering everyone to be accepting of each other and pronouns and all these different, I forget how many different variations of sexes there were. And these people became comfortable. The migrants became comfortable. Everybody got their piece of America that they felt that they wanted to hold on to and that they felt they were going to buckle down and keep. And within the first 20 days of Trump, he done said 2 genders and let's get all these immigrants out of here. And then he's done went with the tariffs against Canada, but he backed off the Canada one, 10% on China and 25% on Mexico. And we have a new Gulf of America.
Well, I wonder what the corporate state, what their plan is. It's all planned, but I wonder. Like I always try to get ahead and think like, how's it gonna go down in the next couple of years?
Well, they're all kissing
One,
Trump's ass right now. Look at Zuckerberg.
there's a picture I need to get to you guys. And I remember it from
Zuckerberg's just another Trump. I'm just saying, like the real people running the show. What's the plan? What's the Zion? What's the Zionist? What's Cambridge Analytica? What's?
Yeah, I need to find. I'm gonna look that picture up here. That was just before his first. This was before his first. This was no. This was wild. This was right after he done. I don't know. This could be the calm before the storm when he was in the Oval Office. Then he went to Saudi Arabia. He did this ceremony with the Saudis, and then immediately after that, Sophia became a Saudi Arabian citizen. And the picture is one of the big Arab leaders and Trump with their hands together on a lit globe. I don't know if you guys remember that picture or not, but it's a globe of the world. They're looks like they're in some fucking bunker somewhere, and they got their hands on that, and it's all lit up. And then, whenever back in the '80s, when Trump had sabotaged himself by putting a casino against a casino, he owned two casinos and had them competing across the street from each other, and then he went bankrupt. It was our Yamaka brothers that pulled him out of that because they said the Trump name still had value. But then I've also been watching the bloodlines and the lineages of where these assholes have all they're all keeping a same genetic line in power, and Trump seems to be the pinnacle of a particular genetic line. You might be able to pull that up quicker than I can. I don't know. It's a picture of Trump and Saudi leader with their hand on lit globe.
Y'all can. I'm not giving it my energy.
Oh, that's all right. I'll look it up.
I don't know. The way I see things is when you turn off the TV, like both sides, and then you're like stuck with your own reality, then you just create your own best little world and you ignore all the bullshit going on, and then it doesn't really matter.
Well, he's got the 2025 agenda. Now, here's where I'll tell you how it applies to what I've got
Does
in
he
mind.
have it, or does the Heritage Foundation have it? Because I've looked into the 2025 agenda, and it seems like that was some stuff that wasn't related to Trump, and he's come out against it. Now, J.D. Vance, he's for it, unfortunately, but Trump isn't.
Right.
He's come out publicly stating that as much.
So this must have been a recent then, or is it? Because I understood, from my understanding, he was his when he first and when that was first initiated, 2025 agenda, he was on board with that. If he's not, that's cool. I mean, I'm better off for it.
Yeah,
Truly.
I don't think anyone's really on board with that except for like the Heritage Foundation, and I think JD Vance was for a little bit, but they I think a lot of people got freaked out because they were like talking about some of those people that on the far conservative wanted to get rid of things like no fault divorce and like all this crazy stuff. Again, there's a lot of fear coming from both sides. Like the Democrats were trying to tell people that Trump was going to shut down everyone's Social Security, so I just turned off all the fear and all the bullshit, and it's just insane to me. Like both sides have equally fear-mongering narratives, and none of them benefit any of us to living a better life.
No, I know it doesn't. And the reason I'm worried about it is my luck. If it continually goes the way it has been, I'll wind up letting this place go, liquidating, getting back out on the road, and I'll have like 3 days I'll be headed, and as soon as I get to the desert, they're going to grid the place out, they're going to implement some type of, you know, you've got to be, you can't be out in a car, you can't be a nomad, you can't be a van lifer, you can't be an RVer no more. You know, you've got to stick within the confines of these smart cities or
I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm sorry. I think that's all like conspiracy theories and movies and dystopian shit. I think it's like the best time to be alive, depending on your viewpoint. Like I don't see that happening at all. There's too much money that would be lost by doing that.
Well, I hope you're right, Pam. I really do. I really hope you're right, because I'd hate that, man. I'd hate to fucking give up everything, get right the fuck back out there, get to living myself back into something that I would call life, and then the next day, nope. Here's your smart ID. Here's your travel pass. Here's your zone pass, and don't get caught here, there, or another after dark, or otherwise imminent force and deadly force will be used against you.
And if they do that, we'll go back to the days of living in the wilderness and being tribal, and we'll make it happen. There's always going to be groups of us that rebel.
Right?
I know.
Right, I'm down with that. I can make a spear and I can hunt rabbit. Slingshot. I'm trying to think of some of the other slingshot, spear, flint, sinew, wood. Yep. You're good then.
It's gonna be okay. That's all I'm saying. Like they've been saying it's gonna be this dystopian nightmare for years, and sure there's been some elements where they've tried, but when they've really tried to do things, people have stood up for it. Look how many people stood up to the jibby jab.
Yeah, you don't think that the Stargate thing is gonna
No, I mean, I think
no.
Alex Jones makes a lot of money telling people that, and I think like the podcasters make a lot of money, but I ultimately think that they're going to do everything they can, and it's not about control; it's about making more money. Money runs the matrix.
Right. I didn't know Alex Jones is against the Stargate thing.
Well, I know there's a lot of people that's saying that it's the beginning of the end, and between that and AI, we're all doomed. And I just remember the same type of satanic panic the Christians had, and then when the internet high speed came out, we were supposed to all it's supposed to be the end of things, and there's just been this like panic about something every 10 years.
Yeah, I don't buy into the apocalyptic side of it, but I do the control factor of gritting things down, giving you a smart ID, and trying to keep you into certain zones and areas. That does concern me.
Oh, they'd have to shut down the airlines and do all of that. I don't think so. It's too much money to be lost.
So you don't think that's a part of what the drones are doing right now? Then they're
No,
not.
I don't think so.
It's not a patrol type thing.
I don't think it's for that. I think it's I think the narratives I've heard I'm more likely to believe is that they're testing technology that would sniff out missing nukes and things. Because there was some missing, I guess, some kind of nuclear material that went missing, and I guess they're developing technologies or testing something along those lines to kind of sniff that out, from what I've heard. But again, who really knows? Like, if they don't want us to know, they don't. We're not going to know.
Right. They were supposed to disclose that information after Trump's second day in office, but he never did. I think you said that. I think you said there was somebody that disclosed what the drones were supposedly about.
Yeah, my partner listens to that stuff all the time. It was something to do with FAA related stuff.
Well, can't. I mean, as long as it's benign, I don't have any problems. You know, just don't be so damned intrusive.
Yeah, I
But
say
they
turn off
are.
all the media and live your life, you know what I mean? Because like I don't know, like people just seem to be scared about stuff, and like when you turn all the outside noise off, you can literally create your own reality.
Yeah, it's what I told you, Pam. Is I've allowed myself to. I've allowed myself too much introspection, um, too much isolation, and I learned so much about the pros and cons of technology and what they're capable of doing with it. That readjusting to an external three-dimensional life is just a motherfucker.
Yeah, I get the
Not
isolation thing.
you know, it's
I
I'm not
get what you're
going
saying.
to complain because I at least got to experience those extremes, and I got to experience, oh my God, things that I won't ever be able to share verbally, and I do appreciate that, and I'm glad I was able to experience that, but now I have to live through the repercussions of what I did to myself on a social level. Means I have to start like keeping myself presentable, at least be somewhat civilized with human, and quit trying to bite them, bark at them, and learn that I don't piss on telephone poles in public, and the other horrible etiquettes that I've picked up by ignoring the fact that I'm still stuck here in a 3D world with the rest of them. But then I was always told on this journey, I was told from the very beginning, when the human race starts looking like another species to you, stop. It's just I didn't take that advice soon enough.
So can we test that ideal of it's about the money?
How's that? How?
Well, if you shut the economy down for 2 years, do people realize how many trillions of dollars goes missing or lost in that 1 week? That every time you
Ooh.
shut down. If a person understood that, then they realize it's not about money.
For some, I'm sure it's not. For some, it's just it goes beyond money to world domination as far as control of regions, areas, and
Well,
then
there was people that
there's
made money during the pandemic.
No, I know they did, but there's people that's always making money, and I'm literally saying they're making it. Earning it is of no concern to them. People that are ruling of land think money's dirty. That's for all the, beneath us kind of people, kind of mentality, whether you're the Gates family or you're the Rothschilds or whatever. Again, this isn't really about flesh and blood. You want to feed that form for the short lifespan, you keep feeding it. You want to store memories in the blood, yeah, you keep doing that. It's not about that. That's why I said the indoctrination is very wide. Now, most people aren't going to challenge that. They'll reinforce it. They'll parrot that shit. It's not even about gold and silver.
I think myself it's an observation of genetics and bloodlines.
But you need foot shoulders, and you can do that with bloodlines. So right now, asks you're sick. Who's really sick? Is it who you are, or is it just revealing you're attached to it? It's real. It's kind of like putting on goggles. It's real. But I got a flu. I said, no, you're reinforcing that you think you have the flu. Sucks while you're in it.
So you think the governing forces potentially aren't even within physical representation, that
No.
they're just completely, totally on an energetic basis?
Yeah, it's like any kind of ruler. True rulers, if they got everybody in place, you're never going to see them. It's usually when they're not doing their job to keep the masses down, then they're going to actually have to reveal themselves. But they're going to punish the ones that are supposed to rule, not the masses. The masses, we're the masses at that point. We're asleep, thinking that we're somewhat awake. I'm just using terms. You know, like, am I to assume that once a person's no longer here, what happens to all that memory? Did it go for naught? Person that becomes a plumber, electrician, a surgeon, what purpose does their measly lifespan really serve? Unless there's a bigger picture and most of us aren't in on it. But we can at that point just speculate. And then we can use critical deduction of what it isn't, but it still doesn't mean we're really going to understand it. You know, like when they tell us somebody's worth $1 billion, anybody here know? How would you actually validate that? How could you confirm that? You know, I get it when people parrot name dropping Donald Trump, Jesus Christ. How do you apply discernment to names? Socrates, Joan of Arc, Alexander. How do you apply discernment to that? You just know of a name, but what's the message? You know, hear the message that a guy like Donald Trump is being forced or paid to read. And then go inwards and say, okay, does it really serve? No, that one's a distraction. But wait for the next one.
So you don't think then that there's any prophetic attributes to what's going on now with Trump and Vance and the various wars that are going on, the implication of the new industrial revolution, the eugenics of humans?
They play parts, but you have to be like, you have to get into the details. Are we including all the people that they rule throughout the world, or are we just going to be talking about our, you know, because that a lot of this stuff reinforces nationalism. I'm a Canadian, so I'm going to be concerned about Trudeau, but forget about all the other governments. And if I'm in America, let me be concerned about Donald Trump, but I'll forget about all the rest of the governments. America does not rule. The empire might be actually in America, but it does not rule. And as long as humans think for some, as long as people think that they're the vessel, then you can threaten them with a gun or starvation. That's why slavery never really worked, because eventually a person says, so I'm going to be working for the same thing that keeps my body going. I'll take my chance to kill myself. But then they would actually make rules, say, listen, if you kill yourself, the people that you love closer to you will have to die too. Again, do they understand how to work the brain? This is not about fiat currency. It isn't whatsoever. It'll bring you some comforts only because we've all chosen to be conditioned to think, well, I need money. No, you don't need money. But it can bring some of your wants to you. You know, I don't want to learn to be a farmer. Because if you did, then you would realize, okay, so then why am I actually farming? Because you're trying to heal the vessel, or you're trying to steward the vessel. You're trying to maintain the vessel. This way you don't have to suffer as much. But even working to obtain all those kind of necessities, people will suffer because it's a constant thing over and over again. You're spinning a plate. I got to figure out where to get my liquids. I need to know where to get to my food and all that. So it was an easy sell to tell the human race, yeah, we'll just get certain people doing all that stuff. The rest of you guys, you can just start working at, I don't care, whatever field that you want to be. If you don't want to be a tradesperson, you can be into programming or making computers or building bridges. More smoke screens. But for a lot of people, that's important. They want to figure out that puzzle. Let me get all the edges first, Maybe even flip the puzzle upside down so you don't even have to look at seeing that there's going to be a picture turned out there. And I figured it all out. I said, okay, so there's 3,000 more puzzles to do. Unless you're looking at this as purely entertainment. Well, this is entertaining. Okay, the governments of one country is doing one thing, the government in another country doing nothing. But when people are self-absorbed, well, how does it affect me? Well, who's the me at that point? Is it the behavior? Is it the persona? Sorry, Pam, I'm just challenging the whole concept of money. You know, like, it was about commerce. Those 2 years was all about commerce. It wasn't about health, because then people would be talking about what is a virus, what do you do? Should you fast? Should you understand that? No. You know, Donald Trump was brought up during WWE. He brought up during The Apprentice, because that's the generation that is of this age. He's like a Ronald Reagan. Hey, we brought up an actor. We've scripted him to no end. So talking about Donald Trump without talking about what he's reading is wasted energy, but people will still do it. A lot of people, especially in these communities, they don't realize how much they have. I got you. I figured you out. I'm like, what did you figure out? And then how would it serve you at that point? Yeah, that's a simple one too. How would that serve you or others? How would it serve to know that information? How would it serve to know that they literally brought you into a room? You see all these big machines here? We print money. And we print all the currencies throughout the world. So what are you going to do about it now? You're going to go tell all your friends? You're going to try to explain to them? By the way, we'll even show you the next one. There's a bunch of aliens. Then what are you going to do? You're going to write a book on it? Good luck trying to get it published.
At the end of the day, none of it matters, huh?
Not on a physical level, hence the word matter. Yes, no, it doesn't, because it's already been stamped. That vessel's been stamped. It's how you treat it while you're in it. You know, because there's people out there, they take good care of their vessel, bang, they die the next day. There's other people, I don't really give a damn. I'll smoke, I'll drink. And next thing you know, they're living to 100 years. Unless there's something beyond the physical. Most people are caught up in the evil part, the material part. But yet they ignore things like the words that they use. What's the energy behind it? Where do you see that? Where do you see air? I don't see all of that. I said, there you go. So all the shit you learned in school, throw that out the fucking door, or at least challenge it. We're talking about people that are breakaway nations. I'm speculating when I say that part. And they just print money. Now, is it the elites? No, they pay people to do all that stuff. Because people either buy into the system or sell out, but more times than not, they buy into a system. What does $1 trillion look like to somebody? And what can you purchase? Well, if you condition society, then I can tell you what you can do with society. You got to first condition them. And then you have to condition them to say, listen, I want you to build me a boat, $1 billion boat. I want you to build me a high rise. I want you to build me CERN. Now, is it money or is it the conditioning part that's of more value at that point?
Well, if it's tangible fiat or petrodollar, to my understanding now, and to what they're doing with the place in Abilene, using it as one of the largest crypto mining for a government cryptocurrency. I don't even know how that, because to me, Bitcoin is though I had my moment of dealing with it and it wasn't pleasurable. I don't I think that whole concept's going to change. Dom, I really think that they're going to change the even the tangible currency that we hold.
Hmm. It's just a different version of IOU. You know, America was built under the premise of we're going to hedge gold. So there's people that were well off, still are, and they'll say, okay, I'll use as collateral gold. More times than not, they're not going to circulate the gold, but yet let's give an IOU to it. And that's fiat currency. It's like somebody saying, I have 1,000 chickens, but I'm only going to circulate 10 chickens, but I'm going to give all kinds of thousands of IOUs out. And then once it served its purpose, a lot of people built roads and cars. And then they figured, let's take the gold off of it now, let's put the oil reserve. So they did that now. And then what would they use? They still use the same IOU. Now, before they go to this new system, they want to know what is the true value of that IOU, both publicly and privately. See, America talks about $31 trillion in the hole or in debt publicly, but they also have private information, such as how much have we really spent on military? How much money have disappeared? How much are we really going to pay future pensioners? Now you're at $300 trillion. And then they figure, okay, what's the value now of that? 9 cents to the dollar. So now here's an example. Your currency is at $9 to the dollar, and your gold is worth, let's say, $1,000 for one gold, whatever ounce. Let's go with that number for now. But if your dollar is worth 9 cents to the dollar, what is that $1,000 worth then? That's $90. The gold hasn't changed, but the money has changed. So what happened when a country actually goes broke like that? You loot it. Hence 2008. And what else do we do? Let's use other currency as new IOU. That's why the yen and the ruble has been financing the America's empire for the last 15 years, 16 years actually to be exact. So they're crashing the economy. So hey, let's get an American president to do tariffs on other countries, 25%. And what do you think the kickback will be? Well, China, Canada, and Mexico will say, well, we're going to put higher tariffs on you. They're trying to shut down the American economy. And they're looting it while they're doing it. Now, for the Americans, I kind of sympathize with the citizens. You had a good run. Take the sweet with the sour. When it starts burning, don't be upset. But it's not about the fiat currency. Now, for the people like us, useless mouth breathers, fucking NPCs, citizens, peasants, we get conditioned and we can thank our forefathers for that. You know, you can commit a crime, you can murder somebody, but dare not fucking steal from the Federal Reserve. You'll see the fucking sentence you'll get. You know, in America, they're not like other countries where they benefit from third or fourth time offenders, put them in jail, let's make a buck off of it. Other parts of the world, okay, 3 kids, you committed a crime, one of you going to get a shot in the head. We have any more problems? No. I said, so one-time offense, that's all you need. Now, that might seem cruel, but at the same time, what's crueler than economically? We have to actually spend all these resources to have prisons, you know, and if not that, we're going to probably put them in military or CIA or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But that's a game then. CIA, KGB, probably on the same team. But give us the illusion.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all on the same network. I'm sure you've got little cliques of privatized cells, but as far as a whole, I don't think any political party makes a move against any other nation without there being an understanding between the Secret Service, the CIA, the FBI, Homeland Security. As much as they can admit that they don't stay in cohorts with each other, I beg to differ. I think they do.
And they probably have a lot of those in there because they have to keep, you know, when you do business with other people and you know you're scamming the masses, they become your enemy, not the masses. They're counting on the masses to be fucking naive and arrogant. And just to confirm it, let's throw them some sort of little distraction in the media and let's see if they run with it. And they do.
I don't know.
Media, go ahead.
From what little bit I've seen, especially here recently, was the fact that I have become a dissident, and I truly am a dissident. I've watched them systematically use every possible thing they can and could pull out against me so far. And there's only two things left that I've got that if they take, then I have to start all the way back at zero. But then a little over a year ago, I was so fucking stable here and comfortable that I had no concerns. You know, I was able to venture into realms of whatever, and I could tickle any fancy delight that I had. But in the course of a little over a year now, even my home feels empty because that's how much has been sucked out of this place. And I kind of contributed to the fact that I wasn't keeping tabs on my third dimensional existence. You know, I'd let my third dimensional or external ability to contend, cooperate, or even communicate with humans go to hell. But if they take those two things away, then I am solely, independently dependent on survival and the resources that I have, period. I'm a bad boy. I'm a dissident.
You can also be an agent too, without being aware. You could be a dissident for the masses, but actually an agent for the system. I'm not saying you're doing it consciously.
Could be.
Mm-hmm. The survival mode that most people talk about is the physical. Fight and flight is about the physical. And then when people argue with each other because their emotions got hurt or their mental got hurt, I said, so why are you defending something and you're bringing up the physical when it wasn't your physical that's in harm's way? That's the survival that most people are caught up. They're communicating or hearing, whether they're aware of it or not, with the ego. The vessel. It's so unintelligent. And most people, including myself, will spend an enormous amount of energy going to work, earning something so we can actually feed it, give it liquids, and shelter it. And then once it goes into some disease mode, and most people don't communicate with it, they're going to look at it like, oh, I don't know why my body went to disease. Well, you're not communicating with it. You're putting it in harm's way. Oh, I don't watch TV. Okay, you don't watch TV, but you put yourself in front of Wi-Fi, do you not? Sure you do. Do you also put yourself around noise pollution with cars and planes? Sure you do. Well, I don't think those things would affect me. I said, okay, now you sound like a fucking Christian now or a fucking state person now. It's easy to close one's eye when they're already closed. It's when you're trying to wedge it open and challenging it. So how do I not know? Well, I'm going to have to fake it till I make it. I might have to look at possibilities. The ones that truly do understand it, how would they explain it to everybody else? We'd almost have to make it into a riddle.
People, there's a learned helplessness that is like they just accept it and they don't want to try to break away or be disobedient because then socially they're just going to be some weirdo. So everybody just cowers, they bend the knee, and they stay helpless.
I'm with you on JG, but I always find it fascinating when the people might come to that conclusion, but yet they still feel as though they need to defend something or attack something. I said, that's kind of strange. If you're good with it, then there should be nothing coming out of your mouth at that point.
Oh, I don't agree with you, Don. There you go. So you're not true to yourself then. I think you're full of shit. I said I said that openly already. I'm just using curious when I hear other people say it once in a while. Yeah, I'm full of shit too. Okay, what type of shit now?
Yeah, I'm just talking here, no drama.
Yeah. But drama does sell. You know that, JG. It sells. Or it gets consumed. Or, people, then they start culting up, But they're not really drawn. Everybody's fucking drawn to bond in some way. The thing is, sometimes we have to actually go to the hardware store and get glue. Because that bond is not strong enough. The one that people want. Oh, I have a problem. Okay, what's your problem? I'm curious.
I'm just saying there are a bunch of us that are actually reasonable and level-headed, so there should be no drama with us. So I'm trying to avoid drama with certain people, and all the other clowns, I'll just fuck with them all day. I'll just shit on them all day.
Well, let me ask you about state of mind then, JG. If you had to be out there living the life you live because you had no alternative, would it be as enjoyable?
Well, it's different for everybody, man. It would be different for everybody. If I didn't have another alternative, I don't even like thinking like that, man. To me, that's like a distraction.
Because I think at the rate I'm going to probably by spring or early summer be in a position where I'll either be hoofing it with a backpack or putting it with some type of vehicle that I call a shelter. I was just kind of wondering because I really enjoyed my time out there. Time of my fucking life. But I don't know if that was the only recourse I had, whether it be as enjoyable.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna live like that, you got to be healthy. You got to be in shape. And
I'm not. But go on.
I'm just saying, if you're not healthy, if you're not in shape, right?
Yeah.
How I'm living, it's gonna be hell, man. Like say I got hurt or something like really fucking bad happened to me, right? I can't walk or living like this is gonna be fucked. It's gonna be a nightmare, physically.
Right.
And then mentally, it's going to take a toll on you because you're depressed, or bummed you out, like you lost your morale.
That's why I was wondering. Because there's going to come a reckoning that's going to bring a sudden and an abrupt halt to what I'm doing. And I'm either going to be a fugitive, an exile, or bum.
It's your choice,
Unless
man.
I take precautions.
You could live like the homeless people out here, right? You could, the people living outside. That could be a choice. But if you're not ready for it, I mean, if you try it out and it's too hard for you, man, get the fuck away from it. Like, say you try living like this for a couple days and it's way too hard for you, get out of there as fast as you can.
How long have you been living that way, JG?
I'd say my whole life, but I finally got the balls to really, live how I'm living now a couple of years ago. But when I was younger, I mean, I've always been a loner, just outdoors type of person. And
Mm-hmm.
what fucked me up was like the stigmas, like, oh, like he sleeps outside, and then it's like you got this label, the drama starts. So for me, it was always avoiding drama, right? Like,
That makes
you,
sense.
right, and then you hit a point where it's like, yeah, fuck everybody's, fuck the chains, right? Fuck the ball in the chain. I'm gonna fucking live how I enjoy, and all the bullshit, like all the labels, all the disrespect, whatever, all that nonsense that comes. But the good
This,
outweighs the bad, right? So the way I'm living, the positives have outweighed the bad.
I could see that.
It's a trade-off, You're gonna have great fucking times, feeling alive, great memories in the moment. Life's great, but the trade-off is you're gonna have librarians talking about you, saying that you hate women, right? And you're just sitting there overhearing this shit, like, wow, all right, back to the fucking trains,
I know the
what?
monkeys. I know the monkeys in the panel verse have said your situation as a pejorative. I think it's pretty liberating if if you're like comfortable with it and that's what you want to do. I think it's actually really cool.
Right?
But well, those people hate to see people like you saying this.
Well, I don't care about that.
They also fear. Some people, I guess, they fear how I'm living, or they fear like a hobo, or they're afraid of the stigmas and shit. But I don't know. Even when I was younger, and even when I met people that were travelers, I always thought it was cool. I didn't have the balls at that time to live how they were living.
Yeah, I don't see that because needless to say, I wasn't out there on my foot, huffing it from place to place on the train. I had just my dog, my truck, and my commodities. I was content, man. I didn't see it as a lesser way of life. I seen it as a more
Who's got the
adventurous.
typewriter? Who's got the typewriter?
Not I.
Chris, what are you doing, man?
Oh, yeah, I was sending a message to somebody. Sorry about that.
All right. Sounds like you got a typewriter.
Yeah, there's a keyboard right there, you know, that type of thing.
And just like that, that's how the elites distract us.
Yeah, a message came in.
Bunch of noise that just distracts us.
Yeah, I tell you, JG, I'd love to just get rid of all these computers and go back to the old ways, you know. Yeah, it'd be a little harder, but you know.
The thing is,
Yeah, I
guys, most
think. No, you're fine, Dom. I didn't. Nothing important, man.
most people are just projecting, whether they're aware of it or not. So somebody might listen to JD and not realize they're projecting onto him, where most people aren't true to themselves or honest with themselves with their comforts and their desires. I'm okay with talking about it, but most people aren't. So they're not really going to understand what a nomad is, because they're going to defend whether they're aware of it or not. They like their comforts. They spend most of their life earning money, a job. They want to have a career. They're actually working to maintain their addiction or dependencies. So when they hear somebody else, they usually talk out of ignorance. Now, if they're honest with themselves and say, okay, well, I really like my comforts. I want to make sure I know where my house is all the time, or my apartment. I want to make sure if I want to have a desire and I want to travel. But for them, most of their traveling is not going to be in a tent. They probably won't even be backpacking. It'll probably be in some sort of comfort. So what they're doing is, if they're honest again with themselves, okay, I can hear another person, but I don't have to judge them. But they will judge, because they've already judged themselves. So back to what JD says, the elites do not have to distract us. That distraction's already been done from within. They're just tapping into it, and they're probably paying people to figure that out. Now, this is where the monks and the Buddhists, they try to learn a little bit about, what am I really going to tap into? You have to develop your emotion and your mental states, because that is where most of our comforts are. The physical body, most people, you just have to go and talk to people that have been in war savage countries. How did you bear? Even though you came from a well-to-do family, I bared. So the physical can always readapt, but it's usually the mental and emotional part that aren't fully developed. So when you're out there and you're thinking, okay, where am I going to get my next meal? It would be questioning, shit, why do I actually eat 3 times a day? Why do I need to sleep 8 hours a day? That's for them to learn, not for JG. Sorry, I'm just using this example right now, JG. It's not for you to be their example for them. Everything else, they're full of shit then. If they're thinking, well, I don't agree with JG, you don't got a fucking clue what he's probably doing. And if you did, you'd probably just want to hear him out. So, that's interesting. You're going via train opposed to RV, or maybe just hitchhiking with a donkey or something. And most people don't realize on these panels, most of us are comfortable. If we didn't, well, then are you guys all stealing your computers and your laptops and stealing Wi-Fi? Most of us are talking from a privileged position. Other people might be a little bit more privileged than them, but they're still privileged.
Right, and that privilege gets old, man.
Yeah, because if I wasn't here and where I'm at and what I'm doing, I don't think I would be having shit for interaction on YouTube or social media at all.
I figured out how I like to live, and I always tell people, find your lifestyle. That's it. To me, backpacking, to me, skating, traveling around, that's my shit. And if people they don't try to understand it, that's on them. The people that
Yeah.
do get it, they're usually the best people. The people that do get it and they're like, oh, that's rad, or oh yeah, I do this and that. They're usually the best people because they got the right spirit. You know, they got the they're still alive.
No different somebody that wants to live in a $1 million boat and they want to live on a boat. That's their choice. The best we could do is respect them by hearing them. So that's interesting. But if a person says, I don't agree with it, I said, okay, so you're better off sharing, how do you live? Do you want to live in an RV? Do you want to live in a tent? Do you want to live in a, I don't know, car? And then if people have done that, you can share with each other. But people don't want to be judged. And if a person wants to judge yourself. You know, get that bus, drive over yourself. Try to warn yourself if you want. You know, again, guy wants $1 billion boat, all the power to him. He just has to do that much more work to try to convince or tap into system. Other people want to live more of an, a simpler lifestyle. You know, there's still lifestyles, you know, but again, it's for them to figure it out for themselves. They want to be a minimalist, be a minimalist. If you want to be a hoarder of stuff or a collector of stuff, so be it. There's many ways how we can live here. One's not better than the other. It's just different. It's usually the guy that thinks my way is better. I said, okay, I'm going to get some more popcorn now because this is going to be fucking entertaining because they're going to try to justify their fucking lifestyle now.
Yeah, I agree. Each their own, right?
Yeah.
Right, too, definitely.
For sure it is. But it's just when people start trying to convince each other, and that's the culting all that. I said, no, you wanna live in a fucking teepee? Go for it. Fill your boots. I might ask some questions, you know, is there an environment you have to be concerned about? Just in case, I'm not saying I want to live that way, but just in case I note that and then I hear somebody else wanting to do that, I'm just going to pass that information on. But for most people, they figure, why would I take that information? Because it's of no concern to me. Well, then fucking why would the elite give a flying fuck about you then? You're no concern to them then. It's always fun when I hear people say, Don, I only care about my family. Okay, well, the elites do the same fucking thing. The only thing is they rule over us. If you don't want to be ruled over, get the fuck out of civilization. Take your chance with nature, because I'm pretty sure nature will, in a short period of time, will say to you, so we're a little bit more crueler. If that's what they want or need, whatever word they want to use. Wants usually just a lack. You know, I've experienced some of those stuff and I find it enjoyable. But at the same time, I'm in the back of my mind thinking, Don, you also grew up with comforts.
I know for me, I grew up like having like at times like zero money, barely any hot water or anything. And I feel like it's given me a lot of perspective now. And I admittedly, like I grew up in a chaos, like filled and violent home. So my goal is to have like a peaceful home. And so I like my comforts and I like my technology and all that stuff. But from that standpoint, I can totally see where someone else would be like, no, you know, fuck the ball and chain, just do my own thing, live free. There's so many different paths and they're not right or wrong.
That's true.
As long as you're happy.
Well, even that, Pam, that's a temporary moment. You should be able to explore all kinds of emotions. Just don't become a professional at it. You know, if you're sad,
I mean, as long as you're like true to how you want to live your life, there's all kinds of different emotions. But to me, happiness is living true to yourself.
Mm-hmm. And if you're happy and say somebody or yourself, you challenge that, then you'll know for sure if you're staying true to that. Because, you know, it's usually when a person needs to defend it. I'm thinking that you're not true to yourself. Because why do you need to defend it? Why do you need to attack something? Unless they're the kind of people that they don't understand what they're defending.
I'll tell you,
go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
One quick one is I felt rich and accomplished when I finally had a home that had a thermostat on the wall, a rotodial heat. You know, you turn the thing, the thermostat, and you get your heat. When I first got into a home that had one of those, I thought I was over the top, man.
Mm-hmm. You've accomplished something. And for some people, the very first time they get an increase in their heating bill, that quickly goes away.
Beat chucking wood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, in days past, even in other parts of the world, where a person feels, well, they've accomplished something. They've done their own cutting of the woods. They've done their own hunting. They're participating in the whole process of taking care of that vessel. But for a lot of us, we're not actually participating. Now somebody say, yeah, but you're earning money. I said, but you're really not genuinely participating when it comes to like, grounding your body, going hunting for it and all that kind of stuff. And it just, a person needs to experience it to realize, yeah, I know the difference now. Getting into a car, driving to a grocery store to buy fucking food that probably more times than not, what poison are you going to take? It's not really helping the vessel. Now, people can say, but it is. I said, then you explain why the people's lives are becoming more shorter. And if they're not becoming more shorter, they're becoming more diseased. We still got to test that. You know what I mean? It's not like as though, hey, people are still living and everybody's a Setarian. They're living up to 100 years and living healthy. No, most Setarians that are living that long aren't sick. Most people that are living 60, 70, 80 years old, they're living to a certain point, but they're usually, their body's ready to cave in. Because if not, then you have to explain the hospital.
I agree with that. The fact that since my body has deteriorated and I know that I'm going to have to use it again now, the quality of life that I'm going to have having to use this body now to sustain myself, as opposed to if I hadn't been so reckless, it'd probably been much more enjoyable and tolerable. I know it's going to be a hard son of a bitch on me now because I broke down.
Buying food nowadays is like going to Home Depot and buying 2x4s. You got to look at every one of them. They're bowed, they're warped. You go to a grocery store, they got warped GMO. It's crazy.
Good example. I like that one, JG. With the wood. I love it. But even now, what we're doing now, you already know I'm full of shit where I'm online late at night, opposed to getting the necessary rest from my body. I'm bombarding myself. Probably I'm not affected probably more than some people are with the Wi-Fi or whatever. So we are doing harm to ourselves. It's always fun, no offense when I heard somebody say earlier, I don't watch TV, but we do watch other things in the square box, whether it's a laptop or a phone or whatever. Or even maybe still square to radio frequency. So how many people actually go to work and they turn on the radio in the morning to get bombarded by every 20, 30 minutes, fucking more news. But I don't watch TV. I said, yeah, you're the fucking character that says I don't drink fluoride, but you shower in the shit. Go back to sleep, please. Be like the masses. Don't say nothing. Don't try to be aware of how the system works. It's the ones that think, well, something, I think I understand how fiat currency. I think it's a scam. Then the onus is on you then, because you're going to be the few. Most people in the community want to talk about fucking Mandela effect or fucking flat Earth or globe. Those are like a bang out in 30-minute fucking conversation. You don't even need to be around anybody else. You just have to go inwards and say, okay, well, how does that really serve? How can I prove whether or not fucking a Mandela? How can I prove that the Earth is flat or if it's fucking a globe?
Yeah. And I did some research into the Mandela effect. I realized this is cognitive dissonance. People have these false memories, and once they're shown that the whole time they had a false memory, they can't accept it, and it causes like anxiety. That's cognitive dissonance.
But the people that get dragged into that stuff, usually, if they're really honest with themselves, they're the kind of folks, I told you so, or I got you. Really? Is that what you do? You spend all that fucking energy to get me? Get the fuck out of here. I could do that quite well on my own. I don't need somebody else to tell me. I said, I already know I'm full of shit. But it's nice when I hear other people say that about themselves. Yeah, Dom, I think I'm full of shit. I said, there you go. Maybe you got something there. No, Dom, I went to university, to get 1 degree? I'm a parent. Did you teach your child how to fucking breathe? Well, no. I said, then what the fuck have you done so far? Then, of course, they'll make it about me. I said, no, you're revealing you at this point. The color of my skin's fucking important now, too. Get the fuck out of here with the color of your skin. What's next? The genders? We're going to talk about fucking height discrimination? We're going to talk about people that have fucking long fingernails? As long as the media is pumping it, the rest of us will fucking, well, not me per se, but I'll entertain myself because it's a human behavior that I'm more curious about.
Hey Dom, Disney's full of pedophiles.
Who's that? Sorry, who's that?
Disney.
Oh, yeah.
Pedophilia symbolism. No, you're lying. No. You can tell me the truth, and it's just like, all right, I got it. None of that bullshit. Oh, you're destroying my delusions. You're poking my bubble. That's such an infantile. That's such an infantile place to be. Is being 40 years old and you still live in this bubble, and the truth just kills you. Like, the truth just eats you up. Come on, man.
Well, for them at that point, GD, what I've learned to say, okay, I've told you something that might sound like a story. Can you tell me your? Go ahead.
It's JG, Ron. Ron, it's JG.
JG. Sorry, JG. I guess if somebody says to me, Dominic, I don't believe in that. It's okay. I told you a story. Please tell me your version of it now. How do you think the system is run? Do you think I'm just saying this for the sake of it? Which I could be. It's always fun when somebody tells me that they don't agree with me or they agree with me on the government system. I said, well, please tell me your story. I'd be curious to know. How do you think the world is run? Why do you think they say shit like false flag? You got to remember, Donald Trump's just reading a script. So why would they put it in there? Why would movie actually say the word damn and God? Like, you honestly think, okay, we're just going to put that in there by accident?
Right, and people want to agree on things where it's like, it's not about the big picture, right? It's not about agreeing. It's this is this and this is this. These are the facts. It's not about agreeing on something. It's not about debating something. It's like, this is the facts. Donald Trump is a pawn for the Zionists. That's the facts.
But
It's not about agreeing, like, oh, yes, I agree on that. It's like, no. It's this is the truth. Fuck the whole agreeing.
Well, it's information that we've gathered. I don't know if it's truth per se for me, but they've openly talk about that stuff. But for a lot of folks, they don't know what Zionist is. And the ones that do, I said, okay, so if you understand what a Zionist is, do you understand what the Barons are? Do you understand what the Windsor family are? It's a German nation. Do you understand what false flag means? Do you understand why the Romans depicted the German as a warlike nation? Well, that's too much information. I said, no, because you're too slow on the uptake. You've been so fucking conditioned. At this point, how do I tell somebody that you've culted up and you're desperately trying to cult up to another fucking system? You're asleep. The best you could fucking do is, if there's ever a bullet handout with guns, put it in the back of your head, take your chance in the next fucking reboot. Because right now you're dead in this fucking realm. But you're still walking. I'm not saying that with you, JG, but for a lot of folks. And I'm only talking about the few that I mean the community. It doesn't represent the whole, but hey, there's a good chance a lot of people are that way. I just have to fucking watch what people do in the mall or what people do on the highway. I'm doing the same thing. I'm just full of shit. I mean, I'm somewhat aware, but I realize I'm still going to go to work. I'm still going to earn money, because if everybody else in the fucking crazy house is taking the red or blue pill, I got to participate. I can pretend sometimes I'm not taking the pill, but it's always fun when somebody says you're red or blue pill. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's right up there with fucking half full, half empty fucking mentality. You're probably the kind of character that talks about zeros and ones. And who gave us that information? Who gave us conspiracy theory? I don't know, Dom. I just think those people are tinfoil. Who gave you that term? Who gave us fucking living off the grid? These are focus groups. These are big organizations that pay people to listen. How easy is it to manipulate the masses? Well, it's not that hard. But how can we do it like a virus? We tell one person to wear a mask, they all wear a mask. We tell women to wear a fucking thong, they all wear a fucking thong. I'm sorry, they don't all wear a thong. But quite a few of them will fucking fall in that category. Well, Dom, I'll never wear a mask, but you'll fucking wear a tie to your office, won't you? Yes. So you're an NPC character. You just don't know it yet.
Dom, in my opinion, calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is just like a lazy cop-out, So lazy.
It is, but if you break up the words, There is groups of people that are conspiring. Now, they're probably more into conspiring of agendas. They don't give a shit about fucking facts and theories. Now, a person understand what the word theory means, no different reason, because you're using the English language. There's actually meanings behind those words. But for most people, they're going to parrot the fucking information and not have a fucking clue how it works.
Exactly. Parrots. Nailed it.
You know, like the governments, it doesn't happen by accident. There is things, they do conspire together. Now, whether or not it's the G8, the World Bank, the fucking United Nation, could be a bunch of gangsters, as far as I'm concerned. They're going to conspire together. Is there going to be a leader among them? Probably. The rest of them are going to be fucking puppets. Probably. Are they theorizing? Well, last time I remember, isn't gravity still a theory?
Sure
Isn't the ideal that all the different luminaries, one's a gas of some sort? I'm thinking you're theorizing, unless you're not telling the rest of us that you have some sort of technology that what you're going to use, and you're going to tell me exactly what the moon looks like or what it is,
right? Or that the even the Earth, that it's round or flat. I don't know which it is. You know, haven't confirmed it.
Oh, but I know I could probably teach a whole bunch of 5-year-olds and say, listen, do you see a whole bunch of stuff here? Well, yeah. Do you see all the nature here? Do you see it up there? No, I don't. Do you see a lot of man-made stuff here? Yes. Do you see it up there? No, I didn't. Any of you kids been high enough? No. So then it's all possibilities at that point. But anybody that tells you that's an answer, tell them to fuck off.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, that's a little harsh, but yeah, I mean, I agree.
I can say it very calmly. You know, you can tell those people, tell them, maybe they might be fibbing you a little bit. But it becomes noise because there's a whole bunch of people that will actually argue about it. I'm like,
yeah.
At least use your senses, even though I know they can be misled. Just because you see 2 spheres up there. If I go around and I put a number 9 on everybody's fucking forehead in the world, there's a good chance if I said, listen, you don't know what the numbers on your head, could you tell me with a surety what numbers on your forehead? Well, everybody else has number 9. But if everybody else is wearing 1, 3, 4, A, B, C, you would have to guess at that point whatever's on your forehead.
Yep.
By the way, Dale's in the background, Access.
Thank you.
Yo, if he's a troll, kick him out because we actually have a good conversation going.
Yeah, I know. If he disturbs it.
Hey, Dale.
What's up, Dale?
Okay. I don't want to interrupt. You can continue.
Oh, okay. Maybe you have something interesting you might want to share?
I have but one question. Has anyone here bought SPX 6900 yet?
I've seen THX 1138 before, but not SPX 6900. I'm not sure what that is.
It's the best crypto coin available right now. But it's okay.
Interesting altcoin. Is it decentralized?
Yeah, of course.
Is there KYC involved with that?
I mean, you just buy it on you can buy it on either Ethereum, level 2 Ethereum, like Base, or Solana network.
Oh, okay. And do they do the KYC thing when you go to try to purchase it? Like, look at your
I don't think so.
ID and all that.
I don't think so. No. I mean,
How many coins have you bought?
I don't want to disclose that info, but I own a large amount.
Okay, thanks for sharing, man. Axis, kick him out.
Why?
You got nothing. Good shit. Good shit. Moving ahead.
Good enough?
Yep. Dude's a troll, man. Trolls Nicolas Cage too. Oh man, Pam left. Fuck.
Oh man, I hate that.
That's true. I did ask him to share something if he wanted to contribute something. So it may not be fair that he was kicked out.
He's
That guy's
still
troll is so much
backstage.
fun, man.
What's that, Axis?
He's backstage.
Okay. What'd you say, JG?
That guy trolls all the time, and then he's like somewhat serious. But did you see when he came on? He did that nut ass laugh.
I'm glad you have a sniffer for that kind of stuff and kind of knows history. That's cool.
I had to relaunch my browser.
Oh, thank God. I think you got it. Mad or something. I don't know what. That's
No, my browser was locking up. I had like 15 tabs open.
Only 15?
Only 15. Normally it's 30.
Oh,
So let's agree on how the origin of life came about.
I think we were genetically spiked.
Let's agree on it.
Oh, agree on it? Well, present your stasis on it. You know, what's your position? How do you think it come?
It was Jesus Christ, and we're gonna.
No, you don't buy that. So we got to come up with something new.
What do you guys think about that? The origin of life. How did life come about?
From my observation, we are an anomaly that does not, under any circumstance, fit into the ecology of this planet. We are an abomination that does not belong.
Okay, well that's like all right.
Sorry, JG. Axis, Dale has asked if he can come back up. So
yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry. Next time, just can I get a warning? But anyway, JJ, why do you think Jesus Christ was the creator?
I'm joking, man. That's the thing is people agree on things that are hypotheses.
So you're a troll. He's a troll. Kick him off, guys.
All right, yeah, real fun. But this is what I'm saying. People just agree on hypotheses. Like that's what they do.
So what is the meaning of life? Or in this case, some people use the word the breath of life. Are we talking about air, prana?
But the whole creation, right? Like turning it on like a TV screen, right? I don't have the answer.
But we do have possibilities. Go ahead.
Well, people they get caught up in these theories and they agree on this, and it's like, all right, now we have this fake knowledge. Now we have the illusionary knowledge. Everybody agrees on this. So it's like critical thinking goes boom right out the window, and it's just agree.
I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you. I think people assume, due to religions, trying to keep high morale and omnipotent genius of the Lord, people assume that the meaning of life isn't folly, but I think might be a case where this world, this life, is at least halfway fallen. It's like there might be no meaning to life. It might just be a broken, failed experiment, but maybe not fully, but at least halfway. There might be some meaning to it, but not as benevolent as people think.
Right, it's all ideas, all theories.
Well, look at it for what it is and the evidence of what it is. It's a mathematical based construct and a constant, with even the persistent being incoherent function with the constant, except for one thing: the human species and the various offshoots of human species, because there's more than one offshoot of the human species. And that means that we are the odd thing out.
I've heard, I recently read somewhere that someone said people think it's based on math, but it's actually based on music, and music is based on math. But I'm not sure if that makes a difference.
Musical theory, yes, you are absolutely right. If you take, let's say, the first 12 tones of any scale, that would create a dimensional plateau of frequency, 12 frequencies. Then you have semitones, but that's a little different later on. Then you do the octave of that. Well, the octave of that is just 12 steps higher, repeating an octave of the exact same tones with higher vibrational levels. And it repeats every 12 times. That's why when they say there's 11 dimensions or 10 dimensions, I can show you 12 vibrational dimensions in sound alone. So I'm still trying to figure that one out and trying to get to the understanding of how I can come up with 12 dimensional tones or wavelengths, and I can also take them into octave or fractal nature with semitones, but yet they can say that there's only 11 dimensions. That don't make any sense.
Well, I think to answer meaning of life and the origin of creation, we should probably start with baby steps, like where were we before this life, and why don't we remember it?
Yeah, but see, you're still trying to figure it out, where it's like you're getting distracted by trying to figure it out.
I mean, if you have answers, by all means.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't have the answers. To me,
So then why ask the question?
It's all noble. Well, I mean, can you figure it out? Is it possible?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I can verify it through mathematics, genetics, and through different theorems that come into quantum play. First off, if you take any of the written history and correlate it to the construct as it's been created and that we exist in, you have the first runoff or the first proto man prior. This is post Atlantean. This is after that, the creation. It was more animal stock type human. That's why there was a division put between the animal and the man. That's why no helpmate could be found amongst the animals for Adam, which was the first runoff. So then he was recreated, and when he was recreated, he was created as a golem with the breath of life breathed into him, and his helpmate was taken from him out of his rib. And then, even then, our genetics were still able to be tampered with. So the fallen angels come down and fuck the women. Here you had the Nephilim, which seed carried over even after the flood, and you had another mutation that had to be stopped. So there's three variations and three species of human.
Right, but that's just your theory. That you know, you're just giving it the theory.
No, it's genetically written in your code, bud.
I think
No,
the
because
closest
you're trying. Oh man, you're trying to justify it now.
the closest
No,
thing
it's just written there. I don't believe in the God thing or the whole Jesus thing. Believe me. But it's there.
What's the consistency between it all? Because you did say the breath of life. Okay, human beings can go without numbers and they can go without sound. Now, what's constant with an animal? Same with us. Let's narrow it down. Animals need to eat, so do we. They need to drink, so do we. But you can go so many days without eating, and you can go so many days without drinking. But what's one of the key elements you need? Breath. How many minutes can you go without breath? I'm talking about the meaning of life.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about gauging it. I'm not talking about the form. You can go in an elevator. You're still going to breathe it. It's the breath of life. The meaning of life. Now you're using an English language to try to explain it. The ones that the fallen ones, they still need breath.
I can tell you this much, and then I'll step back because I want to observe this conversation. Here recently, I was pondering fish in the water. That is their world. They cannot leave the water. Okay, 3/4 of this planet.
There's consequences for them leaving.
Well, they're going to generally die.
There you go. So now you're talking about thicker water opposed to skinny water, which is called air.
Yes. And we leave that constraint, we die. But we can't exist with the fish because that's too solidified. If we're in air, we have to be within a certain particulate level in air. And if we go beyond that capacity, we suffocate. So we are in a fish bowl the same as a fish in an ocean or in a fish bowl, and so on and so forth.
That's why you're in life. And then there's a term called afterlife. People just reconstruct it by calling the word death. That just means transformation. So where do you transform from what to another? If a dog actually dies, we'll just say it no longer has oxygen going to it. Life is still there. We're still breathing it. It's just that essence is no longer in it. If we're going to talk about the word life, prana, whatever word you want to use to describe it, you breathe it in and out all the time. And it's an important energy for us. Food is just secondary, and that's for the vessel. Same with liquids. But again, in liquid, there's oxygen in it. There are another word to describe it. You're in the back of a trunk. You're still breathing. You're in an elevator. You're still breathing. When you go to sleep with that conscious state, it's still breathing. But dare not go without it for a while. You'll see how quickly you'll realize how much you value that. But for a lot of folks, they ignore it.
Dom, what do you think about God's plan? Bullshit or bullshit?
JG, I wouldn't even know. I don't speak on behalf of whatever I can't, like in this case, God. I don't even see air, but we use words to describe it, and I experience it. So to answer your question, I couldn't answer it, even if I wanted to. I'd be making more shit up. I'm already doing it now.
Right. Good answer.
I think.
Well done, Don. Well done.
You were saying, Dale?
I think the closest is it Gigi or JJ? Anyway, you're saying like what is?
Stop acting like you don't know the name.
I think you're saying like where do we find answers to these deep questions? I think the closest probability you would get is ancient texts that all seem to have an overlap in a Venn diagram. Like, you look at ancient texts on these topics, and they have similar themes. They don't really talk about where we were before this life, but they do talk about afterlife and how there's different levels to the afterlife. And I think that's about as far as you can go with it, really.
Then we kick into speculation. Most of us. There could be some people that download it or do something, but for the rest of us, I call it a story. I'm hearing stories, or we philosophize about it.
Well, we're supposed to agree on that? No, I'm good on that.
No, we don't have to agree upon it. This is what it is. We hear each other. It's like agreeing or disagreeing with somebody else's view. How do you really do it? You have to play a game with oneself to actually think somebody can argue with your view.
Right. I'm just saying it's all unknowable, and that to me, that's like the best thing to have, because I'm not going to get carried away. I'm not going to go for these hypotheses. There's limited knowledge, right? And people go past that limit, and they think they can get the answers. So it's like, all right, you're just trying to figure it out, but it's not possible.
Let me ask you some questions, then, JG, if you don't mind. The first one that I'll present is: can you tell me or describe to me something that cannot be measured?
Honestly, I don't want to get into this. Honestly.
Well, what do you want to get into?
Not access his questions. I already saw where his mind's at, and I don't even want to get into it. Answer his questions.
I'm in a pretty dark place right now.
Well, if I can share their access, usually the person that usually leads with an inquiry, the other person has a choice if they want to respond or not, but usually the person that leads should follow up. So maybe you could explain access or share it aloud with us. Do you think it can be measured?
I have yet to encounter anything that cannot be measured. Not one thing have I come across that could not be measured in energy, heat.
What about love?
Breath, width, depth. Love can be measured by heat, electrical, and chemical releases in the brain. It can be also body functions can be measured. The same feelings you feel when you're afraid or scared are the exact same ones that you feel when you're that flustered, brand new in love. They work off of the same regions and produce the same chemicals, and they can be measured.
Sorry, I was muted. Isn't that the purpose of language, to measure things?
To identify, yeah, to bring things to measure, so that way they can be comprehended.
Mm-hmm. So if there was something presented that we as a race never got to see or perceive, we would probably try to cling to the things that we do know, and eventually we're going to manipulate it so that we could measure it.
Yep. Yeah, that's generally what the status quo does, and even some sneaky upper epsilon mathematicians will pull the same shit. And then later on, they'll come back and go, oh, well, we were wrong there. That was just kind of a filler. Now here's the right equation.
Right, the black holes. They got to come up with something.
Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, please, Tom.
As I said, we have the luminaries. We use some sort of device down here. We use a language to try to describe it. So are we truly measuring those things, or are we just kind of assuming with the words we hear and say, okay, well, mercury's gas and this is something else? How could we confirm that?
I can't. Okay. Unless I take an individual trip there. And even at that, that's just an individual potential of me leaving my body and spiritually sojourning to that place, experiencing what I can, if I can, or as much as I can, bring that information back and keep it to myself if I'm smart.
You know, like gravity's a theory, but me saying gravity's a theory, giving it a word and saying theory is still a form of measurement. Whether or not it serves me or not, that's another thing. But again, even serving is a measurement. So it's almost like if a person's aware that it's a given that they should know it. Most things are measurements. I might not be able to see air, but I give a word to it, and I might see some of its effects. And it's okay, there's a form of measurement.
That's one I ran into. I think I shared that with you, Dom, is when I walk in a room now, is I see square footage of air.
Mm-hmm. You might have that ability, yeah.
And it sucks. You don't want it. It's stifling because everything is blocked in, patternized. Breadth, length, depth is all. There's no. It's like walking through water. Yeah, kind of. That's how I'd put it. Is you know how much volume of air is in that particular space.
Mm-hmm.
You should see the volume of air I got right now. All the nitrogen and oxygen I got. I'm a king. Hello.
All the way to the all the way to the where the for either the firmament or the oxygen runs out. So we've been told.
Well, that's kind of like a fire. The fire's trying to get the same thing that you want. It just wants it at a rapid pace. So you're in a room and it's trying to suck up the same oxygen that you want. So it's nothing personal.
Thus, you have carbon monoxide poisoning by tailpipe, vacuum cleaner hose, and taped up window.
Stop you. You're getting way too kinky for me now. I love it, but you're getting too kinky for me. Many ways to commit suicide.
I was talking about making sure that you were taking more air than what you necessarily deserve.
Yeah, then I twisted it, I guess. I had a buddy that did that. He taped up his whole garage and just turned on the lawnmower. That was his gift to his wife, I guess.
You didn't even have a car? You turned on the lawnmower?
It was sad. It was sad for him.
Took him 2 days. Any day now. I'm gonna die.
Do you guys think suicide affects the afterlife? And two-part question: do you think the afterlife involves reincarnation?
I think if we off ourselves, we reboot and have to do it over. I don't think we escape anything.
Do I have to give a joking limerick after I say this because I am on potential? I'm on the radar for being a potential.
Right now.
Don't do that, dude. Don't. I don't even want to think about it. It just pisses me
Just
off
kidding.
that they do that to me. They can red flag me at any minute, and I don't like that. But I don't think that reincarnation is necessarily what they describe it as being. As far as you may have some residuals genetically, but I don't know that you're going to completely be the same being reincarnated into brand new flesh and then pumped back out. But then there is the potential that there's only X amount of processor speed and there's only X amount of memory and hard drive space to the universe, and we consume so much of it that it crunches the numbers on us and reutilizes certain potentials of our energy and brings them back. But I don't think it's the full individual that comes back. I think it's just spotted residuals. Save on processor speed and storage space.
I guess before I actually, because mine would just be speculation. Since you asked the question, Dale, would you mind following up so I get a better sense, or other people get a sense of where you're going with that? Because I got a feeling you have your own possibilities, what you think's what happens after suicide, let alone reincarnation.
I mean, I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of just like, at this point in my life, it's kind of just like I'm hitting a wall, I feel like, where it's like the more I know that I don't know. So I don't know. On one hand, it seems kind of like a moral guilt trap. Like it might just be a lie that it's like morally bad. But on the other hand, from a logical perspective, I guess it seems kind of like, oh, you missed the point. You got to do it again. You didn't do the thing you're supposed to do. I don't know.
There's a lot of speculation on that. I'm with you on that, actually. Could be a game that we play with ourselves, and how could we quantify it? Like, really, how would you quantify that? Somebody could say, yeah, I know somebody. I said, okay, so you know somebody that lives in India and they remember they came here. I said, okay, that could be a fluke example, but how can most of us, I love it when people say, well, I think I was Cleopatra in another lifespan. I'm like, okay, so how do you validate that,
Right. Well, the more they want to believe, the more they'll kind of like make up these false memories or whatever. But
I see it more as generational curses, such as the ones that the creator God of the Old Testament would put generational curses. And I think if there's any type of carryover or residual, then you're more apt to receive that residual or carryover from a curse.
Right. But then that's logically, that would mean that you literally live out your offspring. People live out their lives through their offspring. So their reincarnation is somewhat through their offspring, which is opens a whole new can of worms.
Blood Bible, God curse, yeah.
At that point, then we go fishing there with all those worms. It's kind of like when somebody says, I remember a past. I said, okay. And then they tell you a moment in time. I said, okay, but what about the rest of the day or that year? Like, how? Again, I know we use the words reincarnation, rebirth, and all that kind of stuff. Different axes. I know you might experience it where other people will use the word demon and angel. But again, these are words. How can you really validate? That's like saying we did or didn't go to the moon. How can you validate that?
I guess I'm interested in this topic lately because that guy comes here sometimes. The sacred something. I forget what his YouTube channel is, but he's always like, he's clearly disturbed, and he's like always shitting on Bex or something. And his whole theory is about the soul trap theory, and I don't really know what to make of that. Seems legit. But
Who
it
is
almost,
it?
He's talking about
Oh,
Steven,
yeah, probably.
oh,
the insanity machine,
okay.
and
Yeah,
trapping
yeah,
people
Yeah.
in, and yada yada yada.
Yeah, what do you guys think of that?
I would have to ask a question: what is the soul, and what is being trapped? Like
A
most people
soul,
never break it down.
a soul is something that is persistent throughout birth and death, and being trapped is where your memories are erased. You're convinced you're either forced or convinced to reincarnate, and you do this life on this plane ad infinitum for some reason or another, most likely some being feasts off of your energy or pain or suffering or life, whatever. And yeah, it's a loop kind of thing.
So
And
knowing
religion plays a part.
you just said there, Del, I use the word of soul, and I can probably cross relate in what you were saying in my own terminology. The soul to me is data. So no matter what you create or what you make, like a song, think about a soul contract. It's data contract. So when you're no longer in that form, that information belongs to this realm. So it's not trapped. It's like language. Like right now, me and you and other people were speaking English. You had to learn the language, but language just didn't show up. It's here. So now you can tap into that, and you can learn how to speak Mandarin if you want, or learn how to do Braille. But what most people do is they think they own the language. Thoughts aren't ours. We get to use them. So now if a person's using language, using it kind of kinky or differently, whatever's called the mind, it will say, okay, you just figured out a different way to do it. It belongs to me. It's kind of like having a copyright. But for some folks, they think they own everything I've created here. You didn't create fuck all here. The language we use, that's what we do. We use it, but it's not ours to own.
Right. We're just a vessel that
Probably not even a vessel. It could be a different form of a vessel, but yes, we could just be.
Like creative types, I think, just take things from the collective unconscious and are able to they're like an adapter, they're like a transformer that is able to bring it into consciousness or whatever.
I like that. Yeah, that's a good word. That's why when I've heard people talk about thoughts is the language of consciousness. When we start speaking it and writing it, it's what I use the word afterthoughts. You're bringing it down. That's why some people, they can be in silent and they can just observe thoughts.
And if we want to continue the mental masturbation, we could be talking about the nature of our thoughts. Are they ours? Or whose are they? I mean, we can go down this rabbit hole with infinite questions forever.
Unfortunately, Pamela, I do that stuff. I do that kind of kinky stuff alone. I don't do it with other people.
I'm just saying, there's like
You're gonna do that. You can't go that.
questions.
Yeah, but what does that show, right? It just shows we don't have answers. It's just nothing but fucking opinions and theories and questions.
You got it, JG. Possibilities. Now, some people might, they've done the work or whatever, but for the rest of us, in my case, it's just another story. It's a possibility. It's a perhaps. It's a maybe. It's a theory. The ones that usually say the answer or the truth, my little spidey sense is going, he just said the truth, or he said the word truth. I wonder if he knows all the different deceptions.
Right, and that's why I'm saying it's pretty infantile to try to agree on theories, agree on fucking ideas, and
You're wrecking it for the rest of us, JG, now with that way of speech.
we go down this rabbit hole, right? And oh yeah, let's all agree on this rabbit shit.
Well, I mean, you need to have some kind of baseline, but I'm not saying you're wrong, JG, but we're trying to, in order to make a conversation, you kind of have to form a baseline.
But it could all be erroneous.
It's not about it's about the mind. That's what I'm tapping into is the mind.
Why not start with basic anthropology?
No, see, that's too complex. You're getting way too ahead of yourself.
No, just basic anthropology and sociology to determine genetic lines and the traits of them as being coherent traits without having to go to the genetic level.
Those are just different strategies that people play out for fitness and survival, really. Intelligence versus, physical prowess and stuff like that. But I'm more curious what JG has to say.
Okay.
Like, do you have anything? I mean, what do you think? I mean,
I don't know what you're getting at.
the fact we'll never get to an answer is an interesting point. It's kind of an answer in and of itself. It's like if you can't ever get to anything conclusive, then yeah, it's sort of asks its own question in its own right.
All right.
Come on, like more, like give me more. Like what else you got?
Yeah, I mean, see, I'm good, man. It's weird to just say, I want more from you. I want more. Like, come on, man. Like, what the fuck? It ain't fucking natural.
Humans aren't natural.
Dom, speak. Dom, talk. Desires. This guy's got desires and wants.
Well, based on what
want
Dell was
answers.
asking, go ahead, Dell. Go ahead.
I want answers, damn it. That's what I want.
Yeah, but can you realize you can't get the answers?
Well, you're starting to make me realize.
I think a lot of us have been conditioned that we want outcomes. So it's either give us an answer, is it right or wrong? What are my likes or dislikes? Those are outcomes. Think about when people use zeros and ones, but then they ignore all the other numbers. So some of the people that were philosophers or whatever, sometimes they would say words like perhaps, maybe. How can you confirm it? From moment to moment. Is something more healthier in one moment and some in another moment is unhealthy? Yeah, possibly.
Like, we know Ben Franklin existed, but like Socrates, like some of these philosophers, could be just a bunch of Jews teaming up, creating something,
Could be, yeah.
Have you ever heard of the last Thursday effect? That everything was brought into existence, synchronized last Thursday, and we've only existed since last Thursday, and everything was put into place as if it had been functioning here for thousands of years.
Well, yeah, but that would mean all my memories from before last Thursday are fake.
Yeah, exactly.
So then did they just refresh it every Thursday?
Potentially. But
Seems
I
like
know that technology exists.
I mean, that's fine,
I'm
but
sorry,
it doesn't really change much at that point.
I think it changes a lot of things at that point.
No,
I
because
think
it's like if it's just refreshed every Thursday, then that means it's still been in existence since I can remember. It's just the refresh rate is weekly. That's all.
okay. Well, let's say there was just a one-time shot off of the Thursday, which was last Thursday, where they put everything in place and everything that you think you know and all the thousands of years of history here were put into place and you were brought into existence with all these memories just last Thursday.
Yeah, but that kind of gets. Oh, damn, Dom left. It's kind of just like that. Just kind of gets into like solipsism, like only I exist, and this is all like a fake reality, which is sort of a bigger complex. But like, um, if things came every Thursday, I mean, again, I've existed and felt things this entire time. So it doesn't really change much because I have lived a lifetime. So like it hasn't
Regardless of whether it was artificial or not, it's still as substantial as if you had lived it, right?
Yeah, it's like if everything is a hologram, it doesn't really change that much. Its pain is still real. So
Right.
Yeah, the last Thursday theory, I don't subscribe to that. It doesn't feel right to me. I think that's a way to gaslight people from their experiences and deny them their memories and stuff. I think it's good for that, but I don't feel there's any truth to it.
I think it was introduced for the fact that they cannot give us a coherent timeline and they cannot give us coherent dating for our history, and that a lot of history has been hidden and kept from us. And they will throw things in there, especially in the realm of quantum physics, to distract the mind from the fact that we have a broken timeline and amnesia.
yeah, I subscribe more to the 12, like similar theory, but like more of the 12,000 year timeline. Every 12,000 years, they kind of have a flood or a reset where we only have the Bible as like the oldest kind of thing. That's that kind of stuff. It's like every 12,000 years there's a reset. That seems to line up way more probability wise.
Yeah, that's recorded even further back than the Bible. That's recorded back to Sumeria, pre-cataclysm, Enochian, Hindu.
Yeah,
They,
whatever the first empire was, I forget what it's called. I forget.
well, see, I still battle with the whole Atlantis and Pangea and what civilizations, and
Right.
whether
Atlantis
we're
probably existed before the last reset, and sounds like they were a lot more advanced. But it's like even if like the Thursday theory is like for normies, it's like even if that was real, what difference does it make? It doesn't really make much of a difference. Like it doesn't change anything really. It's like, oh, okay, well, every Thursday, my life continues. So what difference does it make?
Kind of like having the answers to all the questions we've been talking about. What would we do with them? Nothing. We'd still live our lives the same way, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think my biggest thing
no.
is morals. Like, I think the biggest question I have currently is like, is morality real? Is it skewed? Is it corrupted? Is it subjective or objective, etc.?
I think that once you learn a certain amount of understanding and a certain broadness of perspective, nothing's the same after that. Nothing, you can't forget it, you can't unlearn it, you can't get rid of it, you can't hide from it. And if you don't pay attention to that balance, then you'll wind up in the position I'm in where you are socially inadept to being able to deal with the third dimension and the people in it. because you've given yourself over to a state of mind and an understanding that people just don't get and won't get and probably wouldn't get unless you were sitting in a room full of quantum theorists, mechanics, and you know, you just you're just not going to get it. The mind doesn't work that way for most people. It's like trying to explain binary and superposition. How do you explain superposition to somebody that only understands binary? And then once they learn superposition and that it's an actual state, then their whole paradigm changes. And they understand that there's more dimensional possibilities outside of binary, which is superposition. So now they have to readjust their whole cognizant state to this new revelation. And then when you go beyond that, and then you start touching on potential dimensional resources and hypergeometrical math that can't be seen and can only be interpreted by heavy, massive supercomputers, you can't unsee that. You can't unlive that. You can't just go, okay, I have seen the profoundness of the universe written within the temples and structures of old. I see it's there. I understand it's there. It's not visible unless you got a supercomputer showing it to you. You're not even going to comprehend it. But once you do, there's no one seeing it. That's a long string of movement in one's mind from binary all the way to superposition to hypergeometry to even understanding quantum mechanics and Planck time and the potential in between. How do you unlearn that and just to go on with your life as regular? Because it's fucked mine up. I know shit that I'll never be able to unlearn.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of adding on to JG's point where it's like these are probably questions that we're not supposed to know the answer to because you'll end up in a ward diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic, you know? Like when people do like psychedelic drugs and they do figure out the meaning of life, you know, you can't really operate properly from that point on. It's too
I
traumatizing.
believe that.
Yeah.
I've did my
That's
fair
why
share of psychedelics, and I put everything in a nice little box. I mean,
yeah, but
like
you're,
8 grams by no stretch of the imagination, a minor dose, and I do that like every year at least once. And so I don't know about that. I think it depends on the person, and I think it depends on what bandwidth that person has to begin with. I think if you don't have very much bandwidth and you do stuff like that, sure, but
I think well, enlighten us. What have you learned?
well, for me, it wasn't a learning experience. It was going through pre-verbal trauma that therapists couldn't help me with, and in order to help with that, I used that plant medicine. And some things is like, you know, traditional modalities. If you have pre-trauma, it doesn't really help with. And so for me, it helped me release a lot of trauma and things that I didn't have a way to let go of. So for me, it helped me learn to become more in touch with my emotions and therefore cleaning out a lot of bandwidth.
Huh, that's cool. So you didn't really become enlightened per se. You just kind of
No.
you just kind of got rid of
detoxed.
Yeah.
Detoxed a lot of psychic trauma, like released anger and all kinds of stuff, because I grew up in a really chaos-filled house growing up, and I'd been repressing things for years, and it was hindering me. And like I had pretty bad PTSD and stuff, and I started doing that a few years ago, and I haven't did a session in about a year, and I don't feel a need to, but I did there for about 3 years. I never did it until I was like 40. You know, I'm 45 now, so it really helped me. I can't say I'm enlightened or I learned anything, but I learned, like, I've had experiences. I know what it's like to have your ego dissolve and things like that. I know there's more to beyond this realm. Even, you know, I had a near-death experience when I was 21, but even after having psychedelics a couple of years ago, I've had like more experiences like that. So I don't know. I think there's a lot to be had from it. I've learned a lot. It doesn't make me like more textbook wise or anything, but it certainly made my experience better.
That's cool. I thought about doing psychedelics myself, but I don't know. I have schizophrenia. It runs in my family, so.
Oh, I wouldn't. Ooh, no,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
No, don't do that. Don't do
Fuck
that.
that shit. Yeah.
How do you have
For
schizophrenia?
me, I was going to say, for me, I didn't feel like I had a choice. I felt like psychedelics was my last resort. But see, I never even tried cannabis until I was in my late 30s. So I was trying to do everything but the cannabis psychedelic route.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I smoked a lot of weed daily in my 20s and teens. So, yeah.
Well, what are your symptoms? Or...
I don't really have symptoms. I mean, I'm a bit of an insomniac. You know, I get a little anxious here and there. But my brother's diagnosed schizophrenia. He's had some incidences. My aunt, she had some incidences. My dad, he has a master's degree in mathematics. He's very smart, but you know, he's a very paranoid, anxious person. I have had panic attacks. So it just doesn't sit well with me when people try to pressure me to do mushrooms or whatever. It's like, and you know, I've had bad trips on weed, but I used to like it more, but I don't really like it anymore. But it's just I can tell it's like it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, your body knows. Your body knows what's best.
Exactly. So.
Well, we all have a little bit of schizophrenia in us. So you saying you have schizophrenia?
I'm just saying I have a predisposition. I'll put it this way. I think I have a predisposition genetically to a bad trip that will have permanent effects.
So you're shook.
So why open Pandora's box if you have the option not to?
And
exactly.
you're diagnosed as schizophrenic?
No, not me. No.
But you just said earlier you're schizophrenic.
No, my brother is, and my aunt is, and
Didn't you just say earlier you're schizophrenic?
No, not me. No, I have I'm neurodivergent. I'm not schizophrenic though.
Well, psychotherapy is a mind control operation. Always remember that. So they say your dad's this and that. Well, I mean, it's just a mind control operation.
True. Do you think I should do them?
No.
You should microdose. I mean,
I have. Whenever people have offered me mushrooms, I kind of hesitantly say no, but I have taken like an extremely small amount just to kind of appease them and see what it's all about, and that's been fine. But I never really noticed anything, and yeah, I mean, edibles in and of itself, it's like that's just you're dancing on dangerous territory. So yeah, whenever it's offered, I take a ridiculously small amount, and I think I've noticed some effects, maybe, but I'm not really sure. So
I figured out I don't like doing mushrooms around people. So I mean, if I do it by myself. Even smoking
Same.
weed.
I have actually I have taken LSD. Apparently it was LSD. Someone pressured me into taking that, so I did it, and it was all right, I guess. I'm not sure if it was like a divergent synthetic compound or the actual LSD, but I had it was all right. It was pretty fun, but I noticed like the after effects really hurt. My spine and jaw really hurt afterward, so that was weird.
That sounds like some
Did you figure out
strychnine
why?
acid. Was it
Um,
white water?
He said it was. I said, "What is this?" He said, "It's acid," and I said, "Okay." And he said it was pink elephant strain, whatever that
No,
means.
did you put a little tab on your tongue and let it dissolve?
Put a tab in
Okay,
my mouth.
water.
One tab.
Did you figure out why you had physical pain though after you took it?
How am I supposed to? I mean, I could look it up now. I guess. Yeah, I could look
Yeah,
into that.
funk acid. It's made cheap. Gives you a
Probably.
backache.
Yeah.
Causes your jaws to clench up. And
Yeah.
we used to have people come in to get piercings, and some people wanted to come in and get body piercings done. Sometimes when they're coming down off their after they've peaked, and you can't pierce them because their fucking muscles seize up so tight when you're trying to pierce them. And I ran into that 2 or 3 different times, and I'd ask
That
them
seems
all
like the worst
quietly.
time to get body modification.
Well, I mean, at
Not
that point, I was basically sober. Is when I started feeling the pain effects. So, but it's interesting. Thanks for answering that, Axis. Yeah, that's
yeah,
basically it.
they weren't in pain. They were just coming down off of their peak and
Yeah.
decided. Well, one of them was a nipple piercing, and we got one nipple. We got one nipple done, and when we went to do the other one, um, I don't know whether it was the because the first one was hard to put in. The second one we couldn't get in. We just could not get it in. I used a double sharp 12 on him, and it just would not go through. His fucking muscles were seized. But then the next day, whenever all the I guess all the acid was out of him, he was just like pushing a needle through a peach. Weird shit. I've had people freak out, come in, think it'd be fun to get a piercing when they're fucked up and not let me know. And then when it's happening and it's about to happen, they freak the fuck out.
Oh my
Or,
god. I don't understand that axis because, like, if I'm doing something like that, my ass is by myself at home in bed, and like these people are getting piercings. I would be so worried I would get something like I would regret, And I have a tattoo on my arm. I've got a big tattoo on my arm, so I don't shy away from those type of things, but I wouldn't do that just coming down off shrooms.
what, piercings? No, the
Yeah.
piercings happened all the time, man. We had a piercing room in the dungeon, and we did piercings on the spot there in the dungeon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, some people, the biggest ones were fronums, Prince Albert, clitoral hoods, labia piercings, and geishes, and naturally nipples.
I wonder if they
But
decided to get some of those more like the Prince Alberts and all that, like under the influence, and they wouldn't do it when they're sober.
yep, absolutely.
That's crazy.
And then some gay guys would get the piercing for their boyfriend, and then I'd had gay girls get matching clitoral hoods, and just the gay scene thing, S&M thing, I guess. But I
Yeah,
could
to each
always
their
tell
own.
when they were fucked up. Yeah, But I don't knock that, man. To me, those were I had good times in those days. And if I'd had the sense that God gave a goat, I would have stuck with that. I would have stuck with the weather. I would have stuck with the whole 9 yards, the club, the show. Kicked myself in the ass for fucking screwing around and leaving that behind.
I've got my pineal gland pierced.
There you go.
Yeah.
What'd you use, a micro 20?
Paperclip. Just fucking stabbed it and left it in there.
Oh, I see. I see. I would have went with the 22 gauge and a 20 gauge needle just to make sure. I would have used a micro captive ball and bead, and make sure you had a Q-tip large enough to keep the crusties off of the pineal gland while it was healing.
So people have got the pineal gland pierced?
No.
Imagine that shit.
No. The most fucked up piercing I ever saw in my life. Oh, well, 2 of them. One was the uvula, in the back of the throat, and then the other was that place between your ankle and your foot, that thin place there, that had been pierced, and he had gauged it out, and he was a janitor at the pleasure chest in Chicago, and he had pictures all in the magazines and shit, man. But he's just a cool guy. He's janitorial at the pleasure chest. But man, that was fucking. I don't know how the fuck he did that piercing without gangrene setting in or some shit. Fucking crazy. And I don't know how the hell they did the uvula one, but you can look them up. They're actual piercings.
Sounds painful.
I still don't get how they did the uvula, and to this day I've contemplated my Penningtons. I thought, how in the fuck? And I've contemplated using a curved needle. And no, I don't know how the fuck they done it, man. I don't know. So I'll just stick to PAs, frontums, scrotums, geeches, labia, hoods. I don't. I'm not going to travel too far into anything that I haven't done to myself, except I don't have female. Well, I got simulated female genitalia made of titanium, but not anything like. And I did do a frontum just underneath of the head, so that I could do clitoral hood piercings. I don't mind my life that I had. I had a lot of fun, and I know a lot of people won't understand it, don't understand it, or couldn't ever understand it. But man, I had a good fucking time.
That's what matters. Who cares if people understand or don't understand? That's their problem.
I really did, Pam. I miss it sometimes, And then, what is this? That was 90, 93, 94, 95, 96, and at the end of 97. And however many years ago that was the Rust Belt, metal industrial scene, dark goth, eclectic, and we just had fun, man. Now, what's happened between then and this generations and what people think, I'm not going to be shamed by that. People act like, oh, that's so fucked up. But back when it was being done and we were actually doing it, and we were at the clubs and we were participating in leather sports and shit, that was fun, man. Sorry their minds don't go that far. But those were great days, great shows, great experiences.
You got the memories access, but you could still make the experiences happen.
I'm old, ugly.
You
You're not done yet.
got good days ahead of you. That's what I'm getting at. Just keep those, keep making experiences, man.
Maybe I'll be the gimp guy, Put me in leather, put me in a trunk, and break out the gimp. But
what the fuck?
I don't think I have the finesse to go in and flatter anybody other than maybe the I don't know that I could even flatter. It's become I don't even know if these places still exist anymore. But I got all those memories, and I'm not ashamed of them. I have fun.
Well, it's all about experiences, man. I've done my research firsthand and reading up on psychology about experiences, and material shit does nothing for us. It fades away. All the material shit we have fades away, but the memories, we never lose that shit. The experiences, that's what really matters. All the material shit is nothing.
More stuff, more problems.
I agree with that. The more stuff you have, the more problems you're going to acquire.
It's all in the mind.
I've never had to maintain a car because I've never been able to drive, and in a lot of ways, I'm thankful for that because that's one less thing I have to worry about.
You don't drive, man?
No, I can't.
What's it?
My vision is just below the cutoff for driving.
Oh man.
And I wouldn't trust myself to do that even if I thought I could, which I know I can't, and I've never been able to, which is crazy because I'm hella independent. So I've always had to depend on somebody, at least for something, and that shit drives me nuts. Because if it was left up to my devices, I'd probably be living in the middle of nowhere by myself, away from everybody.
Yeah.
As long as I got good Wi-Fi.
There it is, Wi-Fi. Give me the Wi-Fi.
I need some connection when I want it. It's like now, other than my partner, I don't really talk to anyone. I don't fuck with anybody. I just do my own thing. But it's nice having technology because I'll hop on here and, talk a little bit, and then I'm going to go back to my isolation and my goals and doing my stuff,
How bad has that affected your ability to interact with people, Pam? Because I'm telling you, I fucked up bad this last.
Well, I've never been able to
5 weeks.
drive, and I'm not going to ask someone to take me somewhere, and so I have to get a lot of my talking to people online, which is fine because I'm well known in a couple of communities and stuff, and I have people I could talk to. But when you talk about interfacing with people and struggling, for example, I'm going on a trip at the end of the month to Ohio, to Columbus, and just going through the airport and dealing with Matrix people and NPCs and all that shit. I hate that.
Columbus, Ohio.
That's why you gotta hop a freight train, Pam.
Yeah.
I'm on the same boat as you. I can't stand airports. I just took an Amtrak train. I can't stand it. I didn't feel like hopping a train for 1,300 miles, so I bought a ticket. Yeah, I like my solitude. I can't be around that shit. Airports are fucked. That kills my fucking morale being there.
Well, they make you feel like you're doing something wrong and you're just trying to catch your fucking plane.
Yeah, I mean, people look for drama in airports. That's what I notice. I just sit back and watch, but they intentionally, like the security's intentionally fucking, they're douches at times. I brought a fucking pair of skateboard trucks on me once. I took my board apart, had my trucks in my bag. So the trucks are the wheels and the truck, which is used for skating. And the lady was like, "This could be used as a weapon. These are weapons." And I'm like, I was like, oh man, like I just, and like she grabs them and calls over the supervisor. He's got weapons. I'm like, dude, they're not weapons. They're for skateboarding. But they're just getting carried away. You know, and I'm like, come on, don't say it.
Well, it's
Man,
like all
that's
the bullied
fishy.
people, like they, when they grew up, they decided to become TSA agents and strike back at people that like held them back.
Right, they power trip.
Yeah.
And if you're conscious, you can see their mind of behavior. You can see, like, right when you approach them and they start giving you that attitude, it's like, oh man, this person's still trapped in that, like, you know, manipulative mindset. It gets old being around that shit. The whole sports like that, like, I got away from all like the plague-minded shit. On trains, it's just you and the train. Skateboarding, it's just you and the board. Being around the scenes and like the fun fees and
You're botting, brother.
the politics, the scene, the cliques, like being around that, it sucks. It gets old. Like you move on. I don't know how people still like fool themselves and fool themselves into being around that shit. Like, oh yeah, these are great people. Oh yeah, this is, you know, it's like, man, you're fooling yourself.
Yeah, I
So-
told my partner had I been able to drive it, we probably would have not met because I'd have had my truck and motorcycle in the middle of nowhere, and that'd have been that. Only come to town when you need something.
So Pam, you grew up taking the bus, like public buses and whatnot?
I grew up in the country on 40 acres, so I took the bus to school like most of the people I grew up around.
Gotcha. I don't know if you took public transportation. I have a couple
Oh
aunts
no,
that never drove.
no.
And they just
I
took public
couldn't. It's not
transportation everywhere.
safe.
Yeah.
I don't even like getting in a ride share, you know. I feel like I have to have my gun on me, just like even when I take Lyft and Uber. I hate that shit.
Yeah, you're pretty unattached from everything. You're pretty detached, which is good.
It's easy in Arizona to get unattached.
If you have money.
Well, if you got a good camper and a dependable dog, decent set of skins on your tires, you know.
Yeah,
I
I'm just saying, if you got connections or if you're, you know, if you got some money, you're good. You know, you're chilling. But
Yeah, because it was never so easy to get the fuck away from people, but still be able to come out of nowhere and get commodities and just run back into the abyss of things. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I just need to liquidate, buy a acre of ground. It can't be that much out there outside of Wikisburg or something like that. Surely it couldn't be that much.
Yeah, you can buy fucking land for cheap, but it's gonna be far from like major towns or major cities.
Well, I don't mind that.
No, I'm just saying you're gonna have to fucking drive or walk to get what you need.
Yeah, I come into town every 15 to 30 days, depending on what I stockpiled whenever I went into town. If I knew I wanted to be on the road and away, like when I went to the Grand Canyon, I made sure that I had 2 weeks worth of supplies on me because I had a feeling I would enjoy it there, and I did.
I'm gonna try to go there this summer. I haven't been yet.
Like I said, Pam, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Makes me sick at my stomach to think about it because that's where I really want to be. And then I think if I'm there, I don't have to worry about a fucking thing that's going. I don't have to worry about mail. I don't have to worry about nurses. I don't have to worry about in-home help, psychological services. I don't have to worry about fucking electric. I don't have to worry about bills. I don't have to worry about a fucking thing except gas in my vehicle, maintenance for it, and wherever in the fuck I wind up.
No Wi-Fi?
I don't. Wi-Fi is optional, man. If I want Wi-Fi, I can go to a truck stop and get Wi-Fi.
Well, there you go. It seems like you have a path to peace figured out for yourself.
I do, Pam. It's just achieving it. I do. I truly do. I know what I want in life. It's not really that much, you know.
No, it's reasonable.
I'd love to be like this time of year. I'd love to be out towards Quartzsite and Siegel, Williams, Wikisburg, even up towards the canyon. I mean, it's a little chilly at night this time of year up there, but even up there would be awesome.
Yeah, it gets cold up there, man. I spent some time in Prescott recently, and it was cold as fuck.
It's pretty up there.
Last I heard, Prescott used to be a really nice place to live. Is it still? Or I heard it was going to hell, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's.
I have heard good things.
You see a lot of people. You see a lot of people struggling everywhere you go. But yeah, it seemed like people were doing decent up there.
Yeah, I went through there and checked it out.
Real estate, anybody with real estate right now, they're chilling. But all people paying rent and trying to make it, like, you know, they're struggling. Like Pam, you were saying earlier how people become complacent. I see that a lot everywhere. And I mean, I'm complacent myself, but I'm never gonna fucking. I don't think I'll ever even try to buy a house or put fucking money into anything but land. Say I buy land one day, but you see that a lot. You see people are complacent. You see the learned helplessness, and
they're not aware. Like, I know, like, I'm a creature of comfort, and with my vision problem, I don't feel bad about that. But like, I'm aware that I'm a creature of comfort, and I'm thankful that I've had experiences in my life where I didn't have any comforts. So I feel like if I were to go back to that, I would be fine. But a lot of people, they've had comfort their whole life, and they've had like everything, You know, for much of my childhood, we didn't even have hot water,
Damn.
I got you.
like
Well,
cold
that's what.
showers. That's why I'm so
Yeah.
disciplined every day.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've had skateboard injuries and from doing construction, you know, it wears on your body, but the most comfortable thing to me and enjoyable thing is just like a sleeping bag, laying on the fucking desert floor, and you got fresh air, you got a hard surface. To me, that's fucking the best. It beats a fucking mattress. Mattresses suck.
You haven't ever woke up with a creepy crawly?
I woke up once and there was a fucking what do you call it? Not a groundhog, a raccoon, and he crawled up on my legs and he was just chilling, like he was like happy.
Oh.
And I woke up to that and I like kind of shrugged him off, and he walked away like depressed, like he was like bummed out, like he just wanted to hang out. And the raccoon walked away like all, you know, bummed out. And I was like, damn.
Oh.
You could have had a
That's
friend.
cool.
Fucking the
That's
thing probably
awesome.
had rabies, you know? I'm not fucking around. Like, raccoons are cool as shit, but I mean,
Well, if it had rabies, it would have got you when you were asleep.
Right. That's cool as fuck, man.
That is cool.
Yeah,
I
but
love animals. They're better than people most of the time.
well, yeah, you could tell the raccoon was like really cool. I didn't trust it because, you know, rabies. And then I had a fox in Butte, Montana. I had this fox fucking stalking the shit out of me. I'm laying down and I see the fox creeping up on me. I move to a different spot, like 100 yards away. Same fox is creeping up on me. So I just, you know, I think I walked like a mile or some shit and got the fuck away from that thing. Because what they'll do is they'll go right for your neck, like when you're sleeping. They'll try to go right for your neck and kill you. Foxes and coyotes, they go right for your neck.
I'm surprised you haven't ran into a bit more trouble than you have.
Well, I
Correct.
feel like I'm at one with the animals. Like there's a vibe where they're like, oh, he's cool, don't fuck with him. I don't fuck with them, and I'm not like inferior around animals. I don't get scared. So I like in my head I have this belief that like they're it's not I'm not that serious, but it's kind of like it's like a joke to me. Like I think like they understand like I'm one of them.
Huh.
I'm not out to get them, you know. I'm just out to kind of enjoy and, you know, I'm the raccoon whisperer, you know.
Raccoon whisperer. The worst I ever encountered was my dog. Whenever I had a wheel, my right driver's wheel, that I would get up on my hood to get up to the luggage racks on top of the camper, and I went to was going to climb up there, and my dog went apeshit, barking crazy, and there was fucking snake up in the wheel, behind the wheel well of the fucking truck. I don't think it would have bit me. It was there, and the dog noticed it. I thought that was pretty cool. It let me know.
I'll tell you what, the way I'm traveling, the one animal that always gives me problems is fucking dogs, man. I'll be skating down the street and out of nowhere, this fucking random ass dog will come running after me. I'll jump off my board and like grab my board and just like stare it down. And eventually like they'll retreat, they'll like run away or just walk away, but hate that shit, man. I've kicked dogs a couple times. Like they'll come up and try to bite you, just kick the shit out of it and keep it moving.
You got a good blade on you, right?
What, a knife?
Yeah.
Yeah, I carry a box cutter, but I'm not gonna just if the dog's really trying to get me, yeah, I'll fucking kill it. But I just try to scare them away, put the fear in their mind, let somebody else kill it.
Psych it out.
Yeah, psych it out, man.
You can get a 2.2 pellet gun that holds, I think it's either 5 or 6 rounds. That's legal in every state, man.
Yeah, but I'm better off traveling without a gun. I mean, the thing,
Right.
like how I'm traveling, access, like you do get attention. People do talk about you, and
Mm-hmm.
they kind of look at you like you're the boogeyman at times. And I'm just like, all right, these people are kind of inferior or insecure, or they got something going on. Where I'm out here just enjoying life, but say I'm traveling with a gun. Oh man, this town's gonna be talking. That guy's from Philly. Yeah, he travels with a gun. Next thing you know, you got cops. That's just how it is, man.
Yeah,
And
I suppose you're right.
See that. Like I seen that growing up. Guy carries a gun. He's 18. Everybody knows, and eventually that dude gets jammed up. People are talking. Streets are talking. Cops are talking.
No one thinks in the real life that that I would be carrying one, and no, I don't talk about it other than I'll mention it on here sometimes, and so no one would know with me because I don't look like the type.
Right?
Yeah, well, Pam, you don't have any attention, so I mean that's like.
I get plenty of attention when I take walks by myself.
No.
I'm just saying. Cars slow down. What time is it? One dude almost fell off his bike. Like, come on.
Yeah. Oh, I see
You
that.
go Pam. You go Pam.
Even with my partner with me, it's so stupid. Like, it's dumb.
Nah, you know what I'm saying though. Like you're if you were traveling, Pam, and you carried a gun and whatnot, and then you get a name for yourself or something, you
Oh,
start
I'm
getting.
sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure. And me, I'd walk into some store with it holstered and not see the sign or some shit like that. It'd be bad.
Yeah, and they get.
Oh fuck.
They get in a hissy.
Yeah, that would be that would be an awkward fucking situation. I didn't see it. Yeah, right, you did.
And in my case, I probably wouldn't.
They don't. People don't use common sense and individual respect for people, and they damn sure don't have empathy for anyone. That's another hard lesson I learned here recently.
Well, empathy has been. They've strategically tried to weaken human beings' empathy. Like we're in a psychological war where they're attacking all the positives. If you have empathy, if you're empath, right? If you're conscious, they're just trying to fucking destroy your tools.
Or empathy is weaponized just the last 4 years.
How can you survive in a world with any compassion that don't have empathy? See, this is all so fucked up, man.
Yeah,
For me right now,
Look at Bernays. Like, look at it's wild. It's definitely interesting, but the shit they figured out with like the mind and behavior of human beings and how they can control us. Like this whole shit with Bernays, MK Ultra shit, like your desires and whatnot, like, and it's always like used for their gain. How can we pimp these people? All right, let's figure it out psychologically, and then boom, they pimp on us. Then it
I don't
creates.
know, JG. Maybe I just fucked up real good and proper. Maybe that's what I went and fucking done. I went and fucked up real good and proper, and I stepped in the garden of the forbidden, and this is my punishment.
Well, I mean, you could think whatever you want, but don't be credulous to yourself. You know, don't be gullible for your with your beliefs. You could think you're cursed, or you could think some crazy shit. But I mean, that's just a belief. You know, I know the world's fucking crazy. I know that ain't a belief. Like I know the mind and behavior. I know the system's fucked. I know it's all fucked. That's what you got to watch out for, man.
Maybe I'm just catching on a little late.
Yeah. I caught on early, and it really fucked me up for a long time.
I just should have. I don't know. It's easy whenever you have the capability and you have the actual ability to explore the internal self and all the different levels of energies. And but what good is a guru fucking last thing I want to say fucking hippie against a quantum computer? I mean, you know, it's a hard tear. And then knowing that I'm more reflective of a computer and my bioelectrical system and my brain functions than I am anything else is even more confounding, because I feel like more of an anomaly amongst whatever this is. And I think I should have just left. Maybe I should have just let something go, something be what they were. But I was ambitious. I thought I could show people, or at least help them to understand or experience something.
I give up on trying to wake people up. It's their own damn responsibility, not my problem.
Yeah. I agree with you, Pam. I agree with you so wholeheartedly now.
Why do you think I deleted all my content?
Right? That's what I did.
Only thing on my channel is music, and that's all people are getting, because I ain't even gonna mess with it.
Yeah, I figured tomorrow I'll take the music off this channel, and then I'll shut down my playlist, and there's just not gonna be anything here. You know. I really went at this with an honest, wholehearted attempt. And I guess I don't know, maybe it helps somebody somewhere in a dark corner, but that's all I can hope for. Is that somebody got something out of it.
Yo, that L dude said we miss you, Dom, in the private chat right after Dom left. People crack me up, man. We miss you, Dom.
What was the whole crypto thing about? Were they really into crypto? Because that conversation is like a turn like okay, I'm not into crypto. I don't trust it.
No, he was probably coming on here because last time he was here he was a troll, and
Oh, okay.
I booted him, and then this time he come back and maybe he debated it for a minute and then worked his way in, and then somewhere just fell off.
I didn't know whether he was like a crypto bro, because that's what I thought he was. And those type of conversations, my eyes glazes over. You know, because I don't think any of that's like real or ethical.
Sam, I don't think anything that they're getting ready to implement on us is ethical. I don't think any of it's fair either. And what I mean by fair is I don't think that they have given each individual citizen the chance to have an equal and fair place in society because of their lack of understanding or ability to work with technology.
I don't think a lot of people want to understand technology. Like you were talking about older people earlier. All the older people that I know, they're so scared of technology because they want to stick with their current technology. Like they'll villainize AI and computers, but they'll sit there and they'll watch TV and the news until they're blue in the face, filling their minds with crap and garbage. But a technology they don't know, they'll like, oh, it's the end of society. And to me, it's all insanity.
The one that gets me, Pam, is the one at the gas station. You want to go in, you want to get your coffee, you get your pack of cigarettes, and the poor elderly guy who still feels independent is in front of you trying to figure out how to use his card, how to punch the code in, where to put his card, and the whole time he's wanting to do conversation time over this, and it's like, really? And so the woman's trying to show him how to operate the card and put his code in. Just go to my mom before me and her got into it. She couldn't do a damn thing on her phone or more or less a laptop without, can you show me how to do this? I don't know how to do this. Come show me how to do this. Then after the fifth time you showed her, you're like, really? Do you got it now? Or no? Okay, I'm going to be doing this for the rest of the week. I think there should be schools. I think there should be in libraries, at least generalized digital interface. Teach you how to use a card at a gas pump. Teach you how to use a card at a kiosk. Different little things like that.
But some don't want to learn Access. My boyfriend's mom, for example, we spent $400 on her on Coursera, got her a nice computer, got her a nice setup. She's going to learn, something like customer service on Coursera, and she was going to help us with our business. And, she couldn't even, and she used to use a computer, right? But she was unwilling to do what little work it takes to pass a Coursera class. And she was blaming it on, oh, I don't know technology, when the reality of the matter was she was just comfortable watching TV, and she's to the point in her age that she doesn't she thinks she's done. And so therefore she doesn't want to learn anything new. I think a lot of the population at that age is just complacent from what I've experienced, because like they talk to me about technology, and when I do show them stuff, they're like, "Oh, that's neat." But then they don't really apply it in their day-to-day lives. That they have no interest from what I've seen, a lot of them. Now the ones that do, sure, but it's a problem of I don't think a lot of elderly people want to learn.
You're probably right there, Pam.
Like you're not
'Cause
like
I know.
like you're a knowledge person. You know, like you're like, I mean, but people like older, I don't know. Like most people aren't on that frequency.
I can tell that for sure.
Like your frequency is different than the people you're trying to transmit to, and that's why like you get resistance.
I got a strange feeling after searching my genetics and the bloodlines that I come from, and the traits, the physical traits, the attributes, the side of my family that was my dad's. So there were several of those that were put away from murder, and that was out of Casey County, Kentucky, and Liberty, Kentucky. And then I look at the other side of my family line, which is all Scandinavian, blonde hair, blue eyes, and there's a whole sect of them where I'm the only one that come out with, long, straight black hair from my dad. And when I trace those heritages, either way, one of them cuts off at the first 13 civilized tribes. The other one carries its way all the way back to England, and then it goes back to the bastard king. We assisted in the war whenever England was fighting two war fronts. The throne was left over, and it was William the Bastard that took the throne, and we assisted in him taking the throne, or my genealogy, and that's where my genealogy gets lost, right there. But we were only named as a name for the sake of our name, not this individual, not that individual. It was the whole clan.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's any legitimacy at all to the fallen angels, or there being some type of, even if it ain't fallen angels, even if it's some bizarre, weird shit I don't even understand, apparently I feel that I've got that traces of those genetics in me, because I am completely the once in every 500-year genetic thing that pops out and people try and keep hid from the rest of the world. You know what I'm talking about? The genetic anomaly that shows up later on down the line. Like, you have a couple blonde-haired kids that get together, and one of their great-great-great-grandmothers with red hair, and they have a baby, and the baby comes out redheaded because of recessive gene. And then there's this whole ordeal of, did one of them cheat on the other, when it turns out it was just a recessive gene. But
So you're saying you're an anomaly.
I'm a mutant. Yeah, as far as the gene pool that I
anomaly is
come
better.
from. Yeah, to the gene pool that I come from, I stick out like a sore thumb. Bad, really, really bad. And I think that's where a lot of animosity and contempt for me came from, is because I wasn't blonde haired and blue eyed, and I didn't come out with the same uh, subhuman type of thinking that they did. So if there's any validity to it, that's the best I can explain.
That makes sense.
I don't have any other explanation, and I don't, you know, and I'm sorry, Cam, I don't really fucking human. I don't feel,
Well, you're
I don't
acting
feel,
human, so you're doing a good job fooling everybody.
there we go. Fake it till I make it.
There you
Yeah,
go. I mean, everything about this interaction has been normal. I didn't think, man, he's odd. And I would tell you if I did, because I interact with some of these people and I do think all the time they're odd. I don't know. You don't come across that way. Our conversation's been normal, so I don't know. Give yourself a little credit.
thank you. Thank you. It could be nerves. I got that
I
appointment in the
think
morning.
so. Yeah, like this everything about this interaction on the panel, you've been completely, like normal, like nothing. I think you got this handled. I think you'll be fine. I think that you're going through a lot right now, and I think when like I get in my own head sometimes and I make my problems like bigger than they are at times. I don't know if that's going on with you, but I do that shit all the time.
It very well could be. I've just got a lot riding on this. I'm
Yeah.
nervous. I'm kind of unsure, and I know that there's going to be definite changes that are going to have to be made, and that's never fun.
What if the
Not
change
when they're
leads to
that
something
drastic,
good though?
right?
I mean, what if the
Right.
change is what you need? What if like sometimes medicine tastes bitter, but it's good for us?
You're probably, Pam. I'm going to say you're right. I'm going to say you're right about it, because
And I'm just saying, what if? It's a speculation. That's ultimately for you to decide. I ain't trying to say one way or another. I'm just trying to like ask questions, so you can figure it out.
no, I appreciate it. It's a great sounding board, and it gives me something to reflect off of, especially something positive, because you generally come out with something positive where my mind is immediately going to the darker side. And tomorrow there's a lot riding on my case manager, my doctor's appointment, and to find out all of the damage that has been done from behind the scenes. I'm thinking, I'm hoping that's the biggest part of it. And then I'm trying to get away from a lot of the deep-seated thinking, a lot of the introspective observation, and more superficial, insightful communication, as opposed to some of the stuff that I don't think people got it in the first place. It's like you said,
Yeah.
I took my shit down. I don't blame you, Pam. I don't blame you for taking your shit down at all.
Well, it's that, and when you're on the path of awakening, you're getting your knowledge is constantly getting upgraded, and so you're gonna have information that is not necessarily resonant anymore. So, for me, it was between that and like like realizing in my own life that no matter what I do, like there's people around me, no matter how much I want to wake up, it's just not happening. And to be fair, is it my right? Because why am I trying to deny them of their lessons? When they're ready, they'll wake up. Like no one had to activate me. And when people tried to, I met it with resistance. And so I've just decided to be kind to myself and not waste my energy.
That's wisdom. That's wisdom, definitely. The people in my life that I consider to be my mentors or people that teach and help develop me, and they'll hit me with a phrase, or they'll hit me with a quote, or even use something I said, and they'll slap me upside the head with it and make me feel so stupid. But then that kind of puts them in the position of respect that I give them, is because they are capable of doing that. You know, they're capable of taking me from my worst situation and at least giving me some gleam of hope, or they'll make some kind of a limerick towards, well, didn't you say that was going to happen? Then why'd you keep doing it?
Right?
Just profound little shit like that. And every time they do it, I'm like, God damn it, man, come on. Give me a break here. But they're good at it. And they've been there for me. And they are, and I consider, you know, even this interaction is to be along that lines. Is I can loop, I can throw a fit, but just like it was told to me last night, it's a waiting game, and I'm the one that's having to wait. My turn to wait.
Yep.
Because they're not going to hurry up and do anything.
I like what Jared said in the chat.
I didn't get to see. I got my other phone powered down on me. It's battery's out of it.
Oh, he said Jared said something about trying to change the people in the world, but not letting the people of the world change you.
Oh,
That's like a
yeah,
nugget right there. The last part of that.
right, right.
Because
Well,
how
that's
often
why.
do we watch? How often do we watch something and then we're like, or even talk to people and we just like, you know, let other people like change who we are, or dim our light, or whatever.
That, you know, they set out to do that, don't they? Isn't that what they're? I just figured that was a personality trait. They're the congregators, the professionally offended. So they gather together and they want more congregators and more professionally offended. No individuals. I walked to the kitchen and back, Pam. I ain't got no fucking breath. How am I going to fucking? What would be your suggestion for me to help you? I got eucalyptus. I burn eucalyptus.
Mm-hmm.
I got Sabriva. I've got my rescue inhaler, and I've got my albuterol.
Do you have
And
any Vicks Vapor Rub?
yeah, I keep like the Vicks cough drops.
What
I keep
about
those
boiling a
around.
pot of water on your stove and then breathing in the steam, like a big pot of water?
I haven't done that yet because I'm scared. Sam, I've lived here for 4 years and I have not used that stove once.
Oh, wow.
I am terrified of it.
Why is
Literally
that?
terrified. Because I'm afraid it's going to catch this fucking place on fire.
Hmm.
I got a phobia of stoves.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know whether it wasn't working or something. I know for me, like when I'm having like really sick, that and I know a lot of people used to do it like old-timey way. They would like put a big pot of
Uh-huh.
water on the stove and they'll breathe it in, and man, that helps me. And I just go and like breathe in like every like 5-10 minutes, and I just run the thing all day when I'm sick.
Now I do put eucalyptus in a heated rag,
Well,
and
that'll work too.
yeah, I do put my eucalyptus in a heated rag, and I breathe that in, and I have got at least enough um, lung power that I can make it to the kitchen and back, and not have to stop talking and stop functioning to get my breath back.
Well, is
I'm not
talking
and
on
get
this
to
panel harming you, or are you okay? Or I don't want to be
no,
like
it's
contributing to you getting sicker or anything.
no, it's exercise. It's exercising the airways.
Okay.
It's air coming in, air going out. Um, Probably because I only talk whenever I'm on social media. The rest of the time, I think it'd be, yeah, I don't talk to myself that often. I cuss the screen a lot, but I don't think that's the same type of communication. But I'm trying to get to where maybe I can get to get from here to my truck, and from my truck back to my house
Mm.
walking. And if I can do that, then maybe go to the end of the block and back, and just keep building from there.
Yeah.
So, but I did make it back from the kitchen this time, and I'm not dying and gasping for air.
That's good. I was worried about you earlier when you had your coughing spell.
Yeah, that's the result of one lung. And then whenever I was stabbed, they took out they carved up what was left of the upper lobe of the right lung, and then they hit the lower lobe of the left lung. But the lower lobe of the right lung was already gone. That was taken out when I was 3.
Oh, wow.
And it makes it a bitch to breathe.
I can't even imagine.
It's just something else to try and have to battle through, I guess. I hate asthma attacks where I can't get my breath. I get scared because I can't get my air, and I'm scared that I'm not going to get air, and I'm fucking hitting that fucking rescue inhaler like nobody's business. Fucking albuterol steam in the room. I'm sucking on those. I will get my shoes on. I will get my shoes on.
Well, that's sometimes it has to be that basic. It has to be like just one thing to another. Focus on one thing, then you get that, and you focus on the next. That's how I get when I'm really sick. I drop my focus way down. I'm the most disciplined, busy person in the world when I'm not sick. But when I'm sick, just like walking to the fridge and getting something to eat is a big chore. And I just let me do that, and just, and then the next thing, and then the next thing. But just be
Why do you
kind to
think
yourself.
Why do you think it is, Pam, that the medical, this last medical team, and even the case manager I got to meet with tomorrow, they don't want to address those issues. They know I can't walk, they know that they'll have to pull the car up to the front door to get me in it because I'm not capable of taking that stroll. and they know all the complications of taking me somewhere, but they don't ever address it as in, well, because of your breathing, we're going to have to take these precautions or that. They never do that, man. They strain my ass as hard as they possibly can. You think they're trying to get it motivated? Is that what it is? Motivated?
I think most people are so checked out and so complacent and just trying to get through their job. They don't give a fuck about who they're taking care of. They're probably burnt out, underpaid, shitty bosses, probably asked to do 2 or 3 cases more than they should. And so they let the people they're supposed to care for slide, unfortunately. I don't think any of those people, maybe a few exceptions, care about people.
That's not the answer I really wanted to hear, but it does make sense. I just don't understand how.
It's not personal acts. This is what I'm trying to say. It's not a personal vendetta. It's just a function of the system of those type of workers in general. Like my sister does that kind of work, and my grandma had those type of people in, and they weren't happy people with their job. They didn't care about my grandma very well.
Well, I will tell you, whenever that company called and said that they were discontinuing my service, for that whole day and that next day, I almost felt relieved. I felt like, all right, I'm free
Maybe
of these
that needed to happen.
Yeah, until today when I needed them.
But maybe today you're going to find out you don't need them as much as you think.
Right. So yeah, if you got any positivity to shoot towards this at all, well, I could definitely use some, because the last thing I need is
positivity.
Fucking browbeating and an ass kicking from this doctor.
Yeah.
That's the last fucking thing I need, but.
Well, if they're giving you an ass beating and a whooping, though, at least they're trying to get you to get healthy. The worst thing you could want is, oh, I don't care, you're fine, whatever, and be completely dismissive. That ain't good either.
No, I don't want that. I thought you were about to say at least they're complying, everything but the weather. They strapped you in the weather, and you might do okay. Miracle healing. Absolutely. That's right. You got the Southern Baptist heritage and background. Do
that
you still ever dabble? Yeah, Pentecostal. Do you ever dive back into the kind of the in between the lines illusions that they make in like Genesis and shit like that? Not the New Testament.
I sometimes look at it, but honestly, like with my experience with the Southern Baptist Church and the Pentecostal Church, I was so disgusted by it. I wanted nothing to do with the Bible or anything. I went through horrific abuse as a child, and I started talking to my church about my pastor, about the essay and all this other stuff that was going on. And they jumped on the same bandwagon as my grandma, who said I was demon possessed because my stepdad was a contributor to the church. And so I lost all faith in any type of organized religion when they're taking on allegations like a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old's making, and you're telling her that she's lying. And you're constantly praying to this deity that's supposed to like protect the innocent. And every time I was getting abused and beaten, all of that, and Jesus wasn't doing shit for me. I lost my religion in an early age. And then when the religious people, they were the ones calling me demon possessed. I was like, well, okay.
Well, since
So
you have that understanding, and I'm not talking to somebody who's I'm talking to somebody who's educated on it. Whenever I hit the ice and I suffered massive right frontal lobe head trauma, a massive concussion, and my grandmother, being from the hills of Kentucky, had no understanding of brain damage, concussion, or anything like that. So they put me in bed in a mat. Well, it was a cot in her room, and we had all the Christian women of the family and Brother Bill and the rest of them trying to pray the demons out of me. And it wasn't until years later that I found out that I had massive head trauma because I have dead regions of the right frontal lobe, and there's still damage from the in the cranial, big giant scar in the cranial.
and they tried to pray
And
the demons away.
Yeah, 3 months they kept me out of school. Would come in, pray. I had to relearn how to use my hands and talk and everything, and they correlated all this to demon possession
Oh my God.
until I got a hold of an aunt in Fort Wayne here, and I let her know that how scared I was, and they came down one night and got me and took me to the Parkview, and it took them a couple months to figure out what all was going on with me, and it was massive head trauma from concussion, and suffered brain damage. And you know them motherfuckers, after that come out, never claimed once that they ever done anything such as trying to cast demons out of me or praying over me or prayer clothing me. And
Oh my God, Axis, do you have any idea how many times I've had Pentecostal people lay hands on me with their oil? They're going to cure my blindness. And then they're like, can you see? And I'm just like, no. What do you mean to do? Lie? Like, nope.
Right.
And then they
Right.
say,
So-
well, you must, it must be your fault, or you must be a sinner. God doesn't want to heal you. It's like, okay, whatever, fuck off.
That's yes, and that is exactly that was the reason right there is why I started studying other religions, because of the way they behave.
Me too.
And I couldn't believe it, man. But see, they could have gotten in trouble, and I wasn't thinking at the time them getting in trouble. I was just thinking, why would they do that to me? You know, why didn't they just take me to a doctor? Because they had to finish my neuro dexterity and my coherent being able to communicate properly was finished out at the institution where they brought my shit back together. But they never, when I told them, and I was drawing them pictures of demons and shit, because they had my head so filled with demons, and I was handing pictures of these demons to the staff and my therapist and the doctor, and told them that was what was going on in my head. And finally they addressed me and asked, why, where's all this coming from? I said, well, they tried to fucking cast demons out of me. I don't think it's demons. And boy, oh boy, bells and whistles went off then, and none of them wanted to admit to doing the fucking thing at that point. They lost their faith real quick. Nope. Nope, nope. We did the best we could for him. We didn't know exactly what was wrong, but we weren't trying to cast demons out of him. The hell they weren't.
Right? That's what it sounds like to me.
I know what they were doing for 3 months. And so I just wanted to let you know that I feel your pain when it comes to some of them some bitches. Maybe not to your extent, but that was bad enough. That's as much as I ever want to go through with them.
Oh, it was crazy because my grandma was like really fundamental Pentecostal, and my grandma's family was all religious, and so she went and told everyone that I was a liar and demon possessed and all this stuff, and it had like permanent consequences. It's part of the reason why I dropped all of those people like a fucking hot potato.
I don't.
Most You
fuck. That
Do you
weather's
need
gotta
to
be
take a
changing out there or something.
Do you need to take a break and take care of yourself or something?
Yeah, man, that probably wouldn't hurt. I've kept you up here and aggravated you long enough. I appreciate though
I just want you to be
everybody
okay. It
hanging
sounds
out.
like you need a break, you know what I mean? Because you're coughing a lot. I don't wanna keep you on here because you need to rest from your voice, I'm sure. But, it was nice talking to you, Axis. I hope you get to feeling better and let us know how everything goes, like, tomorrow and stuff.
I will, Pam. I will, most definitely. And even from beginning to end, you know, I appreciate everybody that showed up, everybody that contributed. This to me is more therapeutic than a bunch of these cockamamie fucking doctors trying to work with me.
Yeah. Well, we got you, Axis. Like, we'll be here the next time you go live, and I'm sure we'll see you around and stuff. But seriously, take care of yourself, and thank you for having me up here.
Absolutely, Pam. Thank you.
All right.
I just remember
Good night.
little white light.
Yep. Take care, Axis.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody. It's going to be a quick ride. I got to go. Thank you, everybody, for being here, showing up, and hanging out.